Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
fucking all coming right up. Big fucking all coming right up.
Peggy 18.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to EU League. It's our Super Week, our second one of Stage 2, and we can't wait to get it all started. Welcome on the Monday. Just to kick it all off, I'm Austin Medic, your host. With me on the desk, as always, Beauties, it's Fresh, and Ace. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I'm very good, thank you very much. I'm
How's the
enjoying. We've had some sunshine. The walk was fantastic. Obviously, everybody be careful. Make sure you're staying hydrated. It's very hot weather.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been nice. Yeah.
It was a very nice walk. I'm very happy to be back in France. I've had a couple of weeks in Bali, as Fabian put it, but you know.
In Bali, is that what you call Hull now?
Yeah, that's what we call Hull, yeah.
It is the tourist destination of the UK, by the way. Hull. Welcome back, Jack. Welcome back, myself, I guess, at this point. Welcome back, Emmy, who's with us today, which makes all of our days much better having the team here. Unfortunately, Fabian is not here. He is in not Bali, but another highly decorated place to go to in the UK, I assume, right?
He's up in the very north of the UK.
Which is
Newcastle.
the best place to be.
Yeah,
So
it's a lovely
there you
place,
go.
yeah.
Lovely place coming from the Hull resident himself. Well, friends, thank you so much for joining us today at EU League. Just like I said in the beginning, this is a super week. Again, like we had a week or so ago, we'll be back on Thursday. And I really want to drill this into your head because we want people to come in. We're so close to Berlin that Thursday might be deciding a lot of things because it'll be, 2 days after? It'll be Playday 7, and that'll be close to the end of it all. But let's get started with our Playday number 6 today. And I think there's some worrying things for some teams that might slip out of that running for the top 4 and some others that are looking to take control of it. So let's take a look at those scores from last Playday. And of course, last week, which was a normal week as always, on Monday, a 7-4 for Outsiders versus Pones, 8-7 Secret versus Heroic, which I believe surprised everybody with this sort of result. And then our match of the day, that was Wolves versus Rogue. Wolves run away 7-3, completely in control. M&M versus G2. Again, another one, maybe surprising or not. M&M taking it. And finally, it's Navi versus BDS. You want more surprises? Don't you worry. It kept up until the very last game with Navi victorious 7-5, BDS getting no points in our last day, which gives us these standings. Possible to put it up for everybody. We were going to talk about those standings even more today because it's super important. Wolves at 15 points, incredible for them. And the number 1 team, Rogue at 10, 9 for Heroic, 9 for Navi, for M&M, 8 for BDS, 7 for Outsiders, 3 for G2, 3 for Pones, and 2 for Team Secret. Gentlemen, overall thoughts on this kerfuffle that we're seeing?
If you go back just a couple of weeks ago, you would have said there's probably a clear top 4 forming, and then Heroic and BDS have had a little bit of a fall off, and there's now a rat race of 5 or 6 teams all going probably, I'm assuming here, probably Wolves and Rogue are safe in the top 4. If they keep going on the same kind of trajectory. So you've probably got 5 or 6 teams then for fighting it out for 3rd and 4th, and I think that's what's been good about the past couple of weeks, the couple of upsets we've seen. It's really tightened that kind of middle of the pack right up.
I think the beauty going on from here as well is that middle pack I ain't going to fight all the way now to the end of the stage. So, we've got that little bit of a division where 1 or 2 teams are looking good, but then that rat race, that fight is really going to go on for the next few play days now.
Yeah, and there's only a few left. A reminder, this is Playday number 6, the beginning of it, out of 9 total Playdays. We'll be back on Thursday, Monday, and the Monday after, and that'll be it for EU League. Who knows? Maybe we'll have it all decided on the very last day. That'll be August 1st on that Monday. Who knows? Well, we hope that'll be. It'll make it all way more exciting for everybody, just like we had in our last stage. But since we're talking about our last play day, if you missed the action, don't you worry about it. Here's what it all looked like.
Playday 5 is upon us, the halfway point of EUL Siege-ish, and with the fight still blazing across the whole board, it's time to start settling some scores. Outsiders vs Pones is our lead-in on Chalet, and with scores to be settled, it's an important draw between the 2 CIS region teams, with ex-teammates going head-to-head. The game started scrappy, Pones on attack finding pockets of space to get in and get the kit down, but they struggled at times against the swings and energies of the Outsiders defense, especially a huge Pasha post-plant clutch on the top floor, which gave us an even 3-3 opening half. Turn over to the second, and that ability on defense shone on attack. Outsiders took full control on their turn to hit the boards and quickly pulled the game to a 7-4 win. Secret vs Heroic on Bank, and with Secret still yet to get a single point and Heroic dancing around the top 4, there were expectations to how this would go, but you'd be surprised if Secret knew that. On their defense, they repeatedly punished the approach of Heroic, who seemed a bit lost and unaware of the rotation and plays from Savage, Sazed, and even Kendrew getting into the flank action. A timeout and a couple of backgrounds after Sloth was able to convert some good entries for a 3-3 before it changed the other half, where once again a bit of fight carried on. Gogona and Benja were able to make some of their defense work the same way, and the map was stretched by Secret, with Keenan swinging harder on attack. We screamed towards another 3-3 half and our first OT of the night. Secret had points. They could have got 3, but 2 more rounds they were able to turn, gave them a heavily needed 2 against a top flight team, and they have something with Secret getting the OT win 8-7. Rogue vs Wolves, our main event, and the 2 shining lights of EUL hit heads on Clubhouse to settle the top of the board. Rogue, a slightly less clean record, starts us off on attack. Sharing the mantle of rounds, they throw back and forth. The Wolves' defense had moments of pulling a Rogue player out of action, not quite letting them get into that attacking role that they've worked out so well. Kanto unfortunately suffering more than most, not finding a single body the whole game in what turned into a 5-a-side brawl across the halls of Club. Multi-plays and tricks is enough for Rogue to cinch out a couple of rounds, but come time to defend and the Wolves were circling, and they struck 4 rounds in a row for the technically flawless attack half, and they leave us with 3 points, the first place crown, a still unbeaten run, and a bravado that says, can anyone test this French side? Wolves take it 7-3. And from the fight at the top of the board to the Scrabble at the bottom, M&M vs G2 takes us to the Skyscraper for a fight of also needing every point possible. G2 start up on their defense, with M&M shoring up a solid bout of steady control. G2 attempted some arm's length play at first, but started to only find success with the double down roam of Doki and Citizen, Virtue locking down the control of the site and keeping IGL Nello at bay. A 3-3 half with both timeouts used took us into a second half where, unfortunately, G2 started to have some disconnect with each other again. Users and Solotov, though, as sharp as you need them, shone through the G2 approach, and a couple of lapses of judgment allowed M&M to dig in a couple of defense rounds, lock off a couple more, remove the kit, and lock it. 7-4 M&M. Finally, Navi vs BDS on Villa to wind us down, a map that both teams have a history on and both teams have a hit and miss history. It opens with a Navi attack, and it looks ferocious. Recent pickup Skiddy doing all that you want and need a young gunner on a Finker to do, tearing through the space to allow the structure of Nathan and Kayak to get the job done on the plant. BDS's big energy players and fraggers unable to truly connect with Navi, which leaves them on the wrong side of a 4-2 opening half. But it isn't their first rodeo for either team, and Navi have lost bigger advantages on the same map before, so BDS start to claw back some rounds on their attack. But the distance was done. An 100% cost from the Yak adding to a great core performance, and Navi get 3 points, 7-5.
And that was our Playday 5 recap. Thank you very much for that, Emmy. You saw all the action that happened and all the surprises that have come up. And I just want to pull up the rankings again for everybody, just to make it clear in your mind. We're starting off with Playday number 6 out of 9, which means we got 6, 7, 8, and 9. That's 4 times 3, gives us a maximum of 12 more points for any team. Best case scenario for all of them, by the way, winning every single game in regulation. So there's going to be a lot to fight for. And we talked about the top 2, at least maybe Wolves being ahead of Rogue. Rogue at 10, 9 points Heroic and Navi. But there's a big scramble. And I just want to talk about that for a moment here, Jack.
Yeah, it's kind of, I suppose I even said I thought that Rogue would be safe. If you look at that scoreboard, you've got 10 points on Rogue, down to 7 on Outsiders. That's 5 teams there, 6 teams if you include Rogue, that are all fighting it out for 3 spots. And it genuinely is like, we've got Navi going up again. I know we'll go for the schedule step, but we've got Navi against M&M. Whoever wins will definitely be in the top 4 at the end of today out of that game. And for these 2 squads, that's absolutely massive for them, because they're capitalizing on other teams that, quote unquote, should be a top 4 team, capitalizing on that and then putting themselves right in the running.
There's 100% going to be surprises. That's what I'll say. You know me, I love the chaos. I love teams just coming out of nowhere and getting themselves into that major in the last couple of games. And I think we're going to see it this time. You've already picked up on Heroic starting to have a little bit of a struggle. Is it going to come to that point whereby it's dropping off for them? There's going to be other teams that are absolutely there, waiting, ready to take that opportunity if it's presented to them. I'm looking at M&M particularly. There's definite possibilities there.
And speaking of chaos, since you mentioned it, and we're not talking about you in this one here, Jack.
He said he loved chaos. I was like, at least there's one fan.
I mean, I've been around for a while. We know a thing or two about him. But I want to talk about how chaotic EU usually is when it comes to LAN events. And the main thing is, how well does EU play when it comes to its actual maps? What does it look like on the stage? What can we expect when we get to Berlin? So do you have a thing or two to talk about maps here?
We might do. We've got a couple of graphics to show because we want to see.
That's very quick and efficient.
I'm already ready. I'm just prepared. I've got everything prepared, Milos, that you could throw at me. I am prepared for it.
Can you host now?
No.
And there it is. Got him. All yours.
That's your job. But we do have a couple of graphics to go through the maps. So we're going to start off with a graphic that shows stage 1, maps played, and the win rates. So crucially, the one thing that we wanted to know about stage 1 is, are EU teams playing the new maps? How well are we playing them, and are we playing them at all? And you can see, probably not. Skyscraper was played 4 times, Border was played twice, and Theme Park was just not played at all. We did not take to Theme Park whatsoever, which is in line with when Theme Park was back in the map pool in 2020. What I will say, though, is some maps we had a decent-ish win rate on the attack, 63% on your cafe, on your chalets, on your borders. So it wasn't such a bad kind of picture, but what I will say is those new maps were not implemented pretty much at all at the start. Now if we go through to the stage 2, onto the next graphic. So this is up to date. This is up to Playday 5. What you will see again is we're not really playing the new maps. We're playing a little bit more Skyscraper. You can still see we've played 1 Theme Park, but we've played no Borders. And I think one thing that's crucial to know is that the win rate on the attack has also gone down significantly, pretty much across the board, apart from on Clubhouse.
Yeah, I mean, we had 3 maps in stage 1 that had a 63% win rate for the attackers. We had Cafe, we had Chalet, we had Border. Like you say, that's really dropped off, and the defenders seem to have figured a couple of things out, which, obviously when we look towards the attacking side, operators like Finca, Zofia, particularly prevalent in the meta at the minute for the attacking side with those LMGs, with a lot of utility. Yes, we have seen a little bit of an increase in a ban towards them, maybe playing into then that loss of attacker win rate.
Yeah, I mean, as well, you've also got to think about Azami. Azami's new into the operator lineup this time, the effect that she has, the fact that she completely changes defenses, makes sites viable as well. So it's kind of, I think for a region, the point that I'm trying to stress with these maps here is that other regions are playing the new maps. They are attacking them well, and EU has fallen behind. However, our top teams, the maps played on the new maps, it's generally our top teams that are playing them. We're seeing Heroic, Rogue, BDS, Wolves all playing these new maps and trying to get to them and having high preference for them. and it's kind of the teams down the bottom of the table that are sticking to the old faithful maps, the older map pool.
Just to try to make sure that, hey, we know that this will work, and it's still a work in progress for a lot of these teams to make it through. So, yes, we'll have to test that out, and obviously we'll talk about this a bit more once we kind of wrap up this stage, because there will be a lot of things. I don't know, are we going to give out any trophies this time for the stage too?
We might be.
All right, I'm just hopeful.
Keep it zipped.
I enjoy trophy ceremonies, so who knows? Maybe we'll get more of those here in
You
stage
don't
two.
usually.
No, we have
Usually
not.
watching them from the crowd.
When was the last time EU held a trophy?
Somebody tweeted it not so long ago. That it was a very long time.
It's a good while.
Last year, if
it
we
Raleigh?
include Raleigh, there
Or
was,
was it
no,
Milan?
there was no. After Raleigh, we had
Navi
Navi
and
winning,
Tokonami, yes.
and that was the
Navi
last
and
time we had
Japan.
won anything. There wasn't even a minor event that we won. Hey, but we won EU League.
Every time we manage it.
Honestly, NA isn't even trying
Unbeaten
at
in
this
EU.
point.
Unbeaten in EUL.
And that's how we're going to keep it. There you go. Trophies abound for EU League. We'll see what happens come Berlin. We're on home soil. We know the crowd won't disappoint. Well, what about the region itself? And on from the maps, there's one team that we've been watching this entire stage that's kind of gone above and beyond. We've always talked about them as middle of the pack. They're kind of the farm team. They're always going to be there. 5th place, never making it. But the Wolves look incredible in stage 2. They made it through in stage 1 to Charlotte. What happens here with this squad?
They absolutely do, and I've got a couple of illustrations, so I'm going to walk over in just a second, but I would by far and away say that Wolves are currently leading the pack, and that's not a joke, but they are obviously first place, but they are by far and away
I see what you did there.
they are by far and away the top team in this league, and they're exhibiting behaviours as such. So I'm going to just scoot over to the illustration and show everybody the behaviours that I believe they're exhibiting whilst I get the correct one on. So I've got 2 illustrations to show, and I want to talk about the skills that Wolves show. Not just about them being excellent fraggers, not just about Mowgli going and dropping 18 kills, not about Rise, because he's been playing very well as well. The first one is it's actually going to be the jump out that they bait Rogue into. And I want to talk about the team play that Wolves have here. So you're going to see Rise, he drops onto the CCTV balcony. Now, just going to pause it here, and I'm going to have to be quick with my fingers, because Bibu, he's on a drone, droning out CCTV. And we're going to quickly check all the point of views. Mowgli, holding onto a window. And then we're going to go through. That's P4, holding onto the CCTV window. And then we're going to go on to, I think it's Shinka, holding onto the gym window. And then we're going to go back to Mowgli's point of view, and we're going to see the jump out. So this team play together nets them 2 kills for literally nothing. And this is what Wolves are doing with their team play to create themselves into 5v2 scenarios, advantageous scenarios as I call it. They go on, they win the round. It's really comfortable because they can then just play out a 5v3. Now, we're going to go into a scenario where they're a little bit down in the dumps. Mowgli, he's dropped himself off. He's been the entry pick. They're in a 4v5. Now, they're attacking onto the CCTV bomb site, caching CCTV, and they've got to figure out a way to do an attack without the race because they've just lost the race on the hard breach. So I know it got picked up in the cast, and they're going to go for a breach. It's been shown in the highlight, and it's Rise. Thatcher, Thermite, nade from below, kill the bandit tricker, very easy, and get 1 for good measure. Now, that's the first problem solved, but it also solves a second problem in that the Thatcher and the Thermite can now rotate and go and get the main CCTV breach that was a little bit more awkward with the bandit on side. That's how Mowgli died as well. So now you're going to go and see, and as they start to come into picture in just a second, because obviously they're taking a little bit of time, the Thatcher and the Thermite will go and open this CCTV breach out here. So that once that's open, you've then got a lot of pressure on the attackers, and the rest of the default attack can come in. And you've got a 4v3 scenario that was a 4v5 because they've been able to think on their feet, problem solve. I'm pretty sure that that wasn't the original intention of the attack, but they lost Mowgli, and then the problem solve. They got the information, and then Rise has kind of just done Rise things as well, jumped in the CCTV window and got a double. Ultimately, then turn it into a 4v1, get the plant down, and win the round out from there. So they're setting themselves up for success. And even when things are going a little bit bumpy at the start of the rounds, they're then going on, problem solving their way out of a bad start of a round and winning them from there.
Thank you very much, Jack. That's very beautiful. And we talked about it like last week, but also when you were preparing the clips themselves, the way they set up that double kill, they know Rogue, their whole MO is jumping out of windows and getting kills. Just bait them into it. They're going to do it eventually. That's preparation, but just able to react in the moment.
Yeah, and it's kind of soft skills, right? That none of that is being able to shoot better than somebody in the server. Rise isn't able to shoot better than half of these 18-year-old fraggers that he keeps killing. It's because they've got good preparation. They've got great communication. They try and play as a team, and they're able to problem solve as a team, as one unit, and that's why they're by far and away the best team at the minute.
Like you say, it's putting themselves in a position to win.
Yeah.
It's knowing, first of all, what that position is, and then, like you say, Rise being aware that, yep, somebody's probably going to push me from there, because that's what they do. Not being reacting to it, not necessarily being like, oh, I've got to flick onto that. It's just already, Wolves are ahead of the game of everybody else at the minute.
Well. Honestly, I'm loving watching Wolves and seeing that the organization is posting constantly about them and the top player and everything. It's great stuff to see. So that's kind of the model of orgs joining in here to EUL. Let's talk about our schedule for today, however. This is where we're going to turn our attention to, because I would like to see more of those upsets that we got in our last Playday. And first up, it's Navi versus M&M. Still both in the running for the top 4. Then after that, we go on to Outsiders versus Heroic. Can Heroic kind of bring it all back while Outsiders start to face them up? Our match of the day, Rogue versus BDS. There's a lot of question marks on Rogue. Will they be answered today against BDS, who lost to Navi in our last Playday? A lot of questions to be asked. G2 versus Pones. We'll leave the questions to that later. And then finally, Wolves versus Team Secret to wrap up our day. Gentlemen, I heard a bit of snickering on the side. What's going on there?
Well, you just skipped over that game, Milos.
I did announce that it's there.
It's that it exists, it might happen, and somebody has to get 3 points, unfortunately, for those.
I mean, they don't
teams.
have to. It could be overtime.
We'll introduce ties just for this game.
I think, personally, I've predicted one G2 win so far this stage. I think I might have predicted in the first week, but that doesn't count. After we've seen the struggles, I've predicted one, and I got it right. And I've predicted G2 again tonight, and I think there's a possibility that they do beat Pawns.
I would agree.
You agree?
Yeah, I think just quickly coming on to that G2 game, they've got a big enough map pool to punish Pawns for their map pool, and the individual talent on G2 that's not been able to carry them against some of the stronger teams should be able to carry them against Pawns.
All right, then, our match of the day, Rogue versus BDS. That's what we're going to put up on the screen for you and talk about the two teams that took 2 big L's in our last Playday. Rogue, after coming off a 7-0 victory against Outsiders, well, they get slapped around by Wolves, and you saw also in the telestration. But BDS also did not have the best of days. They lost to Navi 7-5, and they're supposed to be the top team, but look, it's the other French team that's all the way at the top. They're trailing behind by 6 points. A lot of work to do for both squads, and a lot to talk about today for both of them. First up, Rogue. What are you thinking, Jack?
Rogue, for me, they lost the game, but they didn't lose the performance. They didn't lose because they put in a bad performance. They lost because their opponent of Wolves was just too good. And I think a lot of people will lose to Wolves this stage with that. Rogue have been putting in really encouraging performances. They have an ulterior brand of Siege. Couldn't get that word out. They play slightly differently to how a lot of teams play for. They play a very basic default setup with adaptations and mid-round calls, but they play more or less as a unit with 2 sub-teams, with Leon and Deepak as one sub-team, Crying Canto and Spoit as the other. And they're very aggressive. Obviously, if Crying Canto and Spoit is your front line, that's a very aggressive front line. They play very often for kills. Very often, it's chaos when they play, and it's really entertaining to watch, and it's very effective.
When it doesn't work, though, like we saw in our last Playday, they could get baited out with that gameplay.
That's it. I mean, Wolves came in, as you say, Wolves won it really, but you've got to look at the Rogue, plan B, plan C. They didn't really adapt quick enough to what Wolves were bringing to the table, and ultimately it led them to a loss. It's nice to see Spike top of the pops in terms of rating.
Yep.
There's a lot of questions coming in. How does he transfer from rank star to competitive? And he's done fantastically well so far.
It really has been, actually. There's a lot of pressure when you move on to competitive play, and he's handled it quite well, at least performance-wise. We'll see how it all pans out with the team later on today. BDS, though, on the other side. The French squad that everybody expects to be present to represent Europe at every single event, Tim. Well, they got smacked down by the Navi boys last day.
The winds of change have certainly blown through EUL, I think it's fair to say, when it comes to BDS. You know, I keep saying that I'm giving them my last chance. It's my last chance where I'm going to back BDS. Fresh is laughing because I've said it to him about 3 or 4 times. Right, this is the last time, Fresh. This is the last time. And they keep baiting me back in because I just look at this lineup and I know how good they have been and how good they can be, but they're just not showing us it. And like you say, Wolves at the minute, certainly the top French team in the league, you know, really, really kicking up a gear where BDS have slipped back.
They're uncharacteristically, one, passive for a lot of their players, apart from Shaiko. We often see it. Shaiko's walked in, really aggressive. If he gets 5 kills, they're laughing. If he doesn't, they're not. The problem with that is the rest of the players are playing so passive. And there's a massive desynchronization between the IGL, between the rest of the supporting crew, between the front man, and it's creating holes in there, particularly in their attacks.
And today there's a 2-point difference, 8 points for BDS, 10 for Rogue, and that's basically the difference between position 2 and 6 in EUL. So BDS win today in regulation would be huge, but even in overtime, those 2 points will put them above. They can still hold the tiebreak above Rogue. But that said, what are our predictions before we wrap up our pre-show? It's the most important part of our pre-show, and we're almost all aligned there. It's just, hey, let's pick a different team every now and then. Even all of us going for G2 than Pones. Damn. Wolves at the end to close it all. And I'm going to be asking questions today to everybody as we go through with our competitive day. As you see, Fabian is not here. I'm not going to comment on that, but he's just not here this week, which means we're going to have alterations with everybody here on the desk. Jack, you and I will be here. Mm-hmm. We're going to have more experts showing up with us.
Yeah, it should be fun. We're going to have a lot of faces on this desk.
We've got a lot of experts.
That's true. Everybody's been around since forever at this point. But that said, our final piece before we start off with our day. For all the VODs and more content, you can always check it all out on YouTube. It's the R6 Esports VOD YouTube channel, but also on the R6 Esports YouTube channel, where we've got podcast content and more. And we're filming more this week to come out in preparation for the end of the stage. But with that said, I think it's time for us to kick off our day. Navi versus M&M in a moment.
G2 topple Heroic 7-3.
I think that sort of proved to me what sort of team we were, that we could come back from the losses and we could come back from everything that was put in front of us and win.
And if you can have this to manage, then you will be unbeatable.
We want to be the one that need to create something that people start talking about.
As a team, we've learned now what we need to do for next time.
Hard work is this, boys. It's this. It's not supposed to be easy.
It's time to kick off our stage. Bones versus Heroic is about to begin.
Hey! Woo! We need to be humble. This team wants this game as much as us, if not more.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time to kick off our EUL Playday number 6. Navi versus M&M are a UK massive game just to get it all rolling. Both teams having gotten W's in their last Playday, surprising many, but again, we expected them to finally get into the right beat. Last Playday was a big one for both of them. How about we start off with Navi? For this, welcome back to the desk, by the way. I'm Milosh. This is Ace and Fresh. And Ace, I really want to ask you about the squad. What are they set to do today? Because they pulled a massive surprise last Playday.
They did, and what I love for Navi at the minute is this is a roster that's seen a couple of changes. For me, they're really starting to find their feet now in the middle of Stage 2, getting things locked down. Skiddy Thunder particularly going pretty well. I know Thunder's rating's a little bit low there, but he's had some really impactful moments in rounds that aren't necessarily shown up by the figures in front of you, so I wanted to give him a shout. We've also seen Blur waking up a little bit, Nathan getting the frags. You know, there's plenty for fans of Navi and this roster to be excited about.
I am very excited about this roster.
Are you?
Yes.
And
I'm very excited about this roster, and I thought that particularly Kayak in his interview last week gave a really great interview, a lot of insight. So I've actually prepared a little telestrator on Navi because I was that impressed about them.
Well,
once again, I'm going to scoot over. I'm going to go back to this position, and you'll see me on the camera as I'm nice and dark here. There I am. Hello.
Hey.
Now, Navi last week against BDS, they went up against a team that is known for doing default things, and Navi out-defaulted them, and that is no criticism whatsoever. So what you're going to see here is you're going to see the bomb site of Aviator and Games. Now, it's in 2x speed. They're not just little ants running around. It is in 2x speed because I wanted to show the whole round and I wanted to do it quickly. So within 1 minute, Navi have already taken. They're doing a default master side take, which is from the top left of your screen down towards site. They need to take control of master bedroom, statue there, and trophy, all within a minute. They've done that. So that's the first, quote-unquote, default done. The next port of call, as the camera will just move in just a second, is when you're doing this default attack, is you need control of master, statue, and trophy. Then you need to take control of 90. So if I go to green, and we'll see what they've already taken within a minute. They've already taken all of this area. They now have also taken 90. Now, just keep a little focus on Nath because he's playing Nomad as well. And what he does is he Nomads off the arches so that the defenders cannot push 90. So that's step 1 done, step 2 done. Look at the time. They've done it within 90 seconds. Quick communication. They rotate the relevant players where they necessarily need to be. The third step to this default attack is to take control of Study. Oh, wrong one. Sorry about that. It is to take control of Study over here. So you'll see the focus will be on Study. There'll be 2 players there. They'll go to the window and Study together. Try and work out, stop any defenders from being in Study. Now, that is taken. So if I just redraw these squares, all of this is in control of the attackers. What that means is they can go for a default plan inside of that circle, either behind the vault door or on the table. And they've done it and given themselves 45 seconds to execute. That, for professional teams, is incredibly fast, incredibly well done. They've also set themselves up in a 5v3 scenario. So as this plays on, you're going to see them going for the plant. Now, BDS, they only have smokes and echo cameras to try and stop this plant. You'll see the smoke grenades come out and the echo cameras. Now, I'm going to go very slow here, and I want you to focus on this player here inside of the vault and this player here inside of the bar. Focus on them two, and then watch Navi's coverage from the door there onto that player, and then from the balcony there onto that player. As it plays on now. So you'll see them now. They've baited out the smokes. Now they go back in for the plant. Smokes downed. Jaeger's killed. Suddenly, it's a 4v2 with the plant down. And Navi have executed a default attack absolutely flawlessly, like they were doing it in dry runs, but they've done it in an official match. They did it in the first round, and they did it in the second round. That's how they set themselves up for success against BDS.
And a map that we've seen, Jack, in Stage 2 is going way more in the defense than expected. Attack win rate, around 37, 38%?
It's pretty
Not
low.
super great. But on the other side, M&M still had a great day too, Ace. So can they do it today?
Yeah, I mean, M&M are another team that really seem to have found their feet here in EUL. We said, they had obviously, didn't make it to the Berlin Major, had a little bit of a tough time at SI, but have really started, you've got to give them the leeway that this is their first top-tier season. And they're really growing into it. Good win against G2, which we did expect, but you've still got to get those wins. And they did. And, I wouldn't be surprised to see them take 3 points.
So, M&M, from your point of view here, Jack, this is a team that, I mean, in general, it seems like you would never vote for UK teams. If you still went for them today, you're kind of forced your hand on
Navi,
this
actually.
one. Did you?
Yeah, I was the only one.
Ooh.
I was just that impressed by Navi, genuinely. But M&M,
anything that impresses you from
just
M&M?
quickly to go on to M&M, is M&M have had a little bit of an issue of individuality, particularly Solotov and Tyrant. They've been trying to correct, I don't know if it's correct previous performances, try and cheese kills, whatever. They seem to have sorted it out and have started operating as a unit, and that's where they're finding the success. So that's what I want to see them do in this game.
Then what map will we be on in this series? Will we finally see Border? I hope not. And it's going to be Chalet. There it is. Border banned out by Navi. Oregon taken out by M&M, which leaves us with M&M deciding on Chalet. They'll be starting off on the fence. Navi have picked up the attack. Your thoughts, Tim?
I think it suits Navi down to the ground. We know that the attack is strong on Chalet. That said, as we learnt in our map section earlier, Chalet is, like all maps, not really favouring the attackers. Nothing is at the minute. Defenders are having a better time of it. So you'd expect at least a 50-50. I don't know. I still like M&M for this.
M&M played Rogue on Chalet in Playday 1. And they should have been punished, but they managed to get away with it because they basically had to adapt in rounds like 9, 10, 11, 12 to get it to overtime, forcing that Rogue, baiting out that aggression and punishing it. But they looked on their attack very, very solo for most of that. So I hope that if they do go on to, obviously they are going on to Chalet, they will get onto the attack. When they get onto that attack, that it's a little bit more as a unit, because I think I remember the very first round, Soltov was walking up blue, as Users is walking in lobby, as 2 guys are on the roof. It was just so detached from each other, and that's what could be exploited by Navi.
I think they've had enough time to kind of fix those issues because these two teams have faced off against one another 1 in a million times.
Yeah, I think so. And M&M generally, those issues weren't map specific. They still crop up from time to time and have done over the past couple of weeks, but they've generally improved on that specific issue of just not playing together. They've started playing much more together, and the results have correlated with that.
Is it lack of experience, or is it something else, Tim?
I think it probably is just that. It's experience. It's just time playing together. They've come through a reasonable path now. They've, done the Challenger League. They've had the stage 1. And as Fresh said there, we're starting to see them able to fix these issues. They're playing as a great front 3 at the minute. If Solotov doesn't turn up, Usus will, Tyrant's there. So, Nello picked up on it on interviews previously where he said it doesn't matter which one of them it is, somebody's always doing it. And so, I think that's one of the big strengths for M&M.
Big strength for M&M in this one. Chalet always gets us kind of funkier bans. We got it also in APAC North. We had a Glass being banned out. Like, do we expect some kind of funky stuff happening here? Because both teams, and as you showed in your own kind of review, I guess, of those rounds, is they're playing default. They're applying the default gameplay. This is how it's supposed to be. Would it work here in Chalet?
If I remember back all the way to Playday 1, I can't remember which player it was. I want to say it was Tyrant, could have been any of the front 3 for M&M. Going through on the Nook, up the West Main stairs, through into dining, killing Cryan, who just wasn't even aware that he was there. Now, that's a little bit what they were trying to do that whole game. Maybe a Nook ban would be good. And conversely, similarly, against Skiddy, we've not seen Skiddy with a thinker ban, with a target ban against him, with a team putting the pressure on him. Now, the context of this matchup is it's a UK against UK matchup. These guys are all friends. They've known each other a long time. And you can bet that M&M will be trying to put Skiddy under pressure because they know and they have more experience of him than most teams will.
It's the rat race, as some would call it when it comes to a UK v UK game, isn't it?
It really is. We're fighting over 4th spot, potentially a little bit higher. But, my big question for this one, defending Wine, please open the hatch. That's my big thing. Open the hatch when defending Wine, please. Please.
You don't talk about
very
it very
frustrated.
often.
Honestly, it drives me to distraction.
Pones aren't playing, so you'll probably be fine.
Drives me, as you said, Pawns left it unreinforced and then didn't take anything to physically open it, so it was still useless. Use the hatch.
Use the hatch.
Please.
All right, Tim, always spitting facts in here. Fresh, Tim, thank you so very much. Fortunately, we had a small delay, but the delay is fixed up and ready. Let's kick off game number 1. It's a UK banger mashup. And we got Navi versus M&M. That's for Hap and Emmy on the side to take it. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, we're back. We are cleared. We're able to be here in what is actually, I know they said it on the desk, they all know each other. Yeah, 9 out of 10 of these players have played for M&M or are currently playing for M&M. Only one of them hasn't worn the jersey at one point. They're pretty familiar.
Indeed, we'll be pretty familiar. And M&M, of course, first they were that talent academy, getting players into EUL. And, they decided this time around, let's just stick in it. Let's just play that season ourselves. And let's see how far we can come. After, of course, they went towards the 6th Invitational. Now, they haven't been able to go to an actual major yet. After that, that will be their goal. Same will go for Navi, though. And as we head over towards Chalet, it is again going to be in sort of an important matchup. Like, 4 play days left to go. If you win here, first of all, you take 3 points your opponent won't get, but also get a head up on the actual race towards that top 4. Because Navi just currently in it. M&M is sitting on the equal amount of points. Yeah, important matchup.
I mean, okay, I think we have to look at the sort of grander picture of this. Is this technical, including today, 4 play days left, which is a total of 12 points.
12 points.
And you're looking at the top team, Wolves, are sitting on 15 points. The lowest team, Secret, sitting on 12 points. It's all still technically within reach, technically.
Yeah.
Today we might get a big break, and that big break is from the 2nd place even, 10 points of Rogue, down to 7th place, 7. Everybody is very close.
They're all a win away from potentially making it in, except, of course, GT, Pwn, and Secret. Those are a bit further. As the bands continue on, that's the next band we've talked about. Before the Izami gone off the board as well, just like the Valkyrie. Don't speak about Thatcher. Always gets removed nowadays. It's for the last couple of years already. Doesn't see that much play. And we're headed on to Chalet. And yeah, the grander picture, everybody is so close. You really want a full-time win here. You need those 3 points because that just puts you in a better spot, puts the others in a way worse position. And as we get going, round 1, Emmy, kitchen and dining first up for M&M.
Whoa, let's find a trip there. There was a fun statistic, and I apologize, I can't quite remember who posted it, but it raised the question that Chalet as a map in NA, apparently Bedroom has a 0% success rate. In NA, not in EU. And that's just a curious, fun Chalet statistic I thought I would throw up into the air. And I guess that's some of the shape of this map and how you're obviously, you're looking towards them as a league, you're looking towards them as a position and how you try and put that fight in.
Which one?
It was the Bedroom on defense.
The Bedroom on defense. So I have Master Office.
Yeah, Master Office.
50% defensive win rate.
Oh. Maybe I was incorrect on my statistic.
It is. Skyscraper has a 0% win rate overall. Seems to be a bit of a bug there. Either way, it doesn't matter.
Maybe it's backwards.
Maybe it's backwards.
I'll have to go and re-find it. And then blame whoever. It was someone else on Twitter. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But, okay, point of the conversation is it's starting to get a little bit learnt by attackers because Chalet is a great map for attackers. And you started to see that Master Office swing around the office as being a good lead-in for defenders. It was the start of a lot of the holds, and here it's fallen out, that preference a little bit. It's sort of become like CC was on Clubhouse, where in an attacker-driven meta, people are learning the attacks on the one they run the most. The pressure here coming all the way across the top of the Solarium side, some underneath on Trophy. That's Twitch drone that, well, it believed it couldn't, it did.
A lot of utility taken out there, 2 pests and a camera. Almost got caught there, actually. Wasn't quite aware of the fact that it was out there, but managed to just save it there and take out those pests. Now, Yak, continuing on that drone, we'll find 1 person. It's aware of a second one being out there as well, due to the smoke canister that did just pop. This user is receiving some grenades from below. It's not taking too much damage, though. So a lot of utility being used in this very early minute here. Twitch drones, grenades all coming through, but no one really taking a big hit here.
Bit of a hold, a bit of a wait, as we start to see Navi try and structure themselves towards the site. There it is. The first fight breaks through. Skitty finds a grenade, hunting at the same time, and suddenly they're inside, putting the pressure directly round onto the chassis itself. Neo is in a blink of an eye. All that's left, and another blink later, he is
Not left at all. Navi suddenly found a swing and a hit, and maybe Fresh was talking about something proper on the desk before when he broke down their ability to close down on attacks like that.
Yeah, for sure. And it was a very orchestrated attack coming through there. 2 kills coming in at the same time. And of course, those could be partially a bit of luck factor that they come together at that very same second. The grenade popping up from below at the same time. The swing coming through onto the hallway door. Both picked up in favor of Navi. You find yourself with a 2-minute advantage. And 30 seconds later, the round is over without taking a single loss. Navi, good first start on the attack here. And as we're headed towards the basement, they can potentially continue. You know what Ace said, by the way, for the defenders?
What do you say?
Make sure that hatch is
Make
open.
sure it's open.
You don't want to
I had to explain that to my stack. I said, if Tim's...
this is interesting.
Partially opened.
It's not fully open, but
it gives you the angle.
Yeah, and it doesn't allow them to drop, so they actually would have to open it up if they want to go for a drop. But it still allows you to challenge underneath it. So you might still be able to stop the plan that way. Oh, never mind.
There it is. I was going to say, if you're putting the mirror window up there as well, then you assume you want that as an escape because you want to try and play that territory, but rotating around on Chalet is something that can be done. Okay, Navi, a great first swing here on the attack on Chalet, and you know how important this game is because we talk about 12 potential points remaining. We'll also point out the fact that you are in 4th currently, M&M are in 5th, and your remaining games in hand, Navi is Wolves, Heroic, and Rogue, the top 3 teams. So if you have any hope of trying to take the fight to them, you've got to start it here with at least the one team you've got left that's currently beneath you here. The pressure is going to start over West Main. Nello's just getting some drone intel ahead of the swing of Solotov, give him some potential. They're looking for a bit of aggression, and they're trying to find it on the little cuts on the windows, but they're not quite fully cemented, and they just pull themselves a little bit back as the pressure comes from multiple angles.
They're trying to go a bit aggro onto the defense here. They don't quite want to give it away, and let's start with the very first kill. Naved picked up, and rightfully so. Just drone coming in. Oh, it was a hack drone, all right. So thought he had some information there, able to punish on it straight away. Mirror window gets popped. Was that by Mozzie? I think it was. Did Solotov open it and then just drop?
Yes.
Okay, but because assumed there was still not a player there, so I wasn't quite sure.
It does obviously give you the ability to swing around from the main stairs if you want to take that. Neo can try and apply some pressure, or Tyrant, obviously, who's loosing around. They felt the breath down their neck from the opposite side, from the side of Trophy. So instead of giving them a locked wall with a mirror window to watch, remove the mirror window, because you know they're going to be taking over Dining. They cannot have anything else that means they then also cannot try and rotate back in from the big lobby stairs. Blur. Oh, there's just a bit of a C4 outpaces. Doesn't quite get the catch on the kill, but now he's tucked in on the hatch, and there's that pop mirror window that means he has to play it a little bit more cautiously because he knows he could be caught.
Next one opened up on the back of the snowmobile as well, so they can create these long angles towards Thunder, towards Blur. But with Tyrant still up above, he's going to try and hunt this player up above the hatch. Gets the headshot somehow as he tries to trace back after not hitting it in the very first attempt. Thunder here holding this breach, doesn't know someone has jumped up, and this actually allows him to retake that top floor, retake that hatch. And as these grenades get tossed in, they are afraid of it.
A fadeaway headshot. The Echo drone's trying to get a shot off, and there's a bit of a trade out in the middle of the site. 40 seconds, and Users finds one more. M&M have that response. One apiece, locked in down on Snowmobile after the back of some pretty fun, frightening roaming.
Good calls there indeed. They managed to get that very first kill on the roaming, then decided, you know what, it's time to fall back. What confused me with the mirror window was because there was 2 players and only one fell back. I was like, surely the second one has to go back now as well. So as you said, the reason indeed is to make sure they don't have that mirror window to defend with. And they left that as well. And the retake, Tyrant, I don't know. He just starts spraying. He expected him to be a little bit closer towards that window. Not the case. And as he fades off, he gets that final kill. It helps. And that's for sure. Echo Drone leading in with some of those stuns as well, allowing these gunfights to be a little bit easier for the side of M&M. You're now 1-1. Equalized that score as you see it on the replay here again. Gets a ping. It's not quite correct. Falls back. And finds the headshot as he doesn't. Now, as we are in games, the top 4 is going to be quite crucial again. Hatch there is able to deny any of the jump-ins from the big windows, stop any of those plans happening, for example. But at the same time, it's something we've seen from NA many times before, is the push through the basement. You could actually open up onto the pantry wall, make that position unplayable, and after that, you can just, this beautiful being portrayed here by medics. Just push into the bar straight away, and there's not much they can do as there's little positions to play in.
It's one of the things that might work well with how Navi have their approaches, structured and quick, sharp takes. As we saw in the opening round, is something where on this site, where there is a sort of two-factor, two-story level of domination, well, you can play that game. And you can play that game with a little bit of this outside external freedom that gives you the time to build up to an attack. Nath, he's going to steady his way in and up from underneath the snowmobile stairs itself and potentially all the way to the top, looking for the usual bulletproof. Doesn't quite catch it. Doesn't take that drone because there's more important utilities to get first. Gets an ADS on the corner. Makes that Wamai a little bit less safe, but it is still a Wamai.
I didn't want to give away the Twitch drone that was coming in there, so gets the ADS first or then zaps that camera. Managed to save it as well, so you might have some zaps later on coming in as well from Nath. So the second drone just scouting out for himself, droning himself in, opening up that barricade. Is definitely going to let the defenders know that he's coming. Ella will be on standby in the pantry here. Now, I talked before on how they would and could open pantry. Not the case now, as there is no Maverick. Have to use some of that harp, which is Solids of quite close to Blur here. Bit of awkward battle.
I mean, it was just that sort of thing. He threw the drone out. Blur obviously didn't stick on it, but in that situation, you're hoping to either try and catch them on the swing, see if they pull themselves back, or, well, you can't really get too far, because if they're holding the angle and you try and move out, then you're in a bit of a tight spot. But well, Solosov really wanted that fight, and Blur unfortunately found the wrong side of it, didn't quite get a connection, and that gives them that opening lead in. Arena Gates being reactivated onto the windows. Navi's found themselves stalling a little bit here over the top. They're trying to get a little bit more control over the players that are putting that pressure back across it, but with Yak on the split windows there towards the top of the piano side, they're just going for a hot hop at the pre-fire, find one. Nath gets the second connection. Suddenly they have a body balance in their favor. One more caught out, and there it is. Skitty gets themselves picked back up, and then the stroke and a swing, they've got this control of the top. Usus wanted to retake it, loses his life out to Skitty with the triple, leaving just Neo left, trying to drive his way around. You assume it's going to be watched, and it is. Nath has that lock in, and I said they could strike sharp. They even did it on a bit of a back foot there.
Did it on the back foot, managed to take that piano, the library under control there. Still kind of confused how suddenly everything shifted in their favor, and after that you see the M&M players trying to go more aggressive. They lose two players, they still continue peeking to try and bring back that body balance, but Navi well equipped to deal with it here, managing to pick up their second round as well onto that bar site. Now that is 3 sites played, 2 won by the attackers and only 1 by M&M. Kitchen Dining is coming up next. One they struggled with as well. You see Skitty just jumping through so your laser gate. I mean, you are, you can heal yourself back up. It's not that big of a deal, especially since you get a bit of a surprise factor as soon as you jump through. Yes, it gives the information, but if you toss the flashbang first and then you jump through, it's like 2 seconds of delay, giving them more chance to prepare. But more importantly, let's see how they will adapt, how they will change their current setup. So flawless is the way it was led into by Navi. They surely don't want to have that happen again on the side of M&M. They need to lock this off with, let's say, a 2-4 or 3-3 scoreline for M&M.
You want at least 2 on your defense. I think one of the things that can play against them here is that they're not the biggest stretch on Chalet, these 2 teams. It's not a map that they come to with a lot of preference. It's not a map that they generally put in some of their bigger performances. The fact that Oregon was almost where we went, which was where the 2 teams actually met in the first split, and the only player difference there was secretly for Skitty, with secretly being the only person who didn't really get his teeth in. So Skitty, a little bit eyes on this game, because if he can be a difference maker, I mean, it was a 7-5 last time round to the side of M&M, and here's Skitty making that difference almost instantly. The grenade is going to go under Tyrant's feet. Does get the catch too, and I said he could be big, but he's going huge.
That could be a top play of the week already. Just gets in, gets that first kill somehow. Tyrant unaware of the fact that Afinka just got a kill right below him, and a grenade could be coming up next, especially if you have a shield there. So double kill coming in, absolutely big from Skitty there, and that is going to be putting Navi onto a giant advantage here, trying to retake this site yet once more, trying to make sure that they get yet another round on the board. And as he's starting to attack horizontally now, there is still 2 players up on the top floor, but eventually it won't matter if they manage to get the site down.
Well, here comes this flat pressure now across the side. The big bows of Lobby are starting to fall, and Skitty with the perfect lead in is something where maybe they were taken a bit by surprise, but it gives Navi so much time to do exactly this. Start to structure themselves on this approach, see if they can try and put the pressure onto box itself and then dig it in. The players are gone. They've pulled themselves as far back as possible. Users in the bathtub, Neo on the bed, or just tucked behind it, and Nello the only one onto the site itself. How long can they hold on for? Because they're about to have the onslaught of Navi.
Neo holding a tight angle there onto the balcony, hoping to find one as they move in to bring that body balance a little bit closer. Zak's pushing in first with a diffuser here. Could be a bit detrimental if he falls. Neo's falling back just in time as the window gets opened up onto the solarium. It's uses that is dug into the bathroom here. Is about to be distracted here. Finds one kill. Hopes to go for the second, but Blur gets down to about 5 HP. But the diffuser has been dropped, and that's huge.
Now they're going to see if they can just hold on to the backside. He's got himself tucked into a new corner, but not for very long. Skitty with the triple for the round. The fight there over the trophy window. Neo's just able to slip and slink his way by, but he's still trying to apply some pressure here. He wants to catch them before suddenly everybody's trying to catch them from behind. Look at the time, 30 seconds. They've got to see if they can try and drive themselves down a staircase. It's currently smoked off and locked in. Blur might be the huge play from the opposite side. Do they know Neo's there? They do now, and he's going to find himself a new route out. Drops down, rotates around. It's a 3 versus 1, and they know he's underneath. They're going to pick up the kit, a handful of seconds, see if they can get it stuck down on the hard floor. A quick bit and swing of momentum as Neo comes up. Watches for the first fight. They're swinging either side. They're not quite able to get the lock in with the UMP. There's at least a huge take onto the split on the opposite side. A post plant, 2 versus 1. Barely any health. Has to try and slink his way around, but can't find the corner. Navi just about lock it out.
They just about do so indeed, but Neo dropping there inside a trophy, that was a difference maker, because as soon as he dropped down towards that basement, it's a 4-on-1 or a 3-on-1 for the person left on site. You're just going to be overrun. They realize this well. He's in basement now. He doesn't have a C4, it's a castle. We can just start pushing towards the side. We get that bomb down, and at the moment he's coming back up, we have our job done. That's exactly what they did. They held the rotation, made sure he wasn't able to get back inside and stop that plant from happening. And thus a 3-on-1 on the board now. Navi is expanding on their lead, but this is how it all started out. Skitty with that first pick finds Solotov just wandering about. And this one is a bit strange though. Tyrant, you know, okay, you cannot just instantly fall away, but as a Finka gets a kill right underneath you, you might need to expect that a grenade could be coming. Just temporarily leave your position, see if that grenade is coming. If it doesn't come, you can always move back, but just 2 kills handed to him for free. And now, back towards the basement we go. The side that was actually won by the side of M&M onto the defense. See if they can do that again. There's a similar kind of setup coming through. Hatches open up, mirror windows deployed. Looking over. No Finka. Well, no, there is Finka.
I was going to say, actually, no, Finka.
The Dokkaebi is the new pick. I thought they swapped it out for a second.
No, I don't think. And it was pointed out by Thunder. It was pointed out that
Dokkaebi.
When are we going to see someone target ban Skitty and Finka?
Yeah.
Maybe sooner after the performance that he's been able to lead in here. He wasn't the quickest to get into the season, but by God, he's found his pace. 7-2, and I said he could be the difference maker, and now's the time to make the difference. The body already lost. The C4 doesn't get itself over, but Solotov does. It just got caught out on the top there, and now then, being able to remove Skitty, being able to remove Thunder quite early on, it puts a lot of pressure on that backline structure of Nathan Yak to see if they can help Blur get a couple of bodies.
That C4, if it went over, that could have been huge there. Blur, in the meantime, knocking on the front door of the side. It's looking to see if he can find a way inside. Of course, most of M&M have fallen back, considering they have a 2-minute advantage here, so they want to utilize that. Quickly checking the table. They think there might be an Electroclaw hidden in there, and I don't think they could be wrong.
No, it was quite a late throw.
Yeah, but I don't know if they had one in there earlier, which they taken care of, and now wondering why it's still electrified.
Well, they've got a minute 40 to see if they can solve the puzzle of the one that's right in front of them. It's pinged. The reveal on the drone. It's going to be a little bit of a grenade roll just underneath. Should catch that Banshee as well. Yak takes the damage to make sure they can get it popped in time. Uses has to pull himself around and throws the claw into the second one. This one will at least stop and catch this. There it was. It was thrown just before, as we saw, and that means they have this singular point of breach to at least trade off. Nath finds Solotov after he's already found his second for the round. Blue's a bit dangerous. A minute 10. Look at the slow creep over the top. Tyrant, he's making a very steady, calm rotate towards the control above that power point of the hatch itself. The slip through. Nello providing all the intel that he can. The swing, the pull, the reveal, the drop of the camera. Do they know the plant's going down? Well, Nath picks himself up, and suddenly Tyrant's putting a little bit of energy in. That C4 doesn't quite get the full scratch. There's one for Nath. He's looking for the next. But it comes against him. M&M have their second on their defense on the same site.
Again, same side, this time led in with that aggression coming through. Getting the spawn peak, first of all, onto the Dokkaebi, not being able to use any of the utility, no phone calls coming out, no hack cams coming through. And after that, finding Skitty as well. You were talking about how much he is a difference maker in this game. You saw in that very last round as well, where he managed to get the double entry. This time picked up without a single impact onto that round. And that finds us here with M&M on their second round, but they do desperately need that third. And this Barn Gaming will be up next. See if they can make a difference here this time around, because they struggled here after the library take was called for by Navi. Suddenly 2 kills coming their way. The body balance turned around back into their favor. Didn't actually last long after that, because M&M just kept throwing bodies at them, and Navi kept on punishing them for it. That is something they should not do at this moment in time. See if you can repeat into the successes of that last round.
M&M, if you can find yourself one more here, I think it will do you a world of good. Not just because you're looking for, to be honest, you're looking for 2, but you're looking to try and swing some of that momentum back into your favor. Still, Navi are finding themselves a bit on the back foot, but then biting back. That control, that confidence, you need to try and remove from them before they find themselves freewheeling around the map and the site itself. Sometimes, especially in the most recent time of M&M, it was a little bit of a slow start on the attacks, making sure you got the control and the pressure. And if Skitty's sort of feeling his swings, it might be something that becomes a little bit more dangerous. Yak is still shut out of this game up to this moment in time, but when you're playing that sort of support role and bringing that structure around, you've still got 3 rounds for the trouble.
So the new pick that M&M have decided to go with here is going to be that Frost. They had a Rooney in the last round they played here, and it bought them some time. It did some damage, but wasn't quite able to lock off any of the kills. These Frost mats need to make the difference here, and that's the C4 that pops out. Unfortunately, gets one of them. Gets taken out by a grenade. I believe that gets rolled through the down hole, eventually taken out as well. 4-4, but the diffuser has been dropped in the meantime as well.
Wow, they were able to at least get a body out of it, but now with the cold kit and Nath gone, without really being able to have a huge impact, they've also lost those Twitch drones, which they were quite big in removing some of the utility round on the backside. Skitty's going to see if he can try and roll his up and just get the intel on the power positions and the players, because we remember the snap last time was very well put together. Now it's going to be trickier, mainly because you've still got those ADSs standing, you've still got a lot of intel. Blur, he's going to see if he can try and put a bit of flat pressure inside this time round.
Still one Frostmat up. They managed to take care of one. There's still one on that double window, and there is an upside down rappel. If anybody would be able to see it, it should be them at this moment in time. The other one, of course, near the balcony, but no one seems to be coming that direction as of now. It seems to be a 4-point push as Blur looking in to join in from the top hallway in one onto the balcony outside as well.
Well, Tyrant, he's tucked behind the shield round on Pillar, waiting for the swing onto the window. Blur's giving them some width now. He's sort of played his hand and shown it, and as that wall gets popped open, Tyrant, where can you go? Kind of nowhere, because Skitty's round on the backside. Solotov tried to save on, but couldn't quite get the full connection and instead pulls back. A difference last time where M&M tried to throw themselves back in. The heal comes out across the board for Navi. They have the man advantage, they have the kit back, and they have the pressure from above. Solotov, he gets himself a little tuck-in corner here round and hopes some pressure comes around on the stairs, but as you see, Thunder tries and gets himself positioned around on the hatch. There's just some angles. Navi, they're making use of their time for now. Neo, he's waiting for this open glove for the catch that might come through as Navi prep themselves. The last bit of drones roll out, try and get the catch on the M&M players. They might have just seen one underneath this hatch. They're going to drop and see if they can get aggro. Nello, he's holding on. He's ready with a shotgun, pumped and locked. There's one, there's 2! Double stacked round. It's over towards the door itself. The pressure's on the corridor. There's only a second left. Finds 2 out the door. They can't quite get the connection with the last man. But M&M just lock it down.
Nello made the right decision there, Amy. At that moment, he was looking at the hatch with the SMG-11, and he's like, but what if 2 people drop? Let me just grab my shotgun, and as he grabs it, pumps it ready to go to start dropping through, and that's where they lost the round on Navi's side, because there's nothing they could do. They could not reply to that English shotgun. If you believe in it hard enough, it's always going to be that one shot down. You managed to get 2. Suddenly, everything turns into your favor. And yes, it was a 1v1 on the end. However, not enough time to cover all the ground that needed to be covered. And that finds us in a 3-3. This moment, he swaps over to that shotgun, aims down the side, and that's exactly when they decide to go for the drop. Finds both of them. Just a single shot fired in the meantime from that Finka towards his feet. But didn't even connect. So that might have been, I mean, you know, nobody siege timing is a bad thing. That's kind of the right thing. Just the right moment to swap towards your shotgun and aim at that hatch and think, what if it is more than one?
With a 3-3 half, and at points it didn't really feel like it, but that could as well just be because Navi were on their attack. Now the pressure, to be honest, is on them, on their defense. You always generally struggle with your defense here onto Chalet, and it's making sure that you can carry that across. As I said before, that round probably had more importance based on the momentum than anything else. 2 fresh blood players that fell into the lap of Nello is going to be something where, to be honest, on the side of Navi, they probably feel like they should have and could have won that. And they've got to try and shake out those cobwebs and bring it back round here for the hold. Starting on bar, a quick bit of pace from Nello, the Flores drone, just getting all the read and the intel on anything that might be tucked behind that window, but outside of an Aruna gate, nothing to be found.
Would have been better to actually jump that drone inside the serial laser gate. Just open up the barricade yourself after that. Actually would have taken care of the BC utility there. Unfortunately, not the case. And with 2 minutes 15 on that clock, surely they can get rid of it. They also have Herbana on the board. Sometimes we actually see these Excaros being used to get rid of the serial laser gates. Of course, you have 16 of them. You can shoot them per 2. So if you're not using it as Heartbreach, it's a good utility to actually get rid of serial laser gates whilst being able to still flash people with your actual stun grenades.
A lot of pressure and flashes are being put over the top, but there wasn't anything too drastic in terms of a body trying to get some revenge. Yak's on the far side, the slow creep round. They know that there's a player tucked in the corner. Lalo's going to force them out with the Flores drone, and then hopefully somebody might be in a position to catch them out. They go out of the position, down the hatch, and well, they were tucked in enough, nobody could get them. Blur is now the last one standing on that top hold, with Yak giving them a little bit of width here. He's hoping he can try and get a swing onto the balcony itself as soon as someone tries to pull some pressure, but M&M still aren't really playing their hand. As I said before, they are quite slow and steady with their setups here. They want to do it on a step-by-step process and make sure when they go for the move's going to be made, and it's buying Navi a little bit of anxiety time, but also time.
Time is slowly starting to tick down indeed. Just 75 seconds left on the clock to go for here. 65, excuse me. Yet there has been not made single progress by M&M. Yes, of course, they've eased up the library a little bit, but there's still 3 players ready to strike as soon as they do. As Tyrant is up again on the balcony here, takes small amounts of damage. It's actually being swung by a secondary door as well. Doesn't know the player is further up the stairs now, and as Users is hunting, someone snuck into the office.
Oh, he's gone right past the man. Tyrant's been able to tuck himself in, and that allows this, the trade out, where suddenly Yaki can't, but he does just find the connection. Lost the body on the stairs itself and is able to at least get the revenge, but it bought them a false sense of security. And now it leaves about just 30 seconds. Nello, he's got the kid. He's got to find his way through as the steady work starts to come across the top. Navi, well, they've just been on the wrong side of a 4 versus 3 attacker sort of collapse here, and they're going to see if they can try and right their wrongs. As I said, it's a big blow, but the first might come to the man in the position that cost them so dearly. But look, 5 seconds. They've still got to try and find this kid down, tucked in over the smoke. They're not going to have enough time. They got to find a new location. It's just hold F and hope the cover comes through. They can't get the full connection. Oh, it's an ace for Yak!
What a play that was! He just snuck by the Hibana there. The Type 89 went out of bullets, swaps over to the pistol, finds both. And Navi, they hold on. Navi will be able to win that round after it looked so dire for M&M. Almost no time left on the board. Had to force the execute. The smoke canister forced them to replay that. And somehow still come out on top here, Navi. 4 on 3. Wine Cellar up next. That must have been too close for comfort, but they won the round, so they say, let's go next.
Oh, it couldn't have been closer.
No, definitely couldn't have been. That almost would have gone down here as well. First of all, okay, this is unfortunate. Just so much HP being eaten up by those walls before he finally swaps over to the pistol. It's actually 3 kills with a pistol for Yak in that round.
It's the fact that first kill sort of happened because they slipped by where they thought Yak was. Oh, just the swap round. Killed a man through it, Yak. From 0 to 5T in the space of a round.
And an important one as well. So, he managed to put himself on the board in a spectacular fashion. Wins that round for Navi there. Now to head towards that basement. We don't see the same kind of lineup that we saw from M&M. No mirror windows, for example. Wonder what they did with the hatch. I mean, there is some reinforcements down there, so definitely seems like they want to hold it. Okay, has been reinforced off, so attackers will need to start attacking that just slightly for some extra battle cover. And as small amounts of pressure are being done, they wanted to take out the cam, but actually failed, so that might come back to bite them in the end.
Well, I think being bit is something that they've just been on the wrong end of anyway. Navi, by the skin of Yak's teeth, are able to get themselves that round through. But it's a response. As I said, it sort of resets a little bit of the mental of we just sort of lost the 4 versus 3. And now we've been able to take that back. But can they try and get a lead in? Can M&M try and get a little bit more pace? It was a slower approach, as I said before. They sort of fell victim towards it, towards the dying moments there. Nello had 2 choices to make. The first one was smoked out, and the second one was time up. He couldn't focus on the fight itself and got caught out. A bit of a scrappy fight over the top of blue, as we just saw, but nobody was truly the victim outside of half of Solotov's health.
Of course, they're ish. Half-ish.
Half-ish. Yeah. A third. Sorry.
33.
My book was covering like the right of the screen.
It's all fine. Don't worry about it. There's Nello trying to push first here with that diffuser. Don't really want to die, but he has to open up that hatch. So uses one of the extra thermics. And if you might wonder why don't you just use the ace? Well, it is because you need 2 Selmas and only 1 extra thermic. So it's better to use the ace on the actual walls itself. Together, of course, with the 1 extra thermic you have left, rather than use most of your Selmas.
Well, they know the player's tucked in on this corner. They know he's wasting time. We saw the drone roll in behind him, and there's the drone that rolls in front of him, but he's got a shotgun, at least 1 more canister. This one, he might try and tuck himself back round and escape the shield itself. Solotov had a moment of going for it with the skeleton key. Just almost missed out there. A very bold maneuver, but it's the back of the grenade that finally gets the lock-in. Tyrant finds Thunder. A lot of utility is thrown together, and now it's 30 seconds to see if they can try and lock down the side itself. Yak went for the pressure over the top. They know if they can get control of this hatch, it puts them in a pretty good situation. Just flicking around cams whilst they're tucked in safe, and it's Skitty from the back line that gets one as Nella tries to see if he can just get this plant whilst they have that hatch control. Nath, he eyed up the idea, but it's Blur that dives deep, and suddenly a post plant, and suddenly Solotov gets Skitty the revenge round on the far side. Yak is the important play right now. They have to see if they can try and lock down this control over the top. They find the important kill. 30 seconds. Can they try and put pressure onto the kit downwards itself? Nobody's coming their way round. They've moved into a slightly different location. They've tucked around the corner. M&M made the right response to losing it and then took it back anyway. They find it 4-4.
As soon as Nello got that plan down and the hatch was lost above us, Tyrant lost his life there. What Nello needed to do is actually start moving because he would be in that dangerous position. Finds those kills in the end as well. 4-4. So good calls being made here, opening up that hatch for a bit of pressure. Actually, the grenade coming in through the rotation hole that was being played by that smoke as he decided to fall back after going on a bit of an advantage towards the trench. Opened up a lot of possibilities for M&M. So, yeah, good round by them. Good usage of the utility. And yes, it was quite late in the round when the plan did go down, but they did make it stick and make little mistakes towards that point that allowed them to be so successful. I always get a bit, like, icky when it is like 20 seconds left and they're not on the site yet. You know that it's going to be very chaotic, but that round didn't really seem that chaotic. The one chaotic part was the smoke going aggressive onto trench, and after that, well, they managed to pretty simply get that plan down. No contention whatsoever.
I think that was sort of it. They'd done the numbers it's better actually say, in doing the numbers of working out how to pull out that smoke. they'd got a lot of the intel around and behind it. They knew that the breach was open behind him as well, whether he wanted to use that as an escape, but that becomes their route in towards the default plant, and usually that wall is a big bit of juggling you got to do. So I think they sort of took it, they had the hatch, they had the control, and then went, screw it. We have enough to get this kit down, let's do it, and sort of try and swing this momentum back around.
That's the thing, right? You can dig in really deep there in between the wine cellar. So as long as you have someone watching over the long angle, make sure they cannot step out behind a pillar. As long as you have someone making sure no one can run across from blue, and you have the hatch under control, that's all you need. It's very simple. Ace has been ranting about it many, many, many times before the broadcast. So, you know, it is as simple as that. It truly is. There is some piece of utility you could use in terms of C4 or gas canisters, but none of those were used. And as drones are being sent in and unfortunately taken out, Nello is setting up quite a good one, but unfortunately fell down.
Slippy beams.
Slippy beams. Might have been waxed recently, but it's not going to be able to use that one for information.
Blur rotates through the smoke and now finds him on the wrong end of potentially a buck. They're opening themselves up, and the Razor Bloom doesn't quite get the full distance, or maybe they did just want it on the lip of that rotate.
I doubt it, but
I mean, it's there now, and you can see Blur's going to see if he can try and buy some time in this situation. He's expecting some pressure to come through, and they're going to see if they can try and force him down into Skiddy's angle. Oh, the disc didn't quite activate in time. Perfectly cooked, just played to a pace, and now they've pulled the first player out.
Should have tossed that earlier. I mean, you saw him 10 seconds earlier playing with the idea to actually toss up that disc. Didn't do it, and actually lost his life as a result of it. So unfortunate for Blur there to lose his life as the entry. 70 seconds left though on that clock, and no one's really inside the building yet from the side of M&M. They're all on balconies or rappelled up or waiting outside of windows or doorways, and well, that diffuser does need to go down in about 60 seconds, so this one could be quite explosive, let's say from Tyrant mainly, who's looking to go for the jump in on the bathroom.
There is also obviously the Candelas in the pocket of Nello, the man with the kit itself, can see if he can try and blind and bluff his way into the site, but he might not need to, because Tyrant suddenly gets a double headpiece. Solotov finds a third of his own, and Yak, well, he was the man of the defensive round before, but he's not going to be this one. It's the flawless for M&M to finally find themselves one ahead of their opponents.
Not quite sure how the lineup happened there for Tyrant. He's playing on the balcony, able to find two in quick succession, and that is going to be the call. Like, okay, I guess we just go in. I guess we just try and get that blend down in the meantime. Force him to come back to the site. And Navi will be calling their tactical timeout. And I think rightfully so after how that last round went. I mean, Blur's slight mistake not tossing that disc earlier. I think he might have wanted to save in case of flashbangs coming in, but, you know, grenades often soon follow after, so it's hard to call on that one. I haven't seen that double kill from Tyrant, though. Quite intrigued on that one. Were they trying to rotate? Were they trying to rotate back? Were they trying to retake the bathroom? I don't know what they were trying to do.
This is the tricky thing that I sort of talked about with Chalet, is it's not the easiest map to have a lot of confidence in your surroundings. Assume, whenever you play Chalet, just assume they know at least the room that you're in, based on how easy it is to sort of get drones in, get intel, and get a good read on your opponents. And in situations like that, assume that there'll be attention paid towards your routes out, your runs out. And that's the game that, you know, both these teams can play on their attack. It was always going to be the truest test, though, because although obviously Skiddy still 10-7, most of that came from that opening half, where he could be the one sort of punishing that pace, moving in and sort of saying, well, I know someone's in this position, so I'm just going to go take the fight. Here, when he's not quite as aware of where that pressure's coming from, that's what M&M are able to punish, and they're doing it in a very balanced route through. You're looking at obviously pretty much every player having an impact on a round. On the side of Navi, sure, okay, there's only really Thunder that's a bit behind the pace, but remember that 5 of Yak's kills came on a single round, which got them the round win. It's not quite having that same 5-sided swing that M&M were able to do on their defense.
No, for sure not. And if we just quickly look back at Skiddy, 2 triple kills as well into that first half. So that's 2 rounds where 6 of the kills come from. Still 4 in the other ones, though. But he needs to find that same pace onto the defense here. It's basically the same if we start looking at Sports on Rogue. He's very good on the attack, but as soon as we head towards the defense, he's sort of dies down a little bit. He's not going to be as explosive, as flashy anymore as he was before. Skitty almost losing his life there. Also takes away a lot of the HP of Solotov, but loses more in his own process there.
I was going to say, it's worth sort of looking at how he's getting involved in this early fight. There's a lot of pressure and a lot of presence on the basement hold, the cellar. Navi's going for a full stretch and extension. They're trying to waste as much time of M&Ms on the top floor because they've sort of read that that was the game that got them that early round alongside the ace. They know that they can slow M&M, so it's down now to M&M to see if they can try and do what I talked about. Get this vague information that can turn into this direct information and try and get some direct action behind it. The pressure pushes the players further and further away. You can see they've gone for the clear on the top floor as well. Users and Solotov are trying to make work on the opposite side towards the library and see if they can try and swing and get it across. Yak, he's a bit loose. Blur and Nath are there to offer some support, with Skitty still above.
Still holding tight indeed. As Nath is trying to fall back a little bit towards the actual side, it's giving space to M&M. This is a good adaptation though. Hatch has been electrified this time, so also get the two walls or the one wall if they want to. On the other side, it's not the case, however, as the smoke's playing close yet again. Surya Lasergate this time onto the trench wall as well to make sure there's no quick aggression coming through. So, of course, that has to be burned out if they want to go for a bit of a push here. But as they cannot get that hatch now, they need to use the Maverick to get rid of it, or at least find a way in to send a grenade down to actually get rid of the Electroplant.
This is it, though. 2 minutes have gone. No players have been removed from the board. They're looking to try and do this pressure onto Thunder. A slightly different approach as the Aruna Gate's been burnt out. Nello, he's going to bounce this round and see if they can get some of the pressure there onto that wall. The extension is opened, and Yak is trying to find a fight on the opposite side of it. Gets some of the X-Kairos, and Thunder gets Nello, and Thunder gets twice. Hits Usus and strikes across the board. There's one more for Thunder, and I said he hadn't quite had an impact before this round. A triple is a mighty fine one.
Can I ask a question, Emmy?
Yeah.
How is Thunder allowed to swing out towards Trench, where there's two people watching his very move? There's one person on the main stairs watching supposedly towards that same direction as well, and he manages to get all three of them. I don't know, but I don't think that should happen. Incredible gunplay coming through from Thunder there. A bit of a slip-up from M&M, not truly being able to deal with his position there. And of course, a lot of utility tossed in. Flashbangs, but picked up by ADSs, or that Magnet there, unable to quickly get grenades afterwards in a quick succession. And that allowed Thunder to make that play. And now, you know, after we said that, well, Kayak, he had 0 kills until he aced. Well, Thunder just put up 3 on the board as well. So he is starting to get going, and back on 5-5 we go. In a very important round, 11, where one of these two teams is going to get a point on the board and put the pressure up even more so for the other.
It's that other horrible time where you talk about at the beginning of the game, you talk about at the end of the game, is how important points are and how this is really a 6-point game based on the fact of how tight the teams are across the board. From 2nd through to 7th place, there is a difference of 3 points. And right in the middle of that, 4th and 5th on the divide between going to Berlin and not, is Navi and M&M, both sitting on 9 points. If you lose any of that, even if you get the win, if you just get the 2 points and you have all these teams still floating around you within 3 points of you, that could be devastating with the rest of them still to play today, knowing that they might be able to put a bit of difference in even if you get the win off.
I was going to say they can both be losers today. If this goes to OT and the 2-1 comes out for, you know, either of these two teams, let's say Navi wins this one with 2, M&M gets 1. M&M has a bit of an easier run through for the rest of the league. They could both be out based on this result coming through. So both of them will want to go for the full 3 points, but neither wants to concede any to the other, as it should be. In this tough competition, a beautiful one-tap from Solotov, just waiting for the head of Nave to peek around the corner, finds it. And with that, an entry kill on a very important round that we just said.
A different approach to pressure here. They're going to force the player out quite early. That little line means that pantry becomes pretty unplayable. Sure, you can get in there, but you never quite know where's safe. So instead, Thunder has to tuck himself in. It just took a little bit of structural work, and it instantly pulls a weakness down onto the site itself. The cover of the smoke, the Flores drone gets caught out by the mute jammer just tucked on the other side of the window. They're not going to be able to force the player that way, but the player's still able to get his way out of there before he becomes A bit of Swiss cheese with bullets. Blur is tucked round, still on the top, holding on for as long as he can as a little bit more structural work's done. But if we throw our minds back, it was close, but they ran out of time here. They're able to find another one, and it was the man of the last time round here, Yak, off the board next.
Yak wanted to make sure that that staircase is not to be played, wanted to retake it to give some security towards Thunder. And as soon as he died, he moved back out of the pantry here, now playing closely around the bomb chassis, which is currently being haunted by many of these Retiro drones. But Thunder finds Solotov, then gets picked up by Neo from that one stripe line that we talked about so many times before, which makes pantry completely unplayable.
Blur almost had a bit of a whiff there of a player, but they've pulled themselves back ground. I think the reveal is, well, the site's quite empty, so if we can try and stick ourselves in, suddenly Skiddy's back on the boards, though. He's going to swing round, see if he can get himself popped over, but it's the watch of Neo around in the back line, protects the planter, and now a post-plant with Blur. Down from the top rope. Neo's going to get himself structured on this window. We'll hear the call, and we'll see the reveal. The pre-fire comes around the corner, a little bit more and a little bit more, but now they know where the player is. Well, it just takes the watch. M&M, the first to hit map point. One more round, but it's pretty tricky, this game.
They managed to get 4 kills because they wanted to make a single Maverick line onto the pantry wall. First of all, we have Buck just waiting onto those blue stairs because they wanted to set up security. They wanted to make sure no one's down there. They find that first kill who's looking to rotate down into the basement. They then proceed to open up the pantry. They make a small line, which is just enough for the player to look through, but it's going to be very difficult to challenge for a defender inside a pantry. They move back because Kayak is coming in. Kayak wanted to make sure that that basement is under control, the basement is secured, so they do not have to worry about the line that's made in pantry. This is that first shot, by the way, that Solotov made. Beautiful first one-tap onto Nave.
Ah, filthy.
But as soon as they find Kayak, they can freely play that staircase. No one is there anymore to tell. No one is there anymore to tell them otherwise. Unless they find that first kill onto the smoke player who was just trying to move out, Thunder that was, and then they find a second after the rotation back to try and stop that diffuser from happening. So 4 kills because they wanted to make that one line coming through. That is how important it was for that attack. And that allowed M&M to be onto match point right now. 6-5, a single point on the board. They will overtake Navi just temporarily and will push themselves up into second place for now. And they can make it permanent if they find the next round to put themselves 3 up over Navi. And with that, it would also overtake Rogue, who still are to play today.
Well, that's the thing. I talked about it before. I said all of Navi's games in hand ahead with the teams that at the start of the day were ahead of them. All of M&M's are the teams that are underneath them. If they can take the 3 points here, suddenly all they're doing is fighting to push the pack that's already below them further and further away. BDS, Outsiders, and Pones are the 3 remaining games M&M have. This is statistically the toughest one that they might have as the lead in. BDS, they're only 1 point behind Navi, but it's still a technical 1 point. And this is their best chance to really start to put a bit of a distance here across that core swing of the board. Yak, he might be the problem that comes and haunts itself a little bit later. Neo's tucked around on piano window. They're getting some of the control here over the top of the shield, the burn and the pressure towards, once again, a heavy hold here. No one pretty much in the site itself. There's a spray through a window that Neo didn't even recognize it.
Oh, no, he didn't. He didn't even realize if Kayak would have wanted, he could have gotten a free kill onto Neo there, but he dropped down towards the west main area now. Solotov is looking through it, though. He's like, hey, this has been opened up. I'm pretty sure that was not our thinking Neo that did that, so let me be quickly getting on that drone to find out if someone is out there.
Steady control and intel. They're going for the lobby side this time round. They're going to see if they can try and go for what was the first take and the pressure. Skiddy still tucked him around in the corner. Some destruction starts to come round. Looks for the fight. Finds it. Neo knocked off the board. The first take and scrape is on the side of Skiddy. The first time they've had a lead in here around on this site itself. And now it's down to M&M to see if they can bite back. And it might be Tyrant. Creeps round, gets one inside the site. Looks to see if he can find the second. It's the hatch from the top down. Tyrant, he goes for 3! Tyrant bites and fights his way across the site itself. Skiddy, he's still in a vertical position, but he has no real line of support. It's dangerous, made much worse, made impossible. M&M take the 3 points just at the tip of the wire. Tyrant with that ending kills drive them to a necessary 3 points.
Tyrant indeed with a massive triple kill. They lose that first engagement by the last round of a burst, hitting the head of Neo on that Finka, and Tyrant decides to it is time to go in. It's time to click that execute button and find 3 players. One dropping right up top of him, was aware of that situation at that right timing, gets the player inside a pantry, just stepping out as well. And with that 3 points, but really 6 if you want to go at it, because these are 3 points that Navi is unable to get. And they find themselves in a temporary second place now, with still a lot of teams to play.
Well, it's not just a lot of teams, it's Wolves, Heroic and Rogue they have, so they're going to be eagerly watching their games later. But first, a break and then a desk.
Welcome back, friends. And it has happened. Victory off the back of a great round from Tyrant and a great game overall from him. It's M&M that take the victory. And much like our casters were saying, this is not just about 3 points, but technically also 6, because now you are far ahead. Tim, what an entertaining one.
Oh, it was an absolute battle, wasn't it? They both absolutely put everything on the line. It was a beauty to watch. We had I'll bring it up. We had the hatch open, we had it closed.
Hey.
I'm going to say I don't hate the way that Navi did it, because although it didn't always pan out, they recognised the weakness of closing the hatch and they played around it by playing boiler, playing onto trench door, not allowing those walls to be open.
Yeah, the problem is that the first time that they did it, there was 3 hard breaches.
It didn't quite work out.
They didn't have the Cade, it didn't work out. Second time, adaptation onto
It was
the Cade.
better.
It was better. It was non-conventional, as you say. But, M&M, they played really well. And even when you take the knock off them, Tyrant still manages to crouch walk through dining, through short, into sight, get a free K and win the round and win the game. So.
Guess the problem is Tyrant, not just the operator that he's playing. Gentlemen, I'll be back to you in just a moment to recap things, but we have our interview ready with M&M and Snello. Zdravo, Nello! What's up? Congratulations on your victory. How are you doing?
Zdravo. Thank you very much. I'm doing really good.
I mean, honestly, you've had a great, week of competition, right? You go in, you take down G2, and now you get in close game against Navi, and you're able to take the victory. So, first of all, I want to talk about Chalet. Was this the expectation for today?
Yeah, it was one of the maps that we predicted we could and should play. The only issue was we played one game on Chalet, they didn't play any, so we don't have any intel on them, but we still had a thought process that it's suiting us more than them, and that's basically it.
Well, you had the Nook ban against you and against Tyrant specifically. Do you feel that had any impact? Jack was just talking about it.
I don't think so. In the last few games, everybody, you guys and people are saying Tyrant this, Tyrant that. There you go, he just won us the freaking game, so it doesn't really matter. Any bans against him, it doesn't really matter.
it doesn't really matter. Tyrant will always perform well, and you saw it in the game here. And why do you think it ended up in a 3-3 half? Because usually we're seeing attackers taking the lead in this. Why do you think you got that extra round that is unexpected at the half?
I honestly thought it should be even more than 3-3. We kind of threw some rounds and we had like a little bit of slow start. But yeah, I don't know. Like a lot of the teams on Chalet likes to start attack. Like defense is a weaker side. But if you can manage to grab some defense on beginning, it should be easier, right? But yeah, 3-3 is huge on Chalet, and it definitely pushed us to get that momentum for attacks.
Do you think that was the edge that you really needed? Because you went in and obviously ended 7-5. There, it could have just gone to overtime. I wouldn't have been surprised if that had been the case. So what do you think really gave you that advantage once you swapped over to the attacking side? Was it just really that 3-3 half?
I don't think it's only that. It's a little bit of adaptation, I would say, as well. To be honest, now we played quite well. The defenses, every second time we attacked something, it was even more utility there. For example, last round they had 3 Mew Jammers in library. So yeah, they're actually really good team, good adaptation from them. So I would say nothing special, except we had to adapt more because they were adapting as well.
Well, now you're second in the league, at least temporarily. For now, we'll see how the rest of our games turn out. Did you expect, to be in here at 12 points just under the Wolves?
I mean, I know my team is good. As I said before in the interviews, it depends game by game, right? But we know now that we have BDS upcoming, Outsiders and Pums, and we are in a really good spot. We just need to focus and take each game like it's the hardest game upcoming. And I think we are deserving to be here, and we should be here on top 1, 2, 3, something like that.
Well, who knows? Maybe by the end of the stage, we'll be talking about, M&M at Berlin. What do we expect out of that? So
who knows?
We'll see.
Maybe.
Who knows how that pans out? But, I mean, look, this is the logic bridge that everybody will make. Navi beat BDS 7-5. You beat Navi 7-5. So you'll be able to beat BDS 7-4.
It's Siege. It's Rainbow Six Siege. Like, they are favorites, but it's Rainbow Six Siege. Like, so many things can happen in a game.
Well, I'm very excited for that game. Anything you want to say to BDS?
Nothing much. No, not really.
Fair enough. And what about the fans?
For fans, yeah, much love. For them, I can talk. Basically, much love, everybody. Thank you for supporting us. Huge win today. Huge 3 points for us. Basically, that's it. Share some love around, and thank you for supporting us.
Well, Mello, congratulations on the victory for you and the squad, and we'll see you next Playday. That is this Thursday for all the M&M and BDS fans out there. Make sure you're tuning in for that matchup. That'll be game number 2. Very excited to see how that turns out. Till then, take care, Mello. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good night, everybody.
And there it is. He's looking comfortable. He's happy. Realized there's a couple mistakes. Could have gone a bit better for the team, but at the end of the day, that's 3 points. No OT, you get all of them. Big one, Jack.
Massive. And when you contextualize that M&M have actually played against probably the harder opposition, they've got a nice run to come towards the back end of the stage. You would have to start thinking about M&M to go to Berlin and go to the major. And, there's an argument to say they should have gone in stage 1. They didn't go in stage 1. But also in stage 2, it looks like they've set themselves up well. It was an absolute arm wrestle today, 7-5. Could have been 7-5 either way. I don't think Navi have put in a particularly bad performance. M&M just had just about enough just to get those rounds over the board.
They have taken a massive step towards the top 4. I was just looking at the updated table as we were going, and that game later on between Outsiders and Heroic is now the next game up is absolutely huge. Tyrant there, quite rightfully coming in as MVP, winning a couple of really important rounds for M&M towards the end there. But yeah, M&M are sort of quietly going about their business, just getting it done. They've moved up the outside, and all of a sudden they're in second. They're 3 points clear of the nearest competition for those playoff spots. They're looking great.
One last piece that I want to talk about is about Navi, because Jack, you mentioned they got so close, you wouldn't have been surprised if it swapped over. Now, today would have been a very important day for Navi, because had they beat M&M, they would go into a game against the Wolves in the next Playday on Thursday, feeling a bit better. What happens here?
It was a tough day at the office for Navi. I think defensively, when they played against Cafe, they went on Cafe against Pones, and they tried playing kind of away from default. They tried doing some pocket strategies on their defense, and we saw that today with the hatch closed, with the boiler, and even some other stuff across the rest of the map. All of the sites, they were trying to play it a little bit differently. There was a castle set up on the top floor on the master side, and they got caught out a little bit similar to Pones. And I mentioned in my illustration right at the start, when they play default, they're actually really, really good at it. So I want to see Navi go back to default and then just throw in the pocket strats every now and again. Don't make pocket strats kind of the main event. That's what I think ultimately, that's what happened today. They lost Wine Cellar, they lost Master where they didn't play default, and that's the difference between a 5-7 and a 7-5.
Yeah, that's it. The top and bottom of it for Navi is, go back to the drawing board a little bit, but don't throw everything out. It's working. You've just come up against a good M&M side.
So be confident in what happened today. We'll see what happens. That'll be Navi versus Wolves. That'll be next Playday. But to move on to our next game, it's Outsiders versus Heroic. Still a fight for the top 4. We'll see you in a bit.
M&M take the 3 points.
Welcome back, friends. It's time for game number 2. Outsiders versus Heroic. Yet another fight for the top 4 as we near the end of stage 2. NAL, that's another world. They're already done. We're keeping it going here in Europe, and we still have 6, 7, 8, and 9 to go through. We're almost at the halfway mark for number 6. Most the Medicare host for the show. With me are Hap and Fresh. Stein, how you doing? That was a great game 1, huh?
It was a great game 1, and I hope that we get to see a great game 2 as well, because both these teams need it.
Yeah.
They really both do. 3 points in this game would be huge for Heroic. They want to be back, that's for sure, especially after Charlotte. Outsiders, they haven't been to an event in forever, so who knows, actually. Before the pandemic even, if you're accounting, SI21 couldn't go to Paris.
Yeah, I think they played the mini major online when it was all in 2020. But yeah, you're talking about Rally, right?
Way back in the day.
With a different squad. So.
Different squad, different org also back in the day. So that's how long we're looking at. It's been a while. Maybe today will be one that'll bring them close. Let's talk about these squads. First up, Heroic. Hap, what do you think?
Yeah, well, Heroic, they started off the stage really strong. I mean, after like 3 wins, they were on 9 points or 8 points, and we thought like, oh, this could be great. Like, they could literally be going to the major as one of our first confirmed teams. And then they came up against Wolves, lost 4-7. I mean, that happens. We have the top 3 currently around. We would still maybe count Heroic as being one of them, even though they have fallen out of it. But then they also lost against Team Secret. And that is going to be more hurtful, because those are 3 points where they only grab 1, of which every other team should be able to grab 3. And that puts them in this difficult position right now where there's many teams knocking on their doorsteps looking to take their spot. And if you look at the rest of the statistics, some are doing great, some are just on average right here, but they need to be more than average to go towards the major. You need to be having 105 EPSs, for example.
I look at stage 1, compare them with that. Heroic, I mean, they had a couple of days of kind of difficult times, but they can still make it through. They got the opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. They've got a lot of opportunity, but they've been a little bit complacent. Complacency is the word that I would use, especially that game against Secret. They got caught out in the map bans. They got caught out in the play style. They got completely sideswiped, and they led it through with a little bit of complacency. But today represents a good opportunity for them. Go and beat a rival that's there for the top 4, and then move through.
And well, since you're just now wrapping up at this point on Heroic, why don't we talk about their opponents, Outsiders, Jack? What can they bring today?
They can bring a performance that's probably different to what a lot of teams in this league bring. Outsiders have a very different strategy when it comes to attack. They particularly like to poke, which, if you don't know what that means, it means take very little map control and wait for your opponents to make a mistake, particularly when you're on the attack. Now, those 2 wins against Secret and Pones, Secret and Pones did just that against Outsiders, made so many mistakes, and that's where Outsiders are good. When Outsiders have to be the ones that take the initiative, i.e. the Navi in the road games, you can see what happens on the road performance. They tend to struggle. So I want to see them strategically taking a little bit more initiative, because they're full. The team's full of quality players. Milan's a great player. Pasha's actually having a great stage. Smash has really started to come into his own. The team's got some good players on it, but the problem is the strategy that they're sticking to just isn't quite working out against some of the teams that are just managing them better.
What do you think about the squad?
I mean, there's definitely a lot of potential inside the squad here. I think they just need to work on those last couple of things to get it all connecting, like we've seen other teams connect together here. So there is potential. I think they're still in the running for the majors. So who knows? You know, I mean, we've been talking about teams knocking on the doors. They could be the next one starting knocking.
Definitely so, and that'll be a pretty big upset in some ways, given Heroic's, I guess, way of play over the past 6 months. But exactly which map will we be going to in this case? 9-map pool, 8 are out, 1 is left, and it'll be Border. All right, Chalet banned out by Outsiders just before leaves us with a defense start for Outsiders on Border. Heroic picking up the attack. Jack, what do you think?
Wonder if Outsiders are taking a page out of Secret's book here by sideswiping Heroic, going to a map that Heroic probably didn't expect. I had this as a Chalet. Heroic probably did. What I will say is Border is Heroic's #1 map preference. They never ban it. They always want to play it. It speaks well. If you saw the Heroic against Pones game last stage, they were super good on it. So Outsiders are going to have to be better than they have been to beat Heroic today.
And they also get attack, Heroic days. And attack, I think, on Border, especially on the top 4,
yeah.
super favor. Like, you can literally just cut down the the entire side in half, make sure they can't even rotate back anymore, and you just have to deal with 1 or 2 defenders on the actual site if you want to go for the plan. CCTV, that is, or not CCTV, that's Armory. So it's attack. Everything for me speaks to Heroic currently.
Even their droning, because that might have been an issue if you're looking back at that secret game. Flank drones and all of that could be a problem here.
It could be a problem, but I'm pretty sure that they have been able to speak to each other and make sure that won't be an issue anymore. Because in the past games, we have seen it not be an issue. That particular game, it was an issue. So that might have just been an off day.
Yeah, I would put it to that, and I would put it to the role swap of Grizzly and Gorgona kind of changes some roles. We saw Grizzly kind of go through, he had a very couple of bad, not placing the flank drones, couple of missed drones in that game against Secret. He won't let that, personally, he won't let that performance slide, and he'll be back up to normal, I would assume.
Well, let's see how it goes then. Outsiders versus Heroic, keeping up with the fight for the top 4. We'll toss it to our casters. It's Ace and Des. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milos. Welcome over to the Desk, boys and girls, for our second game of the day. Border. Let's talk about that for a minute, Tim. Border doesn't necessarily have the strongest reputation right now, but given it is Heroic's favourite map, their most preferred right now, and Outsiders are challenging them in their own castle, this could prove to be a bit explosive.
It could, and I think, Heroic probably, with the way things are going, needed their favourite map at the minute. They needed to go somewhere that they were comfortable with, so that they could try and steady the ship a little bit. This is a really important game. Now that M&M have just picked up that win, it's super important that Heroic get this, because what they don't want is to see a separation of the top 3 teams. Wolves, Rogue, M&M start drifting clear, and then you've got a bunch of teams all fighting over that 4th spot. We've seen it a few times before in EUL, and Heroic really need to avoid that. So getting the win here, getting the points, and moving with that pack could be crucial for them.
Absolutely could. Well, we'll see how bans come out. I had a quick look back at Heroic's last time they played on this, Heroic's last game on this map. Outsiders have no history of playing it. It's a complete unknown for Heroic coming up against them today. But Heroic have played it a few times, a couple of which was at the Charlotte Major. The last one was against W7M. They were running things like Nook, they were playing Capitao on the attacks, a lot of Lion in the mix as well. So whether or not we see a sort of ban around that coming out from Outsiders would have been interesting, but instead they've gone for that tried, true and tested Thatcher ban, Tim.
They have indeed. We will continue our bans with the next attacker coming in any second. It's going to be Heroic to take it down first, and it's going to be the Hibana. So that's a little bit of hard breach utility taken away there. Not too much, but it is going to protect the hatches, particularly when playing on those downstairs sides.
Absolutely. Valkyrie following through just after. It feels very standard for bans. We haven't seen anything too creative or spicy. I'm thinking about things like Azami to stop maps being completely transformed. We've seen Nook bans. We've seen things like Jaeger banned away in previous weeks as well. That's the kind of spicy ban I was thinking of, though, Tim. A Castle coming out as the last ban from Outsiders. This is one of those maps where teams will employ a lot of Castle. And again, looking back at the last game we saw from Heroic, we did see a good amount of Castle being played by them on the defense.
Well, we're going to get into things, I think. It's time for us to have a look towards round 1, and that is where we're going to be heading. We're going to have what could be a very, very decisive game. Come the end of the stage, this is one that we could be looking back at when we're seeing exactly who has made it to the major and who hasn't. And it could be whichever of these teams manage to come away with the win are going to put themselves one step towards or one step ahead in that fight for those positions. It's going to be the top floor. It's going to be Armory, to nobody's surprise, to kick us off. And it's Outsiders starting now. I'm going back to the stage 1 stats. I know things have changed up a little bit. The stage 1 stats that we saw for Border were a 63% attacker win rate. So this could well be a good start for Heroic.
Yeah, I do want to dig back and look at the standings for a quick second, right? We've got Rogue in 3rd on 10 points. You've got Heroic and Navi joint 4th on 9 points. BDS on 8, Outsiders on 7, just below that. And then quite a clear drop down towards G2, Pones and Secret, who sit towards the bottom. So a single win here from Outsiders means they jump ahead of Heroic, and I think at least temporarily could, in fact, no, they wouldn't because of round difference, but they would sit in 4th place and take that spot away from Heroic. Knowing that Rogue play Heroic next week, oh, you can imagine the sheer madness that's going to break down as we start getting towards those last couple of play days. I'm living for it.
Absolutely. You know that it's going to be a tight finish one way or another. We get into the action phase now then, as Heroic will start their first attack. As I say, it's going to be onto Armory. They put in immediate pressure towards CCTV. Grizzly just blasting a few shots in there through the barricade as he heads in that direction. Benja has already taken control of the top of East Stairs, looking to get established, maybe push towards Office as well. They've got a player inside of Sandwich there, so it's something that's going to have to be dealt with once they've got that triple wall open, but definitely stacking up on the east side here, Heroic.
And I love this as well. The Ossa is so valuable here. Benja's got a perfect read on that as well. Real good bait with the Ossa to get him that first kill across. Pasha finds one back on the other side, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows for the side of the attackers, but a couple of kills going their way. And these Ossas down on the west side, the east side, sorry, means they have so much control, because now they can open up the wall in towards break room and stop players moving through there. They can get one down onto the main hallway if so desired as well, to give them even more control. And yes, we are currently playing without scopes, but these boys have got some wicked hip fire on the go. Another one comes across for Heroic, a 4-2, an FMX with a couple of smokes whose name plus Milan with those cool ass shades on side are all that stand between Heroic and round one.
The Ossa just pushing forward here, and it's something that Heroic have just used to sort of mark their progress each time. We've got that area locked down, and in goes an Ossa shield. We've got the next area secured, and in comes the Ossa shield, and we can play from behind it. We can gain that intel, gain that information, and as you can see now, the last remaining members of Outsiders, FMX and Milan, are pinned deep inside of sight. They're playing practically shoulder to shoulder at this point, just trying to hold on, and the pressure is going to continue to mount as Heroic have got themselves inside of Fountain and Office now. They're just waiting for that final Toxic Babe canister to burn itself out, and they're going to have over a minute for this final execute.
As soon as this Ossa shield goes down, they can just plant, and there is nothing they can do. There you go. There's no smoke on side. There's no C4. They've got to push and go aggressive. All they can really do is look and watch as this plant goes down. They've got the cover off from the side towards Fountain. In comes Sloth. FMX on the downstairs. A great read. He is indeed down there, but he can do nothing about this one, Tim. Came down with a shotgun, hoping to stop the plant going down, but too little too late. Heroic going to bully him here in the final seconds of the round to give themselves a very comfortable first close, well coordinated, and I'm pretty sure a 3k for Sloth at the end.
That was looking fantastic for Heroic there. You know, definitely looking improved over what we've seen over the last week or two. They got themselves established well, used the Ossa's presence to really stifle Outsiders on the defence, and ultimately a nice execute into Archives to get that diffuser down, and I dare say it's going to make Outsiders think twice before heading back there, and indeed it looks like they're going to be mixing things up with a switch to ventilation and workshop.
I just thought it was a brilliant read, and the use of the Ossa itself to, not pop down a shield and then leave it there. They were constantly picking up the shields and moving them forwards. Again, one to control towards break room, use one to try and angle towards Office, and Benja predicted the aggression from Smash absolutely perfectly. Just one step after another, moving forwards. It was like a very, very slow crawling forward shield, almost like a Monty, but obviously in a spot where you can still have your guns up and go for a good challenge. So a great first round from Heroic, very adaptive. Outsiders just left with no real answer to deal with the aggression coming in. Their change in this round is going to be to have at least 3 impacts on side left here, one used to open up a rotate. So if they do see the Ossa again, at least they'll have an answer.
Going to be heading into things any second now. We've got Gorgona on the Nomad this time around, and that's going to be a switch away. It's an interesting switch between players, really. Grizzly was going to be bringing the Nomad, but goes to the Ace. Uno drops the Thermite to bring the Buck, and we've just got that entire shift, as we often see from these, with the attacker repick. You can just have a look at the site. You can say, no, you know what, we're going to go to plan 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's how our lineup needs to look. So that is what they've done.
This is the kind of stuff that makes it really hard to follow who plays what role in the team, because we've literally seen Gorg and Grizzly swap who's playing what operator last round. We had Ace for Gorg and Grizzly on the Nomad. Now you've done a total swap over. Uno drops away from the Oster instead onto the Buck, and Sloth steps in with an entry. Clearly having a good day so far here, looking for one more man, but gets tagged down to the side. Clearly a little bit too quick there in his aggression and gets traded out.
4v4 as Benja continues his progress across the top floor. He's looking to get himself into security there. He's got one man that could contend. It's the Azami of Rask just playing on hatch at the moment. Gorgona's going to do a little bit of work with the drone, but I'm not sure how quickly he's going to get there. The challenge comes in from Benja, so he certainly knows that the Azami is present there as a Kiba barricade gets thrown up in front of his face. So that's going to lead him to just drop himself away back down to that bottom floor. But top floor control is going to be important. important here. It continues to be fought over with Pasha managing to find one before Uno gets an immediate trade there, but Rask still hasn't been dealt with on the Azami. I think maybe forced back to the lower floor. Nope, still there, still playing on the hatch, still ready to drop away, but there are two present on the upstairs for Outsiders, and they can hold on to this site from up there if needs be.
They must know, surely. They've just got a drone that went through across break room next to him, so they'll have an idea if he steps across from that point. Nice dodge of the mute jammer as well by getting the drone rifling on through. This is the kind of information they're looking for, but the question is, do they have any idea or inclination where these players are? Because I'm not convinced they do. They're watching the hard vertical angle, and as long as they have someone sat on this drone, they should be able to respond. But you can see Outsiders are just waiting here, waiting for the go sign to come in from Heroic, because that is when they will respond.
Benja just looking to get forward now, establish that territory inside of Tellers, and then he can move forward to try and push through Bathroom potentially. But without the hard breach of Grizzly, obviously going to be an issue there for them, depending on the setup of the defenders and just how much of that wall they've reinforced. Got Milon just lurking now as well. It just feels like Heroic have maybe run out of a couple of ideas here, as they haven't quite... No, there we go. They've managed to get them in. That was the one I was wondering about, was that Bathroom wall. They've taken control and they've used the rotation against the defenders, and that is a bit of a misplay from Outsiders. The fact that they've allowed Heroic to get in there and use that to take control of that area of the map and get themselves a free plant down. Uno with a double after the fact as well gets taken down, but his work is well and truly done at this point. 1v2, it's all up to Smash. He's roaming, he's searching, he's trying to find anybody he can, but he's up against one of the top gunners in the league, and Benja is going to close it out. Heroic take the second round with their second plant.
Looking comfortable there as well. And yeah, I'm amazed they managed to get hold of the angle, but just about dodged the long one, put a little bit of pressure down towards Passport, and from there there's nothing else really to be said. Uno getting the plant down and a couple of kills in the close. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Feels so far like Heroic are the ones being given the full run-of-the-mill. Outsiders giving over a lot of control so far. Look back at round one. East gone, Office gone, back on site, they get bullied around. Here, a very similar story where there was no real attempt to challenge against Heroic. They just sat and held these longer angles, hoping that someone would walk into them. It's almost like they're trying to play a little bit like an ambush style of game here, but Heroic just having none of it, playing the basics incredibly well and constantly finding rounds. So, Outsiders need to find something different, otherwise this could be a very rough half.
Certainly could be. We get into round 3 as Outsiders try to prevent that rough half. They will try and get things settled out a little bit here. They go back to Armory. We saw them play it in round 1, but it didn't really work out for them. It was a great attack from Heroic. Last time around, they came in from East Stairs, got themselves established in Office, then through Fountain, got a plant on Archives door. It was just really well orchestrated with kills along the way. Whether they choose to do that the same or not this time, I'm not sure. I would expect... Well,
look at the lineup.
We've got a Knock, we've got a Ying, we've got a Blackbeard. It's unorthodox. There's that much I will say. There's no hard breach, which leads me to think we're not going to be going towards the west wall. It's going to be an east-sided push again.
This is like when you buy a curry and you go, oh, how hot is it? And they're like, oh, just a little bit spicy. You're like, all right, it can't be too bad then. Then you taste it and it's like, oh my God, there is so much packed in there. What is that? That is this comp. They've gone for so much out-of-the-box stuff that you don't normally see in this kind of combo. Maybe you'd see one. You'd see a Ying. You'd see a Nook. You'd see a Blackbeard. But no, you've got all three rocking up at the same time here. So Outsiders are about to get hit by a truck, or by a truck, compared to nothing they've ever seen before. They get one back, but here he goes. Everyone charging in. 3 kills flying the way of Heroic. They're in with plants out. Tracks going down. Plant coming through. Everything going their way. There is one man left standing. Pasha's full white screen. He has no idea that the plant's going down behind him in the smoke. Well, that was pretty rapid, Tim.
Bless Pasha.
He tried his best.
That whole situation goes off.
Screen.
Players die everywhere, and we get a beautiful top down of Pasha just stood in the middle of it like, what? Guys? Where's everybody gone?
Like I said, spicy comp.
It certainly was. I mean, it's one of those that you're not going to get away with it every single time. I mean, it's sort of kind of difficult to defend against, but it's not the sort of thing that I don't think we'll see Heroic try to double down on and go for again. But it's just got them around. It's just got them 3-0. You know, it sends a message to Outsiders that we've got more than one plan. You can't just prep for what we did last time. We're going to bring you something different. And that's 3 rounds, 3 plants. You know, Heroic are going big on the objective game.
And this has been the theme of the season, I think, across a lot of teams. The ones that have done best so far have been the ones that can hit you really hard and fast on the attack. look at Wolves, look at Rogue, look now at Heroic as well and what they're doing. You know, the kind of more slower pace controlled Siege is still there, but it's much more aligned around a very decisive attack, right? And I feel like Heroic really... They fell behind when they played against Rogue, right? We haven't really seen them be quite the same since they lost them on Oregon, couldn't really match the aggression that Rogue were bringing out. But here against a team that are a little bit more slow, Heroic are taking every bit of space being offered to them.
Okay, then we've got a Banshee placed outside by the Malusi of Milon there. That's an interesting one. It's just going to provide a bit of intel. If nothing else, it'll get shot out quite easily. But as you see, Milon's playing right on top of it. So he wants that noise, he wants that sound, and then he can challenge on through that soft wall. So that's an interesting one to keep our eyes on. Uno is going to be opening up detention wall with the exothermic. Grizzly manages to find a kill onto Pasha to kick us off. And that is, again, a strong start for Heroic inside the first 30 seconds.
Just too easy. I think about like when Benja in round 1 tagged the player that was trying to challenge onto East Airs when the officer was setting up a shield, for example. Heroic are just letting outsiders be the ones that run into them. And Fresh spoke about this a little bit on the desk, saying this kind of poke play style where you sit back and observe and just let them do silly things that net you free kills. And it feels like the early aggression coming out of outsiders is just a little bit too aggressive. Milan here being sprayed through the floor almost loses his life and surely must be thinking, all right, boys, I've tried the cheese. It's not tasting so good. Let's get out of Dodge.
Benja, just with that bit of information from the drones, was able to pepper Mill on there, and he has to step back. We can see the pressure mounting from Heroic here, but what a kill from FMX, managing to find the head of Grizzly. 4v4. Sloth tries to go direct into sight. He might lose his life, but Gorgona's there, backing up with another. FMX does find Uno, though. That's the planter down, and Rask also onto Sloth, taking what little HP he had left. FMX is low at the minute, but it leaves us effectively in a 2v2. But interestingly, Heroic still have the Finker on board. Not anymore. Caster's Curse, as I say, that smash takes him down. FMX with the finish onto Gorgona, and finally Outsiders have found themselves something.
Kind of feels like they weren't too heavily restricted there as well, right? Like Outsiders were free to play around CC for the most part. They had 2 or 3 players running around inside a site quite comfortably, where Heroic could force themselves through a bottleneck coming in through jail. And the one thing you have to absolutely adore as defenders is bottlenecks. If you know attackers are all coming in through a single doorway, just watch the door. It's basically as simple as that. 3 players all trying to force their way through. They pick them off as and when they need to. No real big challenge from Outsiders, but clearly still feel there is a conversation to be had. Those first 3 rounds didn't go well. They've been blessed with a win in round 4 in Customs and Supply, but now they've either got to go down to Bathroom and tell us that we haven't seen yet, or they've got to return to one of the 2 sites where they have been absolutely stomped throughout this game so far.
Outsiders with the tactical timeout, just going to have a little break. I don't think it's a bad time either. They managed to get themselves the first round on the board there. You know, they can just slow things down a little bit now. What worked? What was the difference? All smiles, I like to see. You know, there's some good energy in the team there. They've not been beaten up by this Heroic start. But if Heroic come out of this first half 5-1, you start looking at it then thinking, you know, this is not going to be easy for Outsiders. So this next round, round 5, is particularly important for them. They're going for top floor again. They've lost it twice so far. They need to get this locked down. It's the primary site on board. They've got to get this one done.
Lost it twice, but what I'm more excited about in this round is Heroic's clearly on the mind. Heroic's lineup. They've had 2 very different comps, right? Round 1, we saw a more standard one with the Ossa. Round 3, we had that crazy, like, hit and rush style comp. Here they're bringing out one of the operators that I spoke about earlier on, the Lion. This is the kind of thing they employed against W7M. Used much more to clear out a team that was being aggressive around the map. And looking at the lineup coming out of Outsiders, maybe you see the Malusi, maybe you see the Wamai, and maybe you see the Izami and go, okay then boys, they're getting out in the map, let's go and try and shut them down with the Lion. Everything just screams to me it's all about control though, because you're also seeing the Zero coming along here too.
Going to be getting inside of the round now. Round number 5, 3-1 currently to Heroic as they push very quickly towards buildings. Something that we've seen them do so far is getting inside of the map very quickly on the attack, getting those hard breaches done, pushing forward and putting pressure onto Outsiders. Zero of Uno is going to open that up to begin with, and that's maybe just to apply a little bit of pressure to this Azami from underneath. If they move somebody like Benja or Sloth in, if they know that it's Rask that's been playing previously, still Rask on the Azami. If they know that she's there, they can start using those vertical nades.
Well, here they're really looking for the player that might still be hanging upstairs. It was Rask on the Azami that was playing in this spot, but since the Lion scan came through, he backed out towards 90. He's now dipped his way back inside, feeling pretty secure to step forwards. That spray through the floor, just making sure that he can't play in behind the desk itself. But as it stands, Heroic haven't really done much to force him away for good.
I think that's going to be the next step for them, is recognising that he's there. Nade comes out. It's not going to do the business, though, but Grizzly does manage to find the kill onto Pasha. Grizzly once again, as you say, with that big opener. And Rask has been forced away, so whilst the nade didn't get the kill, it still did the job, and it gets CCTV. Nice. Keeps pushing forward. I was going to say it gets CCTV for Heroic, but the problem is they don't have anybody there to push in and take the ground, so they force Rask away, and then he's allowed to come back. Another vertical nade goes out, but Rask manages to move away from it. He's giving him some fancy footwork at the minute and keeping himself alive, wasting a lot of time, but finally Gorgona gets it done at the halfway mark, and Heroic can continue pushing.
Really feel like he should have had bot down. There we go. Milan coming out on the other side as well, and this is where team play is always good. If you know the Azami's going for a challenge, have someone else swing out from the West Main. Grizzly has got this one on lock, though. A Smash comes in for a run out. I like the aggression coming through, but it's solo plays right now for Outsiders. It's not 2 or 3 players moving at the same time to try and run out on one person or make sure there's a trade to come through, and that is where they're paying the price. 3v2.
Sloth just getting the drones in. We're at that stage, 50 seconds left to go. They just need to know where these last 2 players are located. Finds the Tachanka inside of Archives. Going to leave a drone. It may well have been heard by FMX, but he's not going to take his eye off the prize, as he's not going to look away to try and find that drone. Milan just continuing to try and challenge through the soft wall. FMX does take a little bit of damage on the Tachanka, so Heroic are looking to push forward, take that challenge and win that fight. Sloth, he sees his man. Can he get the kill? Absolutely. Leaving it now just down to Milan, who also takes bullets. He's got about 30 HP left. There's an opportunity for potentially Uno to get the plant down, but he doesn't have the time, as Grizzly continues his great game, finds a kill, closes the round, and that is Heroic now 4-1.
And 3 very different attacks onto this site. I said at the start, that round was a lot more about the control, with the 0 Sam cams, with the Lion coming through. Sure, they had to deal with the Azami that was bouncing back and forth, and they kept trying to find those vertical nades that just couldn't quite connect. But in the end, the pressure that comes through just forces them back towards Fountain, and that is when Heroic say, right, our push is now coming up through double door into office, collapse on the Chanka, and just shut this one down. Again, it just feels like they're a much more prepared team here, like they're much more aligned on their game plan. If Outsiders have maybe tried to play for trades onto Grizzly on the upside down Repel, for example, and got rid of him, suddenly you have quite a lot more control out towards West Main, and maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable there. But they just never really had that control because, again, the team are making these solo plays rather than looking to move as a unit.
On we go then. Round number 6, final defence for Outsiders. They're going to take Ventilation and Workshop. It is another site that they've tried, another site that they've lost. It was back in round 2. Heroic were able to lock this one down. They dealt with the top floor pretty well. And then when the opportunity presented itself, there were 2 men left on the top floor, but only 1 playing down on site. They just got in there, used that bathroom rotate against the defenders and got the diffuser down. It was Uno, once again, who managed to get that plant. So potentially similar, but I want Outsiders to learn from that round. I want them to think about bathroom. If you're going to play the rotate in there, you got to hold on to it. If you lose men in that area, you got to put another one there. You can't allow your attackers to walk into site for free.
I think a really small, cute thing they've done here as well, on the defender side, this is they've actually put a mute jammer on Jail. So where every single round without fail we've had the Buck or a Hard Breacher in general just walk up and open Jail for free, it might not suddenly be so free for Uno to get away with that. But it's Benja who's just kind of crouch walking his way through here. Do they have any ideas here? They find one for free. Does he look towards 90? That's where the second man is. But no, a little too slow on the response. There is no trade out. And that pesky Azami that was running back and forth all of last round is gone inside 30 seconds.
Yep, well dealt with. That's Heroic recognising where the problems were, what were the sticking points, and how can we deal with them, and dealt with them. They have. Benja getting himself another opener, and just Heroic really dominating that entry battle so far. Every single one going their way, I think, at this point, maybe bar one, and they are just absolutely flying in the early round. Gorgona, he's just going to open up that ventilation window on the knock. He's actually moving away at the minute, but I did wonder for a second whether there was going to be an opportunity for him to just have a look direct inside a site, but no, Milan, he holds down an angle, tight as it was, doesn't find his man though, and will likely start coming under some pressure. He has to use the Oryx dash there to get away from that nade damage, and right now that should be vertical control. Not quite secured, but almost there for Heroic.
Good understanding as well that Heroic have got so many nades on side here, so the game plan is you take a gunfight, they know where you are, you know they're going to drone you. So he was looking for drones, and as soon as he shot it, he was out of dodge, charging away, knew that a nade was very likely to follow through, so good to keep himself alive, at least for now. They are still down a number, and Heroic have been a little bit slower here so far. They have been in prior rounds. We're down to about that last 60-second mark or so, and they're still looking to get ready for the site execute.
Now Grizzly just pushing himself in, looking for those verticals down into custom, try and cut off any rotates. Benja with a second, Benja with a third on the round. Milon is going to shut him down, but the damage has been done by the Finker. It's now a 4v2. Pasha has managed to get himself back upstairs. If you look up, you'll find one, Pasha, and he does at just the right time. Manages to find Sloth. Uno, he gets taken down inside a site, and this could be a misplay from Heroic, but Grizzly, he manages to retake the top floor. It's a retake of a retake, Des. 1v1 now, though, as Milon manages to find Gorgona inside a site. 30 seconds left to go, and Milon has the beauty of getting juiced up by those Thunderbird salvation stations. Could be a dangerous drop. Grizzly getting aggressive on the Lion now. Doesn't have diffuser in hand, only has 20 seconds.
Has no idea where he is as well. I think he knew and heard the Kokona stations go off there and was like, okay, time to get myself back down again. Now looking off towards the right-hand side. He knows that the man's inside a site, but will he see him first? Milon sees him and gets the kill as well. It does mean it's not an absolute car crash first half coming out for Outsiders, but we've got to see so much more in the second.
Big mistake from Heroic there. I think we spoke in the pre-show, if I'm right, about Heroic and their droning and just making sure that they're on those flank drones. They've got them out there, they're watching them, allowing that retake of the top floor, allowing that challenge onto Sloth, cost them the round. They were trying to get the diffuser down, they were waiting for the push to potentially come from single door, but no, they were upstairs with you, and that was a huge problem. It then meant they had to adapt in the very late round, and it just didn't leave them time to get themselves an advantageous position to work from.
It did come down to a very hectic 1v1, and if anyone's going to win it for you, of course it's going to be Milon. And that was even after Benja's 3k as well, which just goes to show again the capability of some of the players that we've got in the European League. I've always hyped up Milon. I really think he's an absolute gem, a diamond in the rough, you might say, given how the last few seasons have gone for Outsiders, but steps up big when you need him to. Let's see how this goes in the second half though, Tim, because Outsiders on the attacking side, they've been a little bit slow, a little bit lethargic on the attack historically. Against Heroic, you can't afford to play like that.
No, you absolutely can't. Gorgona going to be getting himself set up inside of Customs. It's something that we saw Rask doing. Will Heroic have the same sort of success with it? Rask held on to CCTV for a long time in multiple rounds, but they could never really convert that time into round wins, and that's something that Heroic obviously are going to be looking to do here in a converse sort of fashion. Now then, Rask on the knock, he's straight in underneath here, Des. He's moving quickly through the map. He's got a drone ahead of him. He could well head, I'm thinking maybe up main stairs. No, the challenge is going to come in from above. They know that he's there, and that is well watched by the Azami of Gorgona.
For now, at least, yeah. I mean, think about how much time they spent trying to chase Rask out of this spot before as well. You basically got an exact repeat of what was going on previously in a similar sort of spot. Smash in with a very cheeky spot. Normally, you see nades fly down through these holes, and finally, Grizzly will tell, oh, there's laser beams coming from the sky. Probably means there's a drone up there. Gone and removed.
Nade will go out. Gorgona manages to survive just as Rask did previously. That's it. Just keeps himself elevated and away from that damage. Now then, Uno in an interesting position there. He's waiting for a potential hop in through that window, and boy, will they get a surprise if they go for it. Pasha is going to be heading up here. I'm not sure that's what he's looking for as he goes on the rappel up to ceiling. I think what they want is the nades to go in towards Sandwich potentially. They're just looking to put a bit of pressure on those inside of office. We can see the My Magnet is out again to try and prevent that. Interesting nitro toss is not going to find its man. Wrong side indeed. And Pasha will continue just on the drones trying to find the spot for that nade.
Right idea, though. It's normally where you toss nades from is on that west side. Just can't quite be found in that instance. Now, nade coming in from below once again. A little bit of damage onto Sloth. Not enough to scare him away too much. But now he's aware, okay, someone is on at the downstairs. That's only 2 of their 6 nades burnt through, though. Outsiders, you got to get using them soon, guys. You've gone through 2 minutes and only got 2 down. Let's see him sing a little bit more.
Uno still waiting, and he's surely going to have been heard there. Smash is there, but he can't get the kill as Uno goes out and gets himself a double. What is going on? FMX manages to find a kill onto Gorgona, and here comes the push from the knock up the stairs. FMX with the second, finishing Grizzly with the pistol there. 3v3 in a quick turnaround for Outsiders. They found themselves really on the back foot after that Uno jump out, but Rask doesn't get away with that main stairs surprise push.
Oh, FMX was just ready, knew, or must have guessed and had that anticipation that Uno would be sidestepping across towards Sandwich. Now, Benja's inhaling all the sloth gas, not really a smoke player apparently, as down he goes as well. Benja's got it all to do, finds the planter. Does he see the man on the main stairs? Yes, he does. Can't quite find the kill though, as Ras down to a slither of HP. Now on the push, knows the diffuser has been picked up, but do they expect this? For him to come in behind them? No, they don't. What's going on, boys? Don't tell me you throw it away now. Benja into a 1v1. He's got the shield on side, sees the man, steps up and goes for the shots, but can't quite find him. Has ducked his way to the side here as well. Rask, now's the time to go big buddy, but he won't be able to do it. No, he can't. Benja holds on. Heroic get round 7, but what a chaotic round that was, Sim.
What a hero play from Benja there, and I just love the confusion he created amongst the Outsiders attackers there. They had no idea whether they were coming or going. He gets a kill into office, he moves around, he challenges smartly through metal detector, but then hits the flip reverse, goes back round and gets himself another. Obviously no flank drones. It was something I picked up on from Heroic, and Outsiders have just suffered via exactly the same means. You can't take advantage of it and then allow Heroic to do the same thing to you guys. You gotta lock down those flanks, and what a 1v3 from Benja.
It was just the lack of awareness in a way, right? This first one coming in from afar was comfortable. And then the follow-up in towards office when you know he's already been challenging that sort of area. Yeah, at this point, probably the gameplay, the game plan is get close together, boys. Stack up and be ready for a trade coming in. Clearly they expected a 90 push to be the play. I was really worried in this 1v1 that he was going to lose it for a brief second. Thank God he didn't in a way, because otherwise it would have been a real spoiler towards the end of a fantastic play. A big 1v3 to make sure Heroic got that round on the board.
Ventilation will be the next site for Heroic then, so directly underneath the one that they've just defended. They're going to be holding on to it largely the same. It's going to be about keeping hold of Armory, keeping hold of CCTV for a little while. As I say, that Gorgona gets out there, applying those keeper barricades once again. I'm not sure if that's the angle that he wanted from that one or not. It doesn't really cover a lot of the door, so I don't know if he was maybe intending for something else, or maybe it just creates enough of an angle for him. But either way, he's got himself set up inside of there now as the Outsiders push begins once again.
And this time around there is absolutely work to do, although it started out well, let's not forget. They were down to just one man being left standing. Unfortunately, it was Benja, not the one you want to be trying to deal with here. Gorg once again playing in a similar spot to Rask. The change between his play and the Azami so far has been how deep these keeper barriers are. More towards the 90 rotation than they are out towards the actual security desk itself, where you can afford to play a little more aggressively. Nade in hand here looking to go in deep, but straight over the top of his head as a drone came in at his feet as well. Potentially a swing coming in from the sledge shot towards the side, and Smash gets the entry. Down goes Gorg.
Great start for Outsiders then. Not only clearing a difficult player out, but also clearing a location that they need control of. CCTV now under their lockdown. Smash is going to continue trying to push himself into Armory, and that is exactly the foundation that CCTV sets you up for. You can then look to clear out the rest of the top floor. Rask is going to be using that Gemini decoy just to have a little look around. Spots one out on main stairs. Continues to push through into Archives and has players moving along with him. The Legion of Benja has been forced down to the bottom of main stairs. Heroic on the back foot here. They've lost top floor control. They've lost the opening kill. They've 4v5 and they've got work to do.
They do. Still holding pretty static as well, sorry. When you look at, again, at Outsiders, one of the criticisms in that first half was at points a little bit static, a bit too passive, a bit too defensive. Heroic, I think, at least are holding out in the map. They had someone on main stairs, for example, someone looking to challenge Milan on the vertical as well. So they have got players in good positions to be able to challenge here, but they're just waiting to see what Outsiders do.
Grizzly just looking to get aggressive and try and get something going. He's managed to get himself on the flank here, and once again, if Outsiders haven't drawn this up properly, it could be a problem. I think they're aware. Rask, he has a little look around. He knows his man is there, but he doesn't find him. Grizzly manages to get the kill, and that allows him to continue playing on the flank, but Smash, he double guesses exactly where he's going and manages to outthink him and get that final kill. 4v3 as Outsiders maintain their advantage, but only 30 seconds left to go.
Still a lot of time to play with here as they rotate their way off. Two players have just pushed their way in towards Customs here as well.
Sloth's on the upstairs with the Oryx. I think he's managed to get himself up a hatch maybe, and he could be looking again to push onto the flank. FMX is in there, and he's going to be getting the diffuser down much better from Outsiders this time. Keeping an eye on those flanks. Sloth shut down. Uno out of it. 4v1, diffuser on the ground, and this is looking good for Outsiders.
That's the good stuff you want to see. Fighting their way back into things here. Get the plant down, end with 4 alive. A much more convincing round. For Heroic, is this the start of something shaky? Again, that last round required a 1v3 big hero play. If that round had gone the side of Outsiders alongside the one we've just had a second ago, it's been far from convincing from Heroic, and they appear to agree, Tim. They've called the timeout here because this defense so far is absolutely not going the way they planned.
No, I don't think it is. I think there's an element of attacker favour on border. As I said, coming into it, we did see in stage 1 that the attacker side was winning 63% of rounds on border. So it's not too much of a surprise to see the defenders sort of struggling a little bit to hold on to some of these sites. But Heroic, ultimately, you want to go to Berlin, you want to get that major spot. These are the difficult games you've got to be able to win when others around you have won their difficult game. M&M's matchup against Navi earlier was never going to be easy, and it didn't play out to be easy for them. So they've managed to get it done. You've got to manage to get it done.
That's it, right? It's not just about the big games. Again, I look back to Heroic's game against Rogue and just said, look, they just didn't bring the same level of aggression that Rogue did on the day itself. Here, I think they played exceptionally well in the first half. Their attacks were very, very good. On the second side here, you kind of saw 2 half attempts at flanks coming through, which were just answered by Outside as well. They were cutting the rotates off back towards site. So I think almost on the side of Heroic, it was okay, we know we can get a kill here, but then what? And that is where Outside has always found a kill back on the other side. Heroic just playing into a trade game when you're already a man or 2 down is never going to be a winning formula.
Not at all. In we go then, round number 9. Heroic this time mixing things up. They're going to go to Bathroom and Tellers. First time that we've seen this site so far today, and there is a big onus on trying to hold on to Office when you're trying to lock down this site. So that is going to be a bit of a focus for the defenders of Heroic. I'm not sure they'll play with as much of a presence out in CCTV. It's going to be more about the opposite side. They've got the Pulse on side this time. Interesting switch up. Gorgona bringing him along. We've also got a Thorn from Uno, so quite a shift in the defensive makeup.
Yeah, looking at, for example, how we had Legion from Benja in the previous round, right? They've tried to play that sort of trap-based operator a couple of times, and clearly not to the strongest of success that you'd like to see. So maybe here the Thorn at least is more the indicator. You often see that paired off with something like a Melusi, right? It slows them down. They're pretty much, not guaranteed, but a lot more likely to get killed by the Razor Bloom going off, whereas for the most part, you can ignore it. It more serves as like information than anything else in this kind of position. But the main reason why you bring that Thorn is because of the shield here, and that's what they wanted in the lineup.
Rask once again on the knock, just trying to get in through that main entrance. He's going to actually rotate around to ventilation window, maybe look to move inside there. But we have seen early pressure from Rask on the knock, or at least an attempt to get in there quietly and try to go about his business underneath. But at the minute, just making a lot of noise for a stealthy operator, and it looks like Heroic are well aware of the push from towards the main door.
I do enjoy, it was Rask who was playing it previously, but the liberal use of the Gemini decoy clone as well coming out of the Iana has been really, you know, again, liberal. They've used it an awful lot. You saw Rask on it 3 or 4 times, I think, in the previous round. So relying on that as a large part for their information is a good way to preserve drones. They are down to about 5 already, only left on side, and Uno is there to bring down Pasha early on. That's a bit of a stinger.
Certainly is. That is a nice opener for Heroic. We saw them really dominating the entry battles in the first half, and that continues here. And now Rask looking to get himself inside of meeting room, but they know that he's there. Sloth peaks at the same time as Gorgona, and they manage to find themselves the kill. Shut down Rask 5v3.
Absolutely perfect. That I was referring back to back in the first half when it was Outsiders on the defense about not swinging at the same time. You've seen Heroic time that 3-2-1. We step out. If one of us goes down, we're basically guaranteed to get the trade. Beautiful bit of team play.
Absolutely fantastic. Smash looking to get himself through. Will be spotted out on the default cam before he takes it down. So Outsiders right now are scrambling a little bit. They don't have much in the way of map control. They've only got themselves CCTV, which when we remember they're attacking onto Bathroom and Tellers, CCTV is not going to do them many favours. They need to get themselves above the site. Now then, potentially going to be forced away here. The exothermic does manage to get squeezed onto the corner, but do they know that Benja's hiding? Milon, he finds Grizzly. I don't think they're aware of Benja here. Milon's not looking towards him. Benja is going to drop away. I think maybe if he stays the course there, he actually has a little bit more joy. But the point here is Heroic are burning so much time away from sight. Outsiders haven't been near yet.
And look at their HP as well. FMX and Milan both being absolutely flagged down here as well. The C4 tickled onto Milan. Obviously hasn't finished him off, and he's got one more juice left there in the back pocket of the Finker. But it feels like they've lost basically everything, because look at how many nades they came into this round with. 8. They've only got 3 left on board, so 4 have gone down in back pockets. Make it a couple more as well. They have not had a chance to use them. Benja's in to find one, but there's still only one man left. As a nade does finally get a kill, there is no time left though at this point. It's going to be a closeout for Heroic. Up they go towards match point.
Certainly getting there and looking worth it as well, Des. You know, they've looked like the better team. There's no question of that. Outsiders have had their moments, but at least one of their rounds came from a bit of a hero play, and right now, Heroic are certainly on top. They can also go back to Armory Lockers, which was the first defensive site that they won back in round 7. They're going to be feeling pretty confident at this point.
Yeah. Again, it's that last round to me is a really good example of why you want to be getting out in the map. I've said as attacker repickers come in, defenders need to get out in the map and get more disruptive. If you leave attackers to their own devices, they will hit you with the most optimal comp they've got to pull off and execute. Whether that's littered with nades, whether it's specific operators, it kind of doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. It was just one of those, again, where they had 8 nades in back pocket, 2 were used throughout the entire round, so some real critical bits of utility that you've brought along when there's only a Wamai on the other side. You'll be kicking yourself, but it was super well played by Heroic, to get so aggressive in the early round and bring down those critical players with both nades in back pocket still.
Here we go then. Benja is going to be just on the Wamai again. Another shift in the defensive makeup. This lineup just rotating each round depending on where we go. But a significant shift in the type of operators that we're seeing from some players. Gorgona back on the Azami rather than the Pulse. Benja bringing the Wamai this time. Uno sticking stoically to that Echo.
Mentioned it back in the first half how they were sort of trading operators around. We haven't seen as much of it here in the second half. It really is more based on the site overall in terms of what the entire comp is they want to bring along. If someone's playing smoke, they'll play smoke, and that's just the way it's going to stick across a number of sites. That mirror, though, coming out here onto West Main gives them a nice bit of control out towards the west side, so another bit of variation that we're seeing coming in. Full information being given across to outsiders by Milan here as well. But keep an eye on the drone count, because that has trickled down to about the 4 or 5 mark quite quickly inside of rounds here. They've lost 2 or 3 here early on. Not forgetting that you only get 9 normal drones because you also get the 2 shock drones, so Twitch doesn't get the second normal drone as well. So far only lost 2 though, so not a bad start.
Brass pinging out utility and Smash sending the Twitch drone in to get rid of it. That is going to take away the prox alarm. Nade comes in for Gorgona, but it's not going to be successful. I don't know whether it's got eaten up or whether it wasn't thrown, potentially. But Rask's drone is going to keep an eye on Gorgona, still spotting him out. The information is there, so you'd expect this nade to potentially be a good one when it is finally released.
I mean, here they want to nade him, but they're so wary about exposing themselves as he swings out to try and go for a challenge. Milan working his way forward here. There's a mirror window to the one side, but Sandwich gets himself an absolute freebie and jets back out in towards 90 here as well. Good bit of play. And now they've got Gorgona trying to challenge on towards the other side. A nade rolls over the top. No damage on towards Gorg as that pressure starts to build up around the map.
Yeah, Heroic definitely feel like they're on the back foot here as Smash manages to find Benja as well. 5v3 now. Gorgona still holding on, but outsiders don't seem too worried about that. They're just sort of keeping him in position. No Gorgona, they're coming through the door for you. And Rask, he manages to find his kill. 5 versus 2 as outsiders starting to run away with this one. We can see a little bit of utility being caught up by those Wamai magnets, but it's not utility that you need now, Heroic. It's kills if you want to get yourself back into this.
Sloth still got all 3 smokes on side, and there's 60 seconds left. They're not the end of the world. They'll waste about 30 seconds for you. I'm wondering where the Yokais are at, and realistically, how well set up outsiders are to looking for this execute, because so far, the answer doesn't feel particularly convincing. I say that, and Sloth just walks blindly up the stairs in towards Milan. Uno's left all alone. This one should be an outsiders round.
Exactly that. Uno's just going to hold on for as long as possible. He's got the Echo drone if he can find the planter, which he's not going to do in time. It was pretty much irrelevant anyway as the hounds were closing in. They were pushing towards him. They knew his location, and even if he had been able to prevent the plant with the Yokai drone, he certainly couldn't have done so for 38 seconds. So that's going to be the round for outsiders. They keep themselves close. Heroic still looking for that final round.
I think really the big one to shout out in that round was Milan as well. When he broke his way in towards Office and cleared out the sandwich player, that immediately just started pulling the attention of Gorgona away, because suddenly you have no real control of the 90 hallway. You have no one that can challenge inside of there. Office is suddenly a lot more opened up. Sure, you've got a mirror window, but then Fountain is no longer safe because you don't know if Milan's knock is going to come through 90, if he's going to push up through Office double door. So then Gorg has to start giving support, and then his attention is being pulled away from CC. And just with that one play, a very bold and aggressive play at that, he just completely split the defenders apart there, split their focus, split their attention, and they got picked off one at a time by outsiders. So again, in this game, another big play coming out of Milan.
Grizzly then on the Oryx. Always an operator I like to keep an eye on, with Sin Sloth already using that vertical climbing ability to try and get back up on the flank of the attackers. And it's this time going to be Grizzly's turn as he tries to do that. As I said, quite a big shift sometimes in the type of operators that we see. And I mentioned there how we've already seen Sloth on the Oryx. This time it's Grizzly on the Oryx and Sloth bringing basically almost the exact opposite in Maestro. He's going to be playing in and around site. He's going to be locking himself down, trying to use that big LMG rather than playing out on the roam, rather than trying to play fluidly like Grizzly on the Oryx. So I'm just not sure for Heroic whether that's a good idea or not. You know, you're sort of disrupting that consistency for yourself.
It's interesting looking at the two teams and how their lineups have varied, by the way, on the attacking side of things. Outsiders have been pretty static throughout. The only real change has been occasionally having a Twitch on side. They've rotated Knock throughout a couple of times, but that's been about it. Whereas you look back at Heroic, we saw the Blackbeard, the Ying, the Nook, the Gridlock, a lot of Buck. We saw Ossa coming out. We had Zero on side. The amount of flexibility they have is far greater in number. A good trick coming through there at the last second as well. That wall stays closed because now FMX is out.
That was really well played. I think it was Uno, maybe Sloth on
Benja
the impact.
or Uno, yeah.
No, it was Uno. I think it was Sloth. It was Medics has confirmed for us. So yeah, Sloth just playing it fantastically well, waiting for the nade to come in, and as it does, then steps out, and he has to hit that throw, and he has to hit it quickly because the exothermic didn't have long until its detonation. So really well played there by Heroic to keep that closed. We're going to see pressure coming down to Smash from above as well. He sort of fires back blindly, doesn't really find too much of a connection, and Uno is going to get the entry. Heroic could well be on their way to the full 3 here.
Uno had this on Smash back in round 7, where through the hatch you just stood there waiting and they walked straight into it, except it was downstairs to upstairs. You've really got to be careful of those hatches, because knowing what Heroic are like, how they like to get out in the map and challenge you, they will happily wait on a hatch and go for it if you're not droning ahead of time. But I spoke about drones earlier. They're down to just 3 in the round, Tim, so outsiders are playing blind in some parts of this map, and that is where Heroic are thriving in the chaos.
Grizzly very lucky not to get picked up there, but he finds his man. Kill onto FMX, and outsiders going to be left wishing that they had seen that Oryx through that broken barricade, but it just didn't allow for it. Rask manages to find Grizzly eventually. That's the Oryx gone. And let's not forget, outsiders are more than capable at fighting back from man disadvantage. We've seen them do it a number of times. They're currently 3v4. They do have time. 3v3 as Pasha manages to find Benja. That's going to be a nice headshot, and it gives a bit of top floor control to outsiders, but they need to deal with Uno yet.
No drone coming through as well, and he's just there blind again. This is that issue when you start running out of information, but they're still finding the kills. Heroic are going to be kicking themselves if they lose this round. They basically have been in a 5 versus 2. The kills they've lost have been real freebies on the other side. Down goes Gorg as well. There's literally 1 remaining, as now it's a 1 versus 1. Milan coming up against Uno. We've been here before, but does he know where the man is, Tim? There's only 20 seconds on the clock.
He's got the diffuser in hand, so he does have the opportunity to try and go for a plant, which is exactly what he's going to do just inside a double door. I'm not sure how aware Uno is. He's going to rip down a barricade, but that sound is not going to stop him. He goes for the softball, finds his kill, and had the information that he needed. Great play from Uno there. Heroic managed to finish things off, and they take the win and the full 3 points.
Drones giveth and drones taketh away. No real information in the last round for outsiders, but you saw the yellow ping information coming in from Heroic. Just goes to show how valuable that information game is. And I won't lie, not the cleanest end from Heroic. I kind of felt that could have gone towards overtime. It could have been 7-5 after that first half. Maybe they should have been more in the lead than they were. A couple of big plays out of Milan, really keeping outsiders still in it.
They played on one of their favourite maps. You know, they've brought it out when you feel they need to. I look at that and I think, if that was somewhere else, did they win quite as easily, or do we see that maybe going to overtime? Could have possibly been a bit of a closer matchup on another map. But I take absolutely nothing away from Heroic. They had their moments. Benja, big 1v3. You know, they've had some beautiful plays, and they've earned their 3 points.
for me, the big standout part and the difference really, again, was some of the team play, right? We referenced how aligned they were in the first half, crouching through East, into Office, in towards site with the Ossa, the 2v1 in towards Passport against the Nook with the perfect trade coming in. Just small things like that. It hasn't always got to be big, impressive strategies. Sometimes it's just the small little bits of team play that really make the difference. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, our desk will break it down for you.
Welcome back, friends. The experience of Heroic putting them over the line and taking a very well-deserved but also needed victory to the hub.
It's a needed victory indeed. I was a bit afraid if they lost this, they could have been out of the running for the major. I mean, not completely, because there would still be 9 points on the board. However, it would start to get a bit difficult because other teams could start to overtake them. A gap needed to be bridged, but none of that currently. 12 points. They are inside that top 4, and they will be today as well. So, well done to Heroic. They played well as a team, even though it got quite close in the end.
I think the points were probably more important than the performance today for Heroic.
True.
Because it doesn't matter how you play, and I don't think Heroic played amazingly. An amazing Heroic would have dispatched of outsiders. I think they played well enough to get the 3 points, and that's pretty much all they needed to do today.
Well, and for next Playday, Heroic will be playing Rogue, and I guess that's some more stuff we're going to talk about, but that's when we come back from our interview. Let's have a chat with Mr. Officer. Good night, Mr. Officer. Hello. How are you doing?
Günaydın kardeşim. I'm good, and you?
Well, feeling pretty good. I'm kind of sad that I don't have my Heroic jersey, that I left it at home. Thank you very much, Hap, for bringing that anyways from Charlotte. But, my friend, another victory for Heroic. But today, after a great start, the second half, there were some issues. What do you think that arose?
At the end of the day, I think you said it. Was it Fresh that just said it? That we didn't play great today. It wasn't like we were sitting there and thinking, oh, well, we really played good, boys. But that wasn't our plan either. Like an overall plan for today, coming from 2 losses, and last one being obviously the worst one for us. Confidence was a bit shaky. So we just agreed that, hey, this time around, when it comes to the map bans as well, let's go for a map that we know, towards those maps at least that we feel confident on, and just play for techers, honestly. Yeah, like I'm not even joking with you. And just get that respect back again. Because at the end of the day, that's when you lose confidence, motivation goes with that as well. So the only way to get motivation back is to actually gain that confidence again. And this is one of the ways you can do it. And we did it. And it was just enough for 3 points. we're happy with that. We take that any day of the week.
It definitely should be, especially with this week being a super week. We'll talk about that in just a moment. But what do you think were lessons that you learned from the last game against Team Secret? Because, like you said, must have been a devastating loss. You went to overtime, it was an 8-7. Nobody really expected it. What did you take away from it?
Not much. We know exactly why we lost it, and it was only, well, only because of ourselves. No disrespect to Secret, but we know when we're losing our games we shouldn't, and that was definitely one of them. Like I think after the Wolves game, we had a little bit back and forth with the boot camp and flights being a bit stupid with us, so we weren't the full team at the boot camp either when we were playing, so that definitely affected it a little bit. And then when we lost to Wolves, the first thing I said to the boys is like, well, mentally at least, that, hey, nobody likes to lose, but at the end of the day, we lost to a team that is in a great role right now, and that is something we need to also look proudly towards and be happy for our colleagues out there, and we also need to come back on that track. But then the Secret loss came, and then I think, you know, that really hurt, because we really went into the mental of like bringing it back on the Secret game, and when that didn't happen, it was just, you know, one whole bit became two, or at least bigger, and there's nothing more than that. We lost to ourselves, and hey, this game was the second try of saying let's bring it back, and luckily we were able to do that today. Outsiders gave us some challenge after the second half, but not enough to beat us. I think we just wanted it more today.
We'll play Rogue in our next Playday. Now you're in the top 4. You're in the running, solidified at 12 points. So how do you think that next game is going to happen? You only have a couple days of preparation until that Thursday night Super Week game.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. I'm a true believer of, like, you know, when people say, like, yeah, you have a couple of days between, like, in Super Weeks and whatnot. I don't believe in that.
I mean, you should. I just said it, and it's literally in 2 days. What do you mean you don't believe in it? You don't believe in facts?
No, because I feel if a team, you know, preparation starts already before the split, right?
There you go.
The small preparations that you do individually towards a team, that can just help you that much. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the fundamentals and the quality that you have in the team, regardless of the map, regardless of the team. That's what I meant.
Well, I'm sure you'll be watching those fundamentals from Rogue today. Will you not?
We'll see. You know, like Rogue, hey, only love. Like I said, we need to also appreciate our colleagues doing good. But at the end of the day, man, someone needs to humble these guys, and let us be that team then. You know, we'll see.
We'll see what happens, of course, between you and Rogue. That'll be Heroic Rogue for our next Playday game number 4. Both teams fighting for the top 4. But on that note, Mr. Officer, thank you very much. Anything you want to say to the fans out there?
Yeah, thank you so much again for all of the support. Actually, this time around, our fans have supported us when we needed the most, when we lost as well. That's not so usual, right? Everyone is just following you when you win. So, but that hasn't happened with our fans, so much love for that. And also, go check out our skin. You know, it's a banger. And like always, to you guys in the production and analyst desk or whatever, have a beautiful night. Keep up your good job as well, and let's go EU League. Let's go. Let's win a goddamn major soon.
Yeah, it's on home soil. I swear to God, if an EU team does not win, then I don't want to say that I won't be hosted because I actually enjoy this. But whatever. We'll something else. Anyways, Mr. Officer, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory. We'll see you on Thursday. You go up against Heroic. Till then.
Thank you.
Bye.
One more thing. Actually forgot. Hey.
What?
Big props to Grizzly and Uno in the team. They have massively stepped up. And also, to the community, Uno finally got a new PC, so that's why he's banging right now. So be careful. That's a little hint to Rogue as well. Be careful. When our Heart Breach and IGL is fragging, you're in deep shit. So, and then there's that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Officer. Congratulations. We'll see you later this week. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a good one.
There it is.
I couldn't hear any of it. Can you repeat the last sentence? Because you were both laughing.
Oh yeah, Hap doesn't. So
he doesn't
Hap's
have
got the mic. He doesn't have a headset on, so
Yeah.
he's just watching the interview in silence.
Just watching it.
We can't repeat it because Officer stole Fabian's swear allowance.
No, but we all get one swear allowance.
No. The whole thing is, you know, when our Heart Breach and IGL is fragging, then you're in the shit.
Okay.
There it is. I have not said anything, so
You
it's
just
okay.
quoted it.
Just quote it. It's all fine.
So here we are. Quotation. I still can use the next one for today. 7-4 victory for Heroic. And that's the one you were looking for, Hap.
It is the one we're looking for, and this makes the next game, which is going to be Rogue versus BDS, even more important because Rogue needs to keep up if they want to have a good shot next Playday. But yeah, just looking at these players here, incredible performance from Benja, Uno, and Grizzly. All of them very heavily in the positive EPSs here, and also no surprise in that Uno is going to be taking home that MVP slot.
Yeah, Officer said that he had a new PC and for Rogue to watch out just before he went on it. And one thing, obviously, we'll see the player cams is Uno's used to be in portrait mode 160p video cam. He's now actually got an actual PC, and we could see him in 1080p. And that's about my analysis. But I did think Heroic, Officer made a really good point in what he said. He's like, it was just about the performance. Outsiders gave them a bit of a challenge, but not enough. And I think that's basically true for any time Outsiders goes against a good team in this league, unfortunately. But Heroic did enough, they got the win, and that's something to build on for Rogue. That's that confidence back, that's that baseline that they can go into, and then they can start building in the elaborate plays and the confident plays.
I mean, I'm just going to take a page out of that book and say, if I had a good PC, I'd be playing in there. If Uno can do it, literally any of you can.
It's actually funny you say that, because when I just started out, I had a HP Pavilion P6, which is just a desktop PC, and I played competitive games on 9 FPS.
That's all it takes to beat Benelux. There you go. All you need to you, the Farmers League.
By the way, upgraded. That's what I was going to go.
Land finals soon.
Land
finals soon, and you can go if you're in Netherlands. You can go to Amsterdam and watch. This is for free, Benelux, by the way. I hope you're listening, Mano. Yeah. They're gonna be there, and you definitely should be there and watching the Benelux event in person. So
I heard Sternab is coming.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, completely.
We're trying to sell it, not force people away. Come on.
Standard. On that note,
anything about Sternabs.
On that note, thank you very much, Fresh and Hap. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time for Rogue versus BDS, our match of the day. See you then.
Softball finds his kill and had the information that he needed.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for our match of the day. Rogue versus BDS about to begin. When does Spoit play? Well, in a few minutes. Don't you worry about it. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Alex Medic, your host for the show. And with me, well, it's Fresh. And Des, what are you wearing?
Can I have Fabian back, please?
Emmy happened, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
She just goes, you know the Roller Champions helmet? Do you want to wear it? And I was like...
You didn't even respond. She was back with it.
We had to extend it to
We're
fit
all
on
just
your
living in
head.
Emmy's world right now.
Welcome in EU League. That's the one. That's all we...
I can make a gag about it, though, and I'll make it in a bit. We'll hold on to that.
All right, we'll hold on to it, much like your hat. Let's go for BDS versus Rogue because, well, BDS have been having some issues over the past few days, especially in a couple competitive days. There's some things that need to be fixed fast.
They do. And I summarised it in our last game when me and Tim were casting earlier. I feel they're struggling to find their place in the meta right now, to be honest with you, Fresh. I feel when the world is evolving around attack and repick and realising you've got to be disruptive, get out in the map, get aggressive, you're just not really seeing that same spark from them that other teams are bringing to the table. Teams like Rogue, like Wolves, like Heroic in that last game as well was a wonderful example. Shaiko really is the only defining factor they have. If he goes down in a round, you're then asking, okay, now where does the round win come from in the rest of this team? And it's a real shame because BDS have been such a good team domestically over the last couple of years. We've always said, always the stage, but never the spotlight about them at big events as well. That just keeps on carrying through, and we really want to see them do well, but I feel they need to add that extra little bit of spark about their gameplay.
Yeah, and I think they're feeling what you've just described is what I think BDS are feeling. And I've got a clip that kind of will show that, because I come to the understanding that Alems is the IGL of this team, right? I think we've spoke to him a few times about it before. But when we roll the clips, what we're going to see is Alems nowhere near his team in terms of attack. Absolutely nowhere near his team on Villa. There's 3 different rounds on Villa. This first one is successful, where he's just lurking up the stairs as Buck. And the problem with having your IGL so far detached from your team is you cannot control them, and you have no idea what they're doing. You're relying on comms. You can see the outlines there of his team completely on the other side of the map. As I say, this one does work out for him, and he takes a lot of risks on this, like, gets traded out the same way he does here. Now, for me, this is why we're seeing times where Shaiko is being aggressive, just walking himself into sight, but the rest of them are on the roof or in different rooms, and they're so out of sync is because your IGL is nowhere near your team. He doesn't realistically know what's happening, and he's trying to make solo plays, trying to make things happen for his team, but doing it in such a solo manner. And in this game against Navi, he was punished for it.
Would you agree on this if you wish? Yes.
Yeah, of
one
course.
Thing I remember Alem saying in an interview was they were changing around where he was playing in the team. But I think back to Clubhouse is a great example. He used to play things like Sledge, and would be the ones opening up the flooring inside of the kitchen hallway. Then moved across to being the blue player on the Zofia and being so far removed from the rest of the team that it was like, okay, now what's going on? And it feels like no matter what orientation they find from at this point, it's just not working out the way they need.
Well. Then what about Rogue on the other side? Because if I'm not mistaken, we saw Spoit is sick today. So how does that factor into it? This is the #1 player on the team, Jack.
Look, it hit them last stage as well, didn't it? That poor performance where you saw them 2-3 losses at the end of last stage was when Crime was also down and out. But hopefully it's a buff. It can be a buff or a nerf. Obviously, we don't know.
It is a nerf. From my own experience, I can tell you it is a nerf.
But when I had it, it was a nerf as well. The reality of it is we live in a world of the times where people are going to be sick, and it's unfortunately going to affect them. And you just got to make do. What I will say for Rogue is that despite their loss last week against Wolves, I am still encouraged, because when they lost to M&M, they were so out of sync. They were doing things sporadically, one by one. Even when they lost last week against Wolves, and I know I went through that double jump out where Wolves punished it, it was still together and it was still sticking to their identity. Now, Rogue and their identity will win them games. I expect it to win them a game today if they stick to it. So it was still encouraging despite the loss. I can't take you seriously, Des. I never take you seriously, but I can't now.
Jack specifically wanted to veto people on the desk, but I will leave that for another moment. Let's talk about the maps for a moment, Derry. Let's bring them up on the screen. 8 are out, 1 is left, and which one will it be against Best of 1 series? Okay. Bank, BDS starting off on the defense. They'll have the last say. Rogue on attack.
Concern.
There you go.
This is why I got this helmet on. This is potentially a car crash for BDS. I'm not feeling good about this because Rogue have played this map a ton. I remember them playing against G2, and they were just leagues ahead of G2 in terms of pace, in terms of aggression. That was both last stage and this stage. I think they've looked like the better team in both instances. And I think with BDS being as slow as they are now on a map this big as well, Rogue are just going to pick them apart at every single entry point.
Yeah, I mean, BDS had the option between Border and Bank. Now, BDS's #1 map preference is Border. So it's a curious decision that BDS have gone to Bank here, knowing just Rogue are probably the best EU team on Bank right now, by far and away. So, especially because Rogue had side advantage, they've chosen to go to attack. I am worried for BDS right now.
Do you need a helmet as well?
Yes.
You need a helmet as well?
No.
Do you want mine?
No.
You sure?
No, it's all yours.
Okay.
All I will need at the end of this is a clown nose, which you happen to have. There you go.
I'll sort that out for you.
So definitely. Thank you very much, though, friends. It's time to toss it to our casters. Got Happen take you through it. Enjoy.
You know, I actually tried to get him on the roller skates as well, but...
Yeah. Well, you weren't allowed because you would have hurt
I wasn't
yourself.
allowed because I would have broken my bones, and production was like, you know what, it's maybe not the best idea. But you know what? We have a good game coming up. It's going to be Rogue versus BDS, match of the day. An important matchup for Rogue to stay within that 12, 13-point reach to make sure they don't get behind for BDS to really be in a fighting chance. Let's go to Berlin.
Ooh, we're getting to the wire, Hap. You see this? You see this?
I see it, yeah.
This is the wire.
Oh, yes. Okay, sorry.
We're like here.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Get into it.
We're getting close.
We're getting close.
We're definitely getting close.
And this could be one of those games because you got to look at the results that we have had so far. M&M versus Navi split the difference of the 4th and the 5th line. Outsiders versus Heroic put a little bit more distance between the top dogs and the bottom, and this could be just one more of those stories. We started the day 2nd place on 10 points, 7th place on 7, a difference of 3. That has gotten wider and wider. Outsiders have not moved from that 7 points. BDS, if they don't move from this 8, suddenly it's more than just 1 point that they're lacking there. That is becoming a bigger and bigger divide. Ahead of them, M&M and Wolves, 2 teams ahead of them.
I don't want to say I was ranting about it on the desk.
Are you ranting? Are you raving?
The past week, you know, when we had a bit of a limited staff. But I said, well, like, why? If Shaiko is the big carrying force behind BDS currently, and he is getting multi-kill after multi-kill onto the Finca, why not remove it? It's exactly what Rogue have done.
Rogue,
they went for the ban for it.
They often do.
Yeah, of course they often do, but it's like double the impact now.
It has double the impact. I think the thing is, people have target banned Shaiko before, even when it's not just Finca. Remember the days of like Shaiko and Hibana, Shaiko Iana.
Yeah, if it wasn't the Finca, it was the Yana coming out.
It was sort of, he's very mobile on who he likes to pick up and play, and he's very talented with a lot of different guns. It's more Rogue. They like removing what she can offer. It's the team-based heal. It's the 2 grenades, the gun 6, the pace. It's everything that you're all aware of because you watch Comp Siege and you probably play Siege and you probably try and exploit the Finca the same way that I do in ranked.
I try, but I realize I'm not as good as
my
fellow Platinum members.
Well, I had the most dreadful start to the season that I've ever had.
Yeah.
I ended up Gold 3.
It's not the best, but
it's not the best.
It's recoverable, is what I said when you reached it.
I was Plat 1 in the last season, and then I went down to a Gold 3. And then I started playing with my friends, which I'm having a lot of fun with down in Gold and Silver, because I'm just cleaning up. I went 16-4 in a game last night, my last game. So, and that was entirely exploiting Finca.
I sometimes pick her up for a quick rush, but that's about it. I'm more of a support player myself. But either way, it seems like we have a Glass entry here.
I know, right round the corner, just misses out. Kanto obviously had no real impact on the previous Playday and almost had the first here. Deepak stacked up. They are in
he's stuck.
A dead watch. Where are you going to go, Goyo? There's no real way, but through a firefight, able to slip their way around. Deepak's going to keep pushing and look for the end of the engagement. Does some damage to Renshiro. Yeah, it sounds like a suppressor on the end of that. Renshiro's going to just get himself a little bit of an opening with the power of anime on his side and the Elevate gun skin, but it's the C4, and Shiro finds the fight over on the opposite side. The Glass is trying to do some damage. They've got half the breach open. They're going to be missing out on the other. They've lost the Thermite, and here Rogue wanted to hit the party fast, but BDS just noticed them trying to slip in the back door.
And I missed out on the most important part, though, the one that allows them to dig deep inside of this site and go for a cheeky plant. Now, it's Kanto and Deepak down there. Just lost one member, Leon Gids. We still have 2 up above because they were holding that hatch. They're afraid of a potential push of a member of BDS to come in and start heading down the blue stairs. Of course, there is that reinforcement on the hatch, so there's no real pressure instantly coming down, but nothing else has been prepped, really. And if you then look over to the left-hand side of Rogue, there is no hard breach gadgets. There's no secondary hard breach gadgets left, and that means that every hatch that has been closed will stay closed, and they'll have to force themselves in through the doorways.
Well, the Candelas don't quite catch anybody. They're more Candelas right now, and well, there's Renshiro getting some revenge. The laser beam vector is able to strike right through the heart of Deepak here. A grenade round on the split. As the Glass tries to find it, they do. Renshiro is finally put down, but he's lasted a lot longer than he probably should have. Spoit finds a second. Over the top, they've got themselves into a 3 versus 3. The smokes are going to try and drop themselves, and you're still looking at a C4 in the pockets of 2 of the players, waiting for this to come around. The Pulse can read that intel to them, but they're not going to take the bait. Wanted to try and shoot it out, see if they catch the players loose, but no catch. The Echo drone as well is just going to drift and drive himself in. There's the plant. Is the cover going to come through? They pull back off. The C4 goes, gets shot out by a glass. Hell of a shot. The take over onto the opposite side. Alems finds the fight itself. Crying has to try and make some moves right now. 20 seconds. And you can still see there's the ping and the pulse. The pressure might come down onto Gold. He's not entirely sure. All the focus is on that split. The pulse. Did he get the read? He didn't get the full intel. There's Spoit getting one more. It's just Rafal, the backline player. He's trying to find the Nomad as the first fight. Can't quite get the rotate. Just sees the catch. The swing and the fight over the top. It's Crying. And Rogue almost led in from the opening 30 seconds, but it takes the final 5 to lock it out.
That was a bit too close for comfort for Rogue there. I mean, for a long while, first of all, they shouldn't have won that. They lost the Thermite early on, weren't able to get the close breach. They lost too many members just taking these gunfights. Deep back as well, just from a small swing. Kento managed to reply and then found one more. But it's basically a 2-on-4 that we were in at that moment in time. No hatches opened up. Everything was horizontal. There was utility. There was C4s available. Those were being tossed in but shut out before they could actually detonate. And somehow Rogue able to hang on in a round that, in my opinion, should have gone to BDS after the Thermite died and after they managed to get deep back as well.
Now, one of the last times that we saw Rogue on bank was on, I think, the second Playday against G2, and it was a 7-1 victory. It was full power presence.
Yeah. And you know, back then they took that revenge from when they played against G2 the first time around, and were playing on bank. Actually lost a major spot because of that, due to losing a player in the middle of the round, unfortunately, in a very important one. So they've always been good on bank, but in that second stage, they really upped it up a little bit against G2, and now they're trying to do the exact same against BDS. And if they manage to pick up 3 points here, they're in a very good position for going to Berlin.
Well, I think the last time these two teams met as well, it was an 8-6 on Skyscraper. It went close to the wire. The one player that didn't quite have a huge impact, I believe, was Rips. I think he ended up on about -9 or a -10 for the game itself, swapping him out for Spoit, swapping out for this huge player who might be able to drive more of the power. I mean, we saw him bite back in with 2 kills and Crime putting pressure on the split side. They're starting this read once again. Looking for this player on the top of Banana. They have some pressure, some presence. There's a swing. Leon's trying to get some opening on Stock, but it's Crying, as I said, that finds Lems, and it was a point about him not quite having the ability to lead the team. There's no better seat in the house than being in everyone's camera.
Yeah, has four views now and a bunch of cameras he can use to guide everybody around, but Leon will find another one as he takes down the one onto the main stairs. Or fall from the janitor with the shotgun though. We'll find one, we'll find Sport. Tosses out the smoke canisters to stop any quick pace towards his position. But there's only 3 members left on BDS, only a single one above, and that is just going to be a clean wall bang. A drone that was on the other side of that wall gave that ping, and that's just a free kill for Rogue.
That was, you saw how well read that intel, and already 200% better than he was the previous Playday. Survives the C4. Kanto's looking for the angle onto Renshiro, who's actually trying to find it back, but Sledge still has a little bit of work he can do, and that's going to force Renshiro to pull slightly further and further away. The breach is coming around onto Janitors just above, and he's still fishing and looking to see if he can get the cheeky angle. They just see him slink out of there to try and lock down a little bit more control. Steadily, they're forcing the players back and back behind this, the bar line. On the far end of the structure, the Samcams might be able to try and get some of the intel if placed properly over the top here, but without the quad wall breached, they're going to have to go a little bit flatter and try and take some control of archives.
Yeah, so they could still try and open up that door, but it might be a little bit dangerous as they have to use that sledge, of course, and those feats can be watched. For those of you that are new and wondering why so much is being opened up above, it's basically to limit, as the quad wall gets opened up in the meantime, to limit the positions the defenders can be in. So you know they're in these default positions which you can just pre-fire, pre-aim, or get grenades to roll around the corner. Now there are none left on the side of Rogue as they lost Spoit early and Kento used both. But they still know exactly where these players will be, and they don't even need drones for it.
Well, the swing round and the trade out, they find each other's body. Playday is tucked in, but not for very long. Locked out of Kansan, and, well, Rogue lock in their second round. They were quick and pacey once again to get the first fight. All the attention paid by the drones towards the players, onto Banana, onto Alems, onto the pressure. They shut it down. And then they went back to their intel gathering game. I love the use of Samcams on bank. I'm always going to be a big fan of what Zero can bring, and Deepek's bringing it.
Yeah, I think Zero's a really good operator on these big open maps with lots of open spaces and just bigger in general. I mean, Chalet's also a great map for Zero, for example, mainly due to that fireplace. There's so much you can cut off. You can hold those, like basically 2 staircases, the library, the bar, for example, that kind of stuff. If you do it in a lobby here, as you mentioned, you can hold off a banana, you can hold off the lobby, the little side office, which sometimes defenders like to hide in, and you can also just get them around on the side themselves. Through the floors, even, because it does pierce destructible material, sometimes makes for some very funny hidden cameras.
Rogue, 2 swings, 2 hits in BDS. One of them definitely probably should have been yours, and well, I guess you'll see if you can try and rebuild that mantelpiece here. A slightly different approach. They've pulled that it's down in the basement. They don't think the SAM cams are going to help them too much here, which is fair enough, to be honest. If one of the sites might be a bit of a lockdown, it's potentially this one. You can get your clears done over the top. The calls. Dockerby is a slight different pool, but I guess if you're thinking of what was a problem last time, the Echo was potentially that. If you can pop that at the same time as the execute down towards the site itself with the smokes that you've built, then maybe you can stop them being able to echo off the plant and try and sneak it in a slightly different manner.
I mean, it's a completely different lineup, right? We don't see the Glance, we don't see a Thermite currently coming out. There's no Nomad on the attacking team, or the Ying, so there's only one operator that stayed the same, and that's the Yana that is currently being played by Sport here. So a completely different take could be on. It's potentially going to be revolving around opening up these hatches, which is something they weren't able and weren't planning on doing the last time around. As you said, they wanted to have that quick round to lead in with, have that classic, that first kill, open up, smoke it down, make sure you lock off any angles that they could potentially go for. That didn't quite work out according to plan. BDS was ready to reply, so indeed, what they do now is the more methodical way. Just open up these hatches, limit the movement inside the site that these defenders can go through, and then execute altogether.
Steady clear is the MO right now. They've been able to get the security over the top 2 floors. As I said, it's something where you can sort of get yourself structured in and you pay your attention down. Think about old Clubhouse, where you set yourself up with a couple of staircases. It does become not easy, but possible to cut off rotates. Only really the Oryx being the one that can try and break that pace. Here the break onto the main hatch itself. The Thatch is going to let them put the pressure onto the one that they wanted to hold onto otherwise. They can get those X-Kairos popped. Get a little bit more control. Only one more hatch is ahead of them at this point, with Deepak putting a couple of pings. It's the Claw for the Kaid that might be able to actually catch them out here.
They're waiting for it. They're waiting for an EMP here, so they want to actually do this properly. So probably because they knew this is the last thing that needs to be opened up. There you have it. Gets denied and the hatch gets opened up. Well played by them there. They could have just shut it on as they thought there would have been nothing there. And almost Ilham's losing his life there as well, as a little bit of the side of the body shows there.
Oh, if anything, that show of the Thatcher and the play there is the difference that Fresh was pointing out on the desk. Rogue's coordination there. The calls and the expectation catches out BDS, but still, 30 seconds. There's only a portion of a round left to play, and they're going to see if they can try and put the pressure down onto Green at the bottom of White Stairs. A bit of a rotate. The kit looks like it's eyeing up the drop onto the hatch of Elevator itself. They're joining it out, getting some control, but it's Shaiko that opens up, finds Cry and finds a swing and finds control of Garage. Leon suffers a little bit with Rafal holding on, but it's Deepak and Alems that actually trade out on the big open hatch on the backside. Rafal tucks in around the corner. Leon looks for a fight, but pulls away at the worst possible time, shaken out. Kanto finds one more, but it's Rafal and Kanto once again. Rafal is the full stop at the end, and BDS finally find their first.
They find a first round here. They wanted to go desperately for that elevator drop there. A little bit of support from the main stairs, one from the vault hatch, but it seemed like they were ready. They didn't really have an opening, so there was not really a gap to go through. And as soon as you open up all these hatches and there's no sound coming in from the CCTV area, you're not going to be putting as much guns down there than you otherwise would. So 1 or 2 left behind. The rest was making sure that that drop through the elevator was not going to be successful for the side of Rogue. And they finally find their first round loss here. BDS able to punish them up onto that bottom floor. Something they should have done in the very first round, where they managed to take down Leon quite early on and stop them from fully opening up the breach that they wanted to. The Rogue still in that lead. And we're headed back towards the open area. the side that we have been before as well. And as we look towards the defenders, believe that they actually left one part of the quad wall soft. Now, I'm not sure if that is on purpose or if that will still be reinforced. I mean, it's a strange one to just leave there, so I assume it might be on purpose, just to have a little bit of an opportunity to challenge outwards, but that provides an opportunity as well. There is a buck on the board. It should just be quick work. And indeed, Playday will close it off. So it's just someone that did 3 then had to go because the setup needed to be done elsewhere. It seemed like a weird one to leave open as well. So that's usually with a rotation between the open area and the little side offices.
Quick play once again of those cams to see if they can try and find the width, and well, there's 1 for 1, but if BDS can find a second here, I mean, it is on bank. You do suffer a little bit more on your defenses. 2 wouldn't be the most out there thing to lock in, and they still have plenty of opportunities. This is their best moment to strike as well. Off the back of some back and forth, some trades out, Rogue found themselves slowed a little bit, and BDS can build behind that. The Twitch drone is able to get a little bit of use and get itself locked in with some of the control here, as Shaiko might be the first to meet him. Playing on the pulse once again, seeing if he can try and lead in. There is some of the pings in the players, and it's a big danger if you're around that core, but it's Spoit that finds Renshiro, as that early opener there just puts that pressure down flat against them.
So weird to see Shaiko onto the poles, though. It's not. That could be a blow up. There it is. Deepak loses his life, but a C4 that Shaiko carries and gets back into that scanner instantly to potentially guide someone else to go for a shotgun shell, for example, if they feel lucky, because there's no more explosives left on the board. Grenade still being used, taking care of some utility, hoping to dispatch some of the players who have fallen back towards the side in the meantime, though, as it is a 4-on-4. They'd rather take that full-on fight towards the side in a 4-4 rather than being singled out on the top floor, not having an opportunity to rotate out.
Kanto grenaded an empty space, hoping to get a catch. At least they know nobody's there and they can try and push their way closer. But at this point, BDS have pulled themselves back. They had suffered more before here, and with Alem still, I believe, down all the way in the basement, he has the chance to rotate up either of the 2 sets of stairs if he wants to, and with a minute on, the longer that time ticks, the more dangerous he can be. Rogue once again going for the same approach. On the same side here, the swing around onto stock and the door itself, and you can see BDS seem a little bit more aware of it now. They're trying to hold off with a little bit more of that arm's length. They've got the pulse, still reading information. They've got some control, and they've most importantly kept most of their bodies. Kanto almost suffers there. I believe that was the 2-story swing round. The grenade doesn't quite get the full catch. Lems is going to pull himself away. They know that they have the pressure now, and 30 seconds has put them in a tricky situation.
He downed himself with his grenade there. It exploded a little bit too early. So Kanto's DBNO didn't have to do anything there, BDS. Just wait and let him toss that grenade. And 2 players are at least not within range. Leon Giz will pick him up eventually, but there's some valuable seconds that are lost within 20 seconds left to go for a final execute. So they need to find an opening onto the site here, as it looks like they might be wanting to plant deep on the actual kitchen area. Kanto takes some more damage, opens up, quickly has to rotate out as the flank comes in from the blue side of things. Will be picked up. It's a 3-on-1. The plant's going down. Is it going to be able to be cancelled? No. Kanto finds the cover, gets Playday before he gets into a position to stop the plant, and that is going to be another round for Rogue.
I mean, you got to give it there to Rogue. They really had barely any time to work with. A pretty even fight outside of picking up Kanto, who, okay, he got the kit down in the end, but it was after the danger of grenading himself and being downed. Rogue, apparently, even with the barricades and the hurdles that they put in front of themselves, are still structurally able to execute onto BDS.
I was going to say, because something exploded and I saw Kanto go down, I'm like, no one took a gunfight on him.
No. Alems did a lot of damage from all the way in the basement, up through the 2 hatches, caused some problems, then had to rotate at the end towards right. We called it, and it was a problem that could have rewritten the round if there'd been a bit of confirmation. Kanto,
he wanted to nade out Shaiko.
Yeah, he overcooked.
He wanted to nade out Shaiko, and he wanted to let it explode before it hit that little side of the cubicle there, so none of the explosive damage would be mitigated, as shown here by our observer as the Womai goes on. That kind of soft wall there mitigates a small amount of the damage, so you just wanted to make sure it exploded high up enough to get that kill instantly. Either way, it was a bit too high as it exploded before he even reached Shaiko and got himself instead. So luckily for him, he didn't take himself out. That would have been unfortunate.
I mean, he's 7-3. He's really trying to make up. He's doing the, I guess we'll call it the Rise. I Rise went 0-12 and then smashed it the next week. Kanto's doing that right now.
Yeah, he definitely is. He's stepping up, and now on the Ash, No grenades in hand, but 2 breaching charges. Ashen Operator, we do not see that much anymore.
No. We, you know, she sort of had a space in the meta once upon a time, and now that there's just a little bit of the changes in terms of what other people can bring in their pockets, let alone the pace that can apply themselves, Finker and Iana do the job well enough, alongside obviously Soph. But here, Kanto has opted for this. A little bit of the swing pressure on the windows potentially. Spoit and Leon putting pressure onto Stock on the opposite side. They know that Wamai is in a position here. They've got to try and dig out. They're hoping he goes for a swing, hoping he makes a little bit of a mistake. The ping onto the Azami. Round on the corner, but it's going to be the drone, the electricity. And now a little bit more intel gathering from the side of Rogue.
We could see Spoit just jump in here at some point. As soon as he realizes Shaiko is out here, he could just go for that fight. Maybe even tosses a grenade in first. Either way, he's holding the angle tightly now. The grenade is going to get pulled. That's going to be starting to fly in. Is there anything there to stop it? No. So that's the shield gone. He just jumps in right afterwards. Takes out Shaiko. Spoit is having none of it.
It's like people drone themselves in and Spoit grenades himself in, and he's able to find the kill on the back of it, tucked in on the side of Stock. He might get swung sooner rather than later, so he's cautious at the minute without the support. Well, it's a C4 that comes through. Kanto gets Renshiro. In the meantime, Alems has to rotate his way back round to offer and try and retake control of Stock here on the opposite side. They are still a body down, but Kanto's quite injured from the engagement. It's the retaking of the territory that's the most important part. Deepek trying to pop some pressure onto the player inside, and it's the swing that comes round on the back of the stun. Perfectly coordinated. There's another take. Leon able to get the quick swap round. They don't even have time to put the kit down.
The kit was secondary there. They wanted to go for the kills, and we'll find them eventually. Rogue. And what an entry that was. I mean, Shaiko, he played that well. He knew the grenade was going to be coming. He heard the pin to be pulled, so he fall back a little bit just to make sure he wouldn't be taken out together with his shield. But he did not expect Spoit to just jump in right afterwards. But, you know, as I was saying, I was actually expecting it. I was like, he's droning himself in. He's in this, like, aggressive angle. So it's like the only way is to either fall back the long way, where you can be shot the entire way through, or to just go through the window.
Just take the fight.
Or just take the fight.
He droned his grenade in for him to then go in.
Yeah.
It's a 3-step process. It's called the Spoit process.
And that's how you take care of Shaiko.
And that's how you take care of Shaiko. You can find this pamphlet that he provides. Just grenade yourself in. Cowards.
I mean, it works because he's like it.
But okay, we're talking a lot about him. It also works because of what Leon was doing with the pressure onto the other side of the wall. Because we saw Leon putting some pressure on the close swing onto Stock, so they can try and open up the pressure onto the wall itself, burn the ADS. And that's the thing about Rogue, is that coordination on their approaches throughout this game has been so razor sharp. It has made sure that executes like that, they don't just happen. You cannot just throw yourself into a fight and always get a win. You might, but it's not always.
Yeah.
The way we're seeing Rogue go for these approaches, the way they're waiting, the way they're baiting and playing against BDS's holds, chef's kiss.
I mean, we have to say it as well, right? Often we see the Zofia stun charges to be used to check if there is someone in a room or in a corner, actually used here to push
When was the last time you saw a Zofia stun so someone else can get the kill?
Well, that's exactly what I mean. Like, it's often being used to check, oh, there is someone in this hallway. Oh, there is someone in this room. Now it was meant like, oh, we're going to stun him. You're going to push in and you're going to get that kill. The coordination there is what's keeping them up, and that allows these players to shine so much as they currently do. Now, openings are being made here in Janitor. Hatch has been reinforced as we have returned back towards the basement here. And Alems is still playing around with this Electroclaw. They want to keep the vault hatch closed, which means that currently there's free reign to open up elsewhere. New rotation is being requested here by Leon. There you go. Oh, just to get an EP, just in case. That will, of course, get both of these hatches secured. Need to dust the second down there, but they did it anyway. And that means they might get in trouble, actually, if they want to open up the fourth hatch.
Oh, it's a long angle that they're holding on to and hoping they can try and get this. Remember the retreat from Alems that played on before? Well, he's doubled it down now with both the juggle attempted onto this hatch, hoping the first is going to get thatched.
We'll get it.
Gonna roll a second there. There it is. Just caught in time. He's keeping that as strict and safe as possible. Now, Rogue, you've got to force yourself a little bit of adaptation here. You're able to get one of the other hatches for free, but that second one came at a bit of a cost. The swing round. Spoit just saw a bit of an elbow. Hope to see a little bit more in the swing, but nobody has come through as of yet. Just keeping it locked for now.
60 seconds, no real pace have been made. They've opened up 3 out of 4 of these hatches, but now they need to decide where they want to go for a drop. Retiros are coming down to blow up some of the utility, but also gain some information to find out where these players are. Smoke canisters are being tossed back in return to stop them from truly moving up. But as long as Shaiko is inside of this garage, most of these hatch drops are not going to be working out because they need to cross back at some point. And as Rafal finds Deepak, as soon as he tosses in that flashbang, suddenly they're a man up as well.
Yeah, Rafal got very aggressive there onto the hatch. Leon, he almost suffered the same fate at this point. BDS, they're leaning in. Spoit leans back, finds one. Looks for the second as the fight over the chassis. There's a close ping. Doesn't see the elbow, but the plant's going down on the other side. The 4 versus 2, but all the attention's paid to Spoit, and he suffers on one. He doesn't see the man. Rafal pops up. He gets the down onto crying. Leon's gonna stick it, but Ganto sticks it better.
This explains why when he saw him earlier, Rafal was not shooting, because he was on his drone. You know what? There was even pings down there. I'm not going to say it.
No, there were pings. I wasn't paying enough attention. If he was on his drone, fair enough. I was obviously watching a different active gunfight. Yeah. I think the Echo might have stopped one of those plants. Maybe, because Leon did come off at one point, and I don't know if it was because of the Echo or because of a fight. Would have to go back because there was so much going on. But the fact that he then ran up and took position on the player, which fair enough, because I assume they thought the last was garage, the last had retreated. I mean, because that's what Spoit was doing. Spoit was getting himself propped up, so if someone came garage or green, he could take their head off.
Yeah,
but the Echo,
stop any rotation back.
The Echo is on the floor.
Yeah, and there was pings. There was also some fire on the floor, so I assume he might have thought that if he would be on the floor there, he would be burning. Not the case. Echo was pretty much fine.
I wonder if that'll make one of the highlight reels.
Maybe one of the blooper reels.
Maybe a blooper reel? A Spoit blooper reel?
Either way, it was a good round for Rogue. Still, they managed to open up. A little bit of a mistake with the EMP use there. Of course, he used 2 of the EMPs onto a hatch that had no Cade under it, and then they came an EMP short for the last hatch they wanted to open up. But that actually forced them to go for a bit of a different take that worked out. So maybe it's a mistake that helped them win the round to some extent. Might be stretching here, but either way. 5-1. Rogue, last time they played Bank, they played against G2, 7-1 victory back then. Seems like they want to repeat that feat here against BDS. And let me just quickly check out on what side they started back then. Because we might be seeing a complete repeat. Oh, they started actually on the defense back then. 5 rounds of the defense against G2 is what they want.
Yeah, and I think that was to... I know it's been a while since I was last making this point on round 2. But this is the second part of that point. Was if we see them do well on their attack, one of our last metrics for this team is doing very well on defense.
And that makes it a little bit scarier.
Because it's not a good map for defense.
No, it definitely not so much. But at the same time, G2's not in, and was not in the best form. They're starting to get out of it a little bit. I mean, Team Nade, double kills coming through, for example. Allowing the jump outs to come through when you're there with 3 people is just some of the stuff that happened that shouldn't happen. And I hope that BDS is ready for it, because these do look like some prep windows.
Well, this Super Charm is supposed to give you +5. Unfortunately not in the hands of Leo there. Lems catches him out and takes him off the board. The Oryx is gone, and the Osa in the role of Shaiko. Again, not the most common sort of position and play that we see him taking up. He's got himself a little bit of a bastion, and he's making a small corner box as you've got your side, I've got mine. And gives himself a little bit more security on the swing. Deepak, he's hoping to catch somebody loose on the drop down. They are droning it out, putting the pressure around. The pings are coming through, and we can hear some of the discs being burnt out, but otherwise the wall should fall of stock, and BDS pick themselves up to rotate elsewhere.
No grenade, no LMGs, no clear entry fragging operator on the side of BDS here. A lot of utility that they want to go for. And one of those Retiros, fair enough, will find a shield, an important one as well, because it makes Spoit's position a bit less playable. Also, something about Spoit, what we do know is that he is often a little bit less impressive onto the defense as he is on his attack here. So that's an opportunity for him to change that now as we get onto that first round.
They don't know Spoit's where he is. Does he know? Well, he'll have the impression somebody's out the window, and Oh, if he goes untested and unchecked here, he could get a massive strike. This drone has to get the reveal. There's a player. He wants the catch. He finds the side. Doesn't get the full lock. Oh, just give him a sliver. Is concerned somebody else is going to swing round. Hopes the support structure comes, because to be fair, as long as the player's down, it's a detriment. But yes, as you said, the kit is going down. They have the cover on the windows. They don't quite have the body. They do. Deepek with his magical glasses is able to find it through the smoke. The cover comes through. It's crying over the top. Gets Alems. A 3 versus 2. Shaiko did find a little bit of pressure and finds a little bit more. Spike's looked out on the far side, 30 seconds, and Rafal does some business. Deepek, a huge take, a 1 versus 1. He knows roughly where the kit was, might not know that it's been picked up, put back in the hands of Rafal, who's going for a rotate, holding off. Just going to plant behind the safety of the castle. A bit of a spray over the top, a bit of a bait of the intel, doesn't get it because of the clever positioning there, and well, now does he have the awareness on where the player is? Sees the feet, swings the pre-fire, runs out of bullets, down to the secondary SMG, has to conserve it. But Rafal claims that round for BDS.
Shameful there for Rogue. They had a really good start of this round, but unfortunately came back. It started off, of course, with that execute. Tons of smokes, tons of flashbangs being tossed in. But guess what? Deepek in the janitor there with the Warden can see right through that. So able to stop that plant from happening. But in the meantime, Shaiko finding some of these kills, bringing it back and allowing it to come a one-on-one situation. And maybe a bit too aggressive there on Deepek on his ammunition. Found a feed, just sprayed half his magazine in there, and after that next to the castle barricade, hoping it would be the peak that it would walk right into his bullets there. Not the case. But luckily for Rogue, it's only 5-2. There's still plenty of rounds for them to lock out. At least 1 round, and potentially even 2. So as they head towards the basement now, they're not going to go for the double back. They're starting to go for a bit of a different play. Hatch not reinforced. Okay, Deepek does that. Cryan has other setups to do, so makes sense. Pretty heavy emphasis here onto the... Come on, Spoy. That's not nice. Let's say a heavy emphasis here on the open area and kitchen site. Some of these castle barricades to be used. Now, one got pulled off by Spoy, so needs to be put back in place by Kento, who seems to be here alone, holding it off. Might get some... help from his friends up above to drop down a hatch and janitor as soon as pressure arises. They might have reinforced it off, I'm not quite sure.
Okay, BDS. I mean, to be honest, you had a bit of a swing round onto the attempt on the plant. It is something that you do, but Rogue, as you said, they bit back and they almost clutch it out from that side. Spoit has an idea and an adventure, and he wants to see if he can make it happen in stock. Once again, it's down to whether he does get caught on the drone. There is pings on some players. Call on one more. Sprayed close, sprayed further away. Alems. First off the board, Hibana's gone. The next fight is about to come screaming around the corner. And it's all Spoit. The boy wonder, even with his sickness, is laying his sickness down upon him. 2 top floor kills, a bottom floor site. The hard destruction is halved. And Shaiko off the board.
He called it a buff, to be fair, but now he seems to be doing... Oh, Richiro, if you look down, you could have gotten 2 kills for free that were about to drop together. Wasn't aware of that, and as a result, he's not going to be able to pick up those kills. Rafal with another logic bomb to come through, just calling everybody cell phones. Hoping to find anybody close, but no sound being given out means that everybody's down onto that ground floor, onto the basement, waiting for the push to come in from BDS, because Spoit, well, he found 2 kills. It's a 5-on-3 now. Rogue have that big advantage. They cannot throw this, so they want to fight this as a 5-on-3 horizontally.
Oranshiro, he's knocking on the door. Just misses the fake lady. Thankfully, doesn't give us full game away. Deepek, well, he's the man with the magical glasses, and now he's the man with the magical drones, waiting and watching to try and catch this. Might actually destroy it if the exothermic pops off. It's very close to it. No, it's a little bit safer, tucked around on the side. There's the reveal, the cut, the swing, and there's a man trying to get a plant down. Doesn't quite have the angle, but the pings and all the smokes and everything's coming through. It doesn't affect Deepek, who can sit, watch, wait, and say, now they're planting it. Renshiro gets the cover, and there's a fight back over the top. The Echo drone is able to get one of the pings. They're going to swing a little bit wider now, and they've got him into a position where he gets the planting the cover. A 3 versus 1, and I'm messing up my words as much as BDS are trying to make a mess of this. The drive all the way through. They took out 2 bodies in the meantime, but there's still the pressure. Rafal, he clutched the last one. Can't get this. Rogue sit on map point.
I like how Crying just walked by, saw the diffuser, and thought like, no, I don't think I will. And the Spoit comes in, he's like, do you see it? And he just shoots him instead.
What are you doing, Dad?
what are you doing, Crying?
Come on, old man.
The Spoit is definitely stepping up on the defense here. I know I just said, like, normally on the defense, he's not doing too hot, but right now, BDS.
It's the thing about Bankers, it's really leaning well into what he likes to do, which is just cause problems.
I mean, he was being hot droned in, and Shaika wasn't able to win the gunfight there. That is something we do not see often. So yeah, massive props to Spoit, currently doing very well for his team, 12 kills. Next up is going to be Kanto on 10, and then Brian on 8. Took a little bit of damage because he ran through a wall, I think. Yeah, indeed he did. Through 2 even. Making these rotations for his team. Ensuring that they have full mobility. Opening up hatches as well so he can jump up and down as he pleases. He's not opening up the basement hatch though. Onto the vault. Now, as the quad wall gets reinforced, potentially Mew jammered up as well to stop some of these positions. So they might just leave it all together and try and go for some impacts. But then again, this is a rush Emmy. There is no heart breach, there's a lion. There's a bunch of explosives. They're going to rush through and they're going to try and plant right behind the B-bomb chassis. I'm going to tell you now.
They are. They're going to see if they can get the soft breach on the inside where Alems was to get rid of the castle, potentially.
Go and copy.
Oh, they're going to go for a copy plant. Okay, fair enough.
He's ready with a hammer. He's just chilling there.
3. Leon, pre-fired.
Where's the C4?
Leon is in an angle here where he's ready to swing and pre-fire. He could be the problem maker. There is a little bit of prep, a little bit of awareness. They do, as I said, need to open that door, which can be done without having to enter too drastically. The drones are getting the full read. Alem suffers with a swing round. The fight that comes here, you can see Rogue is responding. That's the most important bit. They're a team that does like to move fast, so people moving fast against them might come through. Spoit, he's tucked in. He's waiting and hoping the swing. The first pulse gets nobody. You can see BDS is still weighing up the right time to go, and there's the first gone. Shaiko finds Cryin, finds the first blood. Rafal now, as I said, has this breach open. They have a bit of width, but that's Spoit fighting back, and Leon suffering potentially just a little bit over the swing. Rogue holding themselves steady. BDS, change of plan. They've pulled themselves wider. They're going up to the window, and well, Spoit fired a little bit early there, but you can see Shaiko, he's inside and holding and hoping he comes back.
I definitely feel like the idea here was to rush, but as the drones came in, they realized there was not enough information. So Rinchiro will find Spoit. It is now a 3-on-5, so they're still trying to get some of the control here over the round, as they do have a 2-minute advantage now on the side of BDS. So with 1E1D still left in pocket, it's Kanto that finds one of the Gemini replicators. It's going to be pushed now, and Alems will find him. So it's a 2-on-5. They still have that 1E1D. They could still explode onto the side and try and find these last 2 members.
Well, that's not supposed to go there. It's supposed to go through the hole. Leon, he's holding the rotation on the backside. He hasn't really moved from where he started the round itself. Deepak, he finds the first, the swing round. They're looking for the second, but it's going to come from either side. Leon gets the big one. The cover over the top just survives, but only just 40 seconds. And they still have to watch that swing round. The pulses, the flashes, the blinds come. He pre-fires the angle, hoping Deepak's going to lean in. Swings round, just misses the back of the player, holds it more and more aggressively. There's the take, there's the kid, there's Leon down. Deepak's all that's left. He can win this out. He's looking for the long engagement. Does a lot of damage to the Ash, hoping to see the next swing round. BDS just have to time this together. They just have to put the pressure. Renshiro finds it with the LMG, and for one more round they survive. But they got to thread another 3 together.
Yeah, there's not much breathing room here for BDS. I started to worry a little bit for them as I was convinced it was going to be a rush, and they were all stacked up. I mean, the hammer was out, ready to swing.
It was going to be a rush.
And then they see on the drones, there's 4 people on site. I don't think we'll be able to survive this if we jump through these windows. So they had to shift. They had to change their plans. Luckily, it worked out for them this time around, but there's still 3 more rounds, as you just said. That means that Rogue still has a pretty good opportunity of locking it out here, as they do head back towards that top floor, towards Executive. let's see what they change in their setup. Again, the Warden that we see from Deepak will more than definitely be playing inside the Janitor. Very efficient place to be for that operator. You can stop any flashbangs that come in. You can stop any smoke executes they might want to go for. So you're not really too bothered if they be swinging through that window, if they think they've covered you off. So with that, it becomes a target that BDS needs to deal with. And a way to deal with it would be to go from below. Use grenades. However, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't seem like they want to bring any.
Shaiko back on the Ossa to potentially set up the same barricades they had before, and to be fair, the round was theirs only just, but it was only just not theirs, with the attempt on the plant almost coming together outside of Deepak, causing problems. The Warden was able to use his fancy specs to see through the smoke here, and if you remember, Leon was also the first off the board playing this, the very aggressive position onto these windows itself. Didn't quite have the success of the previous swing, and as Shaiko seems to want to get himself set up in the same place, he's going to try and put the pressure over on the other side. Rafal at this point, if we look towards his stats, he's having a pretty huge game, and no one else from BDS really is. It's a little bit underneath the wire, whereas just having a second player step up big on the side of Kanto and Spoit is something that is causing a lot of BDS problems. The Yost is able to slip on by. There's no catching them. Leon is going to make them think twice about those windows. They've got to pay some keen attention, as Alems does.
Stuns are being tossed in, but one will be caught. The second one will bounce through, but not actually find anybody. So nothing really gained. Actually, no, they will find Leon, but no one is currently trying to engage on it. So more used as a utility sink. That's unfortunate that you just got shot. Went for the repeat, got picked up.
Yeah, Rafal had that locked down. They knew that he was playing around on the top. You could see the yellow pings came through just before, and Leon, as he said, he went for the repeat. It's not an easy angle to go for. Just putting the Talon shield back up, getting themselves stacked up closer and closer. There it is, in a very good spot to cause problems for anyone on the side of the Janitors. They can now get themselves a lot more security if they went for the same sort of plant before, and it means Spoit can't do all of the crazy things he liked to do on the previous round. It's a little bit more catch in his favor. And there it is, the take over the top! The swing of the impact! Crying, offering support, and he might have said, I've got this one, old man, but this time he needs his dad help to get rid of the removal on the corner. Two bodies stacked up on the windows. Renshiro finds Spoit, finds some revenge. Deepak almost gets it. Can't quite get the full lockdown. Crying with the rotate round on the opposite side. Is he going to try and get the catch on the windows? The hop comes through. Is he revealed? Is he droned? Yes. You saw them instantly drop down in the rappel.
There's one inside, though, I believe, near the actual site, so I'm not quite sure where Playday is, but I believe he might be in a position to go for a plant. He's right behind the desk. No, okay, he's on the other side of the wall. I thought he was right behind the desk. He's going to use one of those soft breaches to open up and allow himself a bit of an easier way in, as Deepak will take care of stock.
Yeah, he chose that second to rotate, and Kanto comes big on the far side. Two players left, either window, one hops in. Alems and Rafal now as the final support structure in a 2 versus 3. Rogo holding themselves at bay. They know they've got to try and stick the kit. A little bit of a dangerous dance there, but they're going for the plant at this moment in time. Are they aware? Rogue aren't responding. 8 seconds and a post plant. Is that a little bit of a throwaway? It's now a 2 versus 2 open gunfight. Rafal finds one more. He was the man of the moment last time we were here, and now Rogue, this could have been their moment to shut it out, but they found themselves a bit adrift. BDS find their second round in a row for the first time this game, and both of them, I think, have started to include Rafal as a major player.
Definitely so. They managed to get the plan down this time. No response from Rogue, as you said before, and that whilst the entirety of stock was clear. They could have just pushed up the square there potentially, so a tech timeout gets called. Actually wanted to highlight the impact play that Crying went for together with Spoit. They realized the shield was going to be an issue. They needed to deal with it. So the idea was Crying tosses the impact. It will destroy the shield, and that allows Spoit to, at that same timing, go for the gunfight against Shaiko. He wanted out, though, before the shield actually exploded, but otherwise that shield would have been gone, and a lot of damage done towards Shaiko before he could even respond to that impact coming through. 15 seconds. Rogue, they have 2 more opportunities to lock it off. Now, we said it before, that last round, that should have been theirs. That might have been given away to BDS, but BDS at the same time was there to respond. They were there to get that diffuser down, and they were there to have the cover when it mattered most. And that is what's important. It's that fortitude, being able to fight back when you're lagged down, or even 4, considering the amount of match points that Rogue had. And that's the experience that BDS has.
Rogue, and a history of screwing it up. It's an unfortunately long history. I'm not going to say it's an entire history, but it's longer than it could be, longer than it should be.
It's more than 1 page in the books.
It's enough that they haven't. It's enough that it's a thing.
Yeah.
And when it's a thing, it's a thing. And you don't want to make it a thing.
You want to stop it being a thing.
Wolves are able to stop it being a thing. Look at Wolves.
Rogue might still be able to do it. I mean, it's 6-4. There's still plenty of time. It's
It's
not a 6-5 yet. It's not that dangerously close to be going OT.
But the perspective, if they do not win this,
that is getting very dire.
It's not dire, but it draws them level with both M&M. If they get 2 points, they would be level with both Heroic and M&M. And suddenly that fight, 2, 3, and 4, all of them are on 10 points.
Yes.
BDS are only 1 point, not 10 points, 12 points. BDS would be on 9 points at this point. BDS, if they get 2 from this, if they win it in OT, they find themselves level with Rogue.
Yeah, and that's more of the worry, because you said, like, if they get only 2 points, that's a big if. What if they only get 1? Now, they seem to be aware of Deepak's position, and they're looking to wait to go for a push in. Surely someone is watching that drone. Surely someone is going to be able to make the call out. But as the Lems is taking charge here with the Talon shield, they're waiting for that camera, hoping it doesn't activate, but it just activated. And that means they know they're coming, and that means they're ready for them as well.
Oh, the drop on the hatch. They're able to find the ping. There's the second. Playday down on the floor. Leon stops him, but at what cost? As the fight goes all the way across the site, Renshiro and Shaiko with 1 apiece. It's all down to Leon. Just missed out the change of the guns and forced out of the building. The kit's cold, so he buys himself at least a few seconds, but a very clever push there from BDS. They had all the drones and the intel to be able to act when they needed to. Leon took the head off the plant. Well, it won't even go down. BDS from 6... well...
That wasn't even a plan. It was just a guy hiding there behind bomb chassis. By the way, you know, I said it wasn't 6-5 yet.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, it is now.
Now it is.
This match point, or for BDS, the opportunity to go to OT and pick up a point out of this one. Put themselves up onto 9, which is tied up with Nautilus Vincere. But also the opportunity to fight for 2. And that will put them a little bit closer to Rogue. That's not what what Rogue wants. And this is their opportunity to still lock themselves in for that second place today. Make sure that you start off the Super Week in second. You will be there in the middle and maybe see if you're there at the end of it. But that will force them to win this round. And they are doubling back, Amy. They are headed back towards the basement because surely they don't rush twice.
Surely?
Well, you never know. But, I mean, after you've just done a rush... I mean, we'll be more prepared for it.
It is maybe one of the best team executes we've seen from BDS the whole season. The whole split, even. Because that's the big problem, is they haven't quite been able to hit those marks to the same pace and clarity that they used to be able to. Whether it's a struggle with the meta, whether it's a struggle, we don't know. We're not in the comms, we're not in the strat books. That's only the stuff that the players know. All we can do is compare them to the level of control that we've seen them have before in different metas, different whatever. And it hasn't quite been there this split. That round, they had the pings, they had the intel, they had the drive, and they had the right moment. The second the click came, as you said, Alems was leading the push, seeing how deep they could got. He got, so then they went. And it wasn't just those two in Garage that went, it was everybody put that pressure on and took Rogue massively by surprise.
It's as soon as they were spotted, they knew, okay, we either need to go now or completely abort this plan. Because they know we're coming, they know we're rushes on board, so we either go or we need to go back towards what we did in that very first round, where they managed to get quite close to the rush, but then decided against it in the end.
Well, drones are spotting drones right now. They're just going to make sure that they can maybe swing around and put some pressure here onto anyone that pops their head, but it's going to be a Monty as the first up. The ping's around, just checking the safety of the back, but Monty can slink and slide his way through. Tries to take care of the Echo drone that's just going to tuck in round and actually use that as cover to go up the stairs. That's a well-rehearsed Echo player. The drone watches it go and pulls the ping, and Renshiro takes the head off for Spoit, who was waiting for the fight, and suddenly Rafal is drifting his way into sight. There is those Goyos that they can pop. They're looking for the pressure as the grenade starts to bounce around. That'll take care of, I think, all of them. To just let them burn out and do the destruction onto the site itself. The attempt on the plant, Playday takes a little bit of damage in the fire, but otherwise they've done their job, and BDS fully stacked on that server stack.
And they really want to go for that one, so a bit of a flank is coming through. You see that one yokai drone? Well, that one is in position to help Kento retake that top floor, head towards the blue stairs, and see if he can cause some damage. Now, the big worry here is for Rogue is that they reinforced off that hatch. And as they have reinforced off that hatch, they're unable to make use of it. But Shaiko is still above as well, just thrown next to the window on the back of it, as I think that's a window being opened up. They do know he's here now, though, as the plane goes down.
Playday's going for the plant itself. Rafal takes a lot of damage, but it's a post-plant. Kanto's looking for the fight. Shaiko finds Cryan on the top. Kanto finds Shaiko. They've gone for the retake. The smokes are blinding everybody, but it's a 2 versus 4. Deepek wants to see how close he can get them. Monty's causing problems. The swing around, the pressure. He's going for the fight. He finds one. Can't find the second. Buried on the back. We are going to OT.
And somehow, against all odds, it is BDS that will bring us back. Because back when we were round number 9, we were basically already waiting for it to end. We were waiting for Rogue to pick up the full 3 points, but that is not going to be the case now. It is both picking up 1 for now, and whoever wins most rounds out of these next 3 is going to be taking 2 points home. And with that said, Rogue, well, they had a good opportunity to lock themselves in to that second place, to get themselves, what is it? 4 points of difference towards place number 5. The best they can do now is a 3-point difference if they do manage to pick up the points. Now, if they do manage to find 2 more rounds.
I mean, you have to give credit here to BDS for refinding some of the momentum. The first half and a little bit of the second, they seemed a bit lost, a bit uncoordinated. Okay, we're on bank. You expect attackers to do better, but there was an obvious bit of control that was being exerted by Rogue, and BDS took their time out. They took their moment to have a conversation around the halfway mark. They started to find something. They've started to find a little bit of a thread, the importance of this game with only a handful of points left. Taking some rather than losing it all is so important, especially when the pack is starting to divide here around that 4th, 5th line. Rogue stay on defense. All the way back up to CEO, the site of 2 losses, with Lockers being their only success, but they've just lost that twice in a row, so why not try this, where it has been kind of close both times.
Yeah, for sure. I want to make sure that they started off strong here. Now, there was some slight mistakes being made in the last offensive round they had, and also some unfortunate series of events the first time you were there. And those, they need to be fixed. Need to prevent those from happening. Kanto being opened up, though. Alams is going to be making sure there's a long line of sight they can hold, which makes it a little bit more difficult for Spoy to play in the position he does for Cryan, who is currently stuck within the elevator. However, they do, of course... Oh, that's unfortunate. They destroyed, I believe, 1, maybe even 2 of the Electro Claws there, as they did toss out these Kiba barriers. Luckily, there is more Kiba barriers available for Cryan. Just, I don't think there's any other... Spoy, okay, well, that's definitely a fix. Spoy just watching through the hole that gets created by the Hibana and taking Lems out. Oh, now looking to challenge the Skylight as well. I mean, Spoy's feeling it. That's for sure. Oh, that's the triple from Shaiko. He gets that kill as well. It's the injure. The double kill from him as he drops him from above.
Oh, from the top rope, Shaiko. He was cold at the start, but he's hot as anything right now. Rafal, who's been hot the whole game, is able to find 1 more for his credit, and suddenly Rogue, once again, on the back foot from a fantastic lead-in to blinked and you missed it. BDS, they have so much time to work with. The pressure's going to come across the top. They're trying to go maybe with the idea of a bit of a retake there, but they don't quite get anything. Deepek on the side of Janitors. They want to swing round. Popped a bullet and gave an idea to the Oster that they need to watch it. Who Renshiro's picked up, and that could be the big change. Shaiko on the Iana. We think about all the roles he's played throughout this, and, well, you put him on the Iana, he finds double kill. Cryan gets some revenge. The pull of the impact pushes Renshiro back. It wasn't a deployed shield. It will be a shoulder of damage, a spray through 48 seconds.
48 seconds, Deepak still in a good position here inside a Janitor. Needs to be careful, though, to not be pushed from Kanto. It's a very tight angle there. He's hoping for a head or anything to show so he can go for the shot. That's the player out there, but a breach is coming through, and that that means, no, it's muted out. So Crime will fight Renshiro, and with that, they might actually be able to bring this back. Rogue, that is.
Now, only 2 defensive rounds have been won this game, and there's a lot that both teams should have but didn't in the end. The dig through onto the site. They're going to try and get the support and see if they can get the kit down. Deepak's going to go a bit wider over the back line. Can he find the planter in time? There it is, just 8 seconds. They just have to pull back, but Deepak doesn't let go.
Finds both there. Most importantly, that diffuser stopping that time to run against you. And after that, just locks it off as well. We have to say, though, like, for a second, it looked like BDS was just completely able to slaughter Rogue there, especially after Shaiko drops in, gets that double kill. I mean, what goes on is like, okay, this guy that just took you out from repelling, I can take him out, but it might cost something. It's like, do I jump? And then the answer is we, and he just goes for it, gets a double kill. It's not often I've seen a Skylight drop be that successful, let me tell you that.
Well, Lockers was BDS's only successful defense. It actually was the only successful defense from either team when we got into OT. However, they were tested on it one less time, and it was one that Rogue were able to take. Let's see if there's been a bit of a change of pace and play. It was a little bit of claw juggling. Here it is, the drop down.
Well, like, what goes into
this
the
snap to the second? It's just liquid, that is. That is just fluid.
That's insane. This one very important though. Like, I understand you're covering off for the actual side, as that's a direct threat as well. You're just a man short. You need that hallway to be held as well, as you need to watch over the shoulder of your actual planter. So it's unfortunate there. You can only cover one, and the gamble was the wrong one in the end.
We throw our minds back to attack a long time ago, and that's where Spoit got most of his game, as is the trend of a lot of this currently, is Spoit was able to lead in best when he was in a position where he could lead in and try and find some of that. Now is the perfect time to see if he can find it once again. Stretch his legs and try and apply the pressure here back onto the side of BDS. BDS themselves, some open hatch, some angles, some exploration, but the steady drone game of Rogue isn't going to reveal anyone on the top floor. For now, they've instead got themselves the same sort of lockdown they had before. Canisters, smokes, a pulse for the intel alongside the Echo to cause problems, and the Kaid claws both currently deployed.
Shaiko on that pulse is just feeding a lot of information out. He's not playing like a roamer, heavy fragger. Instead, they're playing a bit more centered around the site. He's waiting with the shotgun next to him. He's like, tell me when to strike. I'll swing. You give me the word, boss. It's I'll go for it. So drone is being tossed out. He's on his drone now. The information coming out. Drone gets taken out. He's not even able to find out that the pulse is aware that he's coming around the corner. There it is, the swing, but Bride gets taken out. Shaiko will get the refrag.
Yeah, gets it. There was a third player as well, just in case for the trouble, but Bride gone. He hasn't had the biggest game, but the smoke canisters on a sort of stop on this plant can be quite a big thing. Okay, they have Goyos that might still be sitting. Okay, they have 3 C4s, and okay, they have an Echo drone. They have a lot going for them to stop it, but still, every little helps. Here, Rogue. They're going to see if they can try and put the pressure onto the hatch. There is the claw. There's the roll of the EMP. Perfectly timed this time round. They should be able to get that popped open, and Alems is going to pull himself back round. They were able to swing a couple of cheeky kills last time. Is that just... Yes. They were able to swing on the hatches. And you can see Alems is stacked up, ready to see if he can do that once again.
The elevator has been opened up as well, and it's basically been the game plan of Rogue. Drop these hatches and hope for the best. They haven't really been taking this horizontally, and this kind of puts them in a bit of a danger there, but the grenade pops off, and that will get Shaiko, and that means it's a 4-on-3 situation. A man advantage here for Rogue with 42 seconds left on the clock. It's plenty of time to play with. Just play patiently. Deepak comes in with the drone. We'll exactly know where Rafale is, as he's been spotted exiting the site. So Krine is holding a tight angle. He doesn't want to go for that swing because he's not a direct threat. That means he's offside. That means they can go for a plant here inside of the server stack.
Well, there's the tuck round behind the kit itself. Alems is able to get one. They still have some C4s. Will they have the plant? Rafale has a body. That's at least the cover gone, but post-plant situation and a quick back out the room and a restructure. Kanto's going to go up. hold control of the hatch itself, and they're going to open themselves up an angle. The Echo drone comes through, gets a bit of a stun. Are they going to swing behind it? No, but there's a rotation that's coming through up top on the other side as well. Onto yellow. The burn of the fire is actually going to buy them a little bit. Kanto wins the vertical fight, the most important one. The swing comes round. They got to double down on the fight itself. They can't get the solidity. The blind's going to come through. Kanto from the top rope gets one more, leaves just Rafal. The man who clutched it before is in the hot fire. He tried to cast upon his opponents. He's got to wait. Swings for the first fight, but a triple from Kanto secures the double for Rogue. It should have been 3. They'll feel it. BDS get 1. They'll feel that too, because that means Berlin just drifts that little bit further away.
I think if you looked at Leon's reaction as soon as they won, that was indeed, this should have been 3. He put his hands in his hair. It's like a bit of relief because you still won the game, but at the same time, it's like, that should have been 3 points. That should have been 3 points. But good teamwork coming in the end there. That 2v3 post plan, they managed to win. The first one-on-one on the top one, absolutely crucial. After that, they could play on contact. Play with a peekaboo with that last player standing. You swing, then I swing, then I swing again, just to make sure that they don't know where to watch. And like that, Rogue able to pick up just 2 points. But to be honest, it should have been 3.
We'll take a quick break before we're back with the desk to break it down. Welcome back, everybody. What a match of the day. And for that, let's have a chat with the victors. Rogue. Hello, Leon, and His Majesty. How are you, Bruce? How are you? You've grown so much, Brucey. He's very relaxed today.
Yeah, the heat wave, he's really feeling it today. He's just been chill all day.
You've been hydrating well today, Leon?
Yep, I've got my water next to me. I've got juice. I've got my aircon as well, so I'm not too bad.
I mean, it looked like the entire team was juiced in this game. Hell of a match of the day for us to watch today, but let's talk about the elephant in the room in this, because it seemed like it slipped away. It almost slipped away. What happened there?
I think we just couldn't find an answer. I think, I think nerves got the best of people. We were overreacting to what they were doing, and getting a bit too hyped. So I think that's just how they won there. They took their time. They went straight for sight instead. Avoided the roamers and stuff. And yeah, people just overreacted to that. And ultimately, that's how they got their freebies and stuff.
Why bank specifically then against BDS? What do you think that benefits you?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know why they picked it themselves, really. We was not expecting bank.
What were you expecting then in that case?
It was going to be Club, Border, or Sky. It was our expectation.
Not bank at all. So you went to it, and since you say, okay, this was confusing, we didn't really expect it, what was going on through the team? How were you trying to adapt in the moment on that sort of pick?
I mean, we were hyped, I mean, It nearly worked for them. I mean, but I don't think that was. I think that was a mixture of them playing well, but us being too nervous once we started getting a big lead and stuff. We know, like, obviously we're a really good bank team, and it was really stupid for them to take it to us on bank. Like I'm sure we'll figure out why eventually, but yeah, I don't think bank was the smartest pick for them.
Well, that was today. I mean, an incredible game that you had against BDS, and you go up against Heroic. Now, I don't know if you were watching, but Mr. Officer was like, oh, you know what? Mucho respect, as he always says, to Rogue and our colleagues, but when we're in the server, we're going to bring them down. So what do you have to say to that?
As you said, like, all respect for my colleagues and teammates, everyone who works in the scene, but we're going to bring our A game against them. We really want to beat them. Like, everyone's going to be hyped, everyone's going to be pumped. We're going to show off so that we're as good as we think we are.
I mean, you're close to it. You got all 2 points today, sorry. So that means we'll be sitting with 3 teams on 12 points at the end of today. That game against Heroic is going to be something else for that whole top 4. But Leon, what do you want to say to all the fans and on behalf of Bruce?
Just thank you to all the fans that support us. We appreciate all the love you give us. And Bruce is, says thank you as well for all the love you give him on Twitter, and everyone that comes in the chat asking, where's Bruce? How is he and stuff. He feels the love. He doesn't know he's famous, but he feels the love. We appreciate everyone, and thank you for sticking by us.
I mean, he is definitely famous. That's for sure. I'd like for you to tell him that most famous cat in Europe, at least when it comes to Rainbow Six. Again, Leon, thank you very much. Congratulations on your victory. For all the fans out there, reminder, we said it just a few seconds ago, but this week is a super week. On Thursday, Rogue, Leon, and Bruce will come back to fight again with Spoit, as impressive as he was today. Make sure you catch them against Heroic. That is game number 4 of our Playday on Thursday. Until then, Leon, take care. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Milos. Enjoy the rest of the games.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And there it is. Welcome back, Des.
Yep.
How are you doing?
Great. My helmet wasn't really needed. It was actually a really good game.
It was.
I think after the first half, we were there just like, wow, this is going to be an absolute rollover. BDS weren't really in the game, but you got into that second half, and Leon touched on something quite pertinent I think we've seen twice so far from them this stage, where things get a little bit shaky. When a team starts fighting back, when they kind of start running out of ideas, they look a little bit nervy in a way. And I've always said it about Rogue, they look great domestically, but what happens when they get on the international stage and really start getting pushed by teams? Do we just see them crack?
It was pressure, wasn't it? And I think I said this about the Wolves fixture in the pre-game of this. I said Rogue, when they lost last week, they still exhibited the same behaviors. They overreacted, like Leon said, a lot on the defense today, particularly on the rushes, but also on the open area, and they just kept losing lives out of sync, and it was kind of getting the vibes of that Playday 1 of M&M. Luckily, though, they managed to just about get it together in overtime and get those 2 points. And I think, maybe Rogue got a little bit caught out in the map bans. Leon said we weren't expecting to go to bank. And this was very similar to the Secret Heroic game last week, where they got taken to a map that, sure, they're comfortable playing, but they weren't expecting. And then when that happens, you only have your defaults to go off. You're not necessarily prepped on your opponent. You don't really know what they're going to do. And we saw BDS do a lot of different stuff today compared to what would be considered default. And Rogue basically just had to ride that wave on their defense and just hope that they could get through it. In the end, they did, but it had to be in overtime.
I mean, Shaiko and Ossa.
Yeah.
You had that on the bingo card for today, not me.
No. And I mean, even on
Crazy.
Pulse as well, right? Like, he was playing Pulse.
Yeah. Being put on the more kind of utility operators for the team, it felt, rather than doing Shaiko things, which is a little bit strange to say, because it's a Shaiko specialty is to run around on things like Iana, get on Malusi, charge around the map, pick up a couple of kills, and we saw that a bit in the second half, but I'm glad they're trying new ideas, otherwise they're kind of stuck doing the same thing that has really made them struggle for the most part this stage. At least they're trying things, even if they aren't working the way consistently they need them to.
I mean, BDS can still make a total of 9 more points, so they are not out of the running, that's for sure. They are at 9 points at this point, so they can double that in the next few play days. They go up against M&M, against Wolves, and against Team Secret. But this is one of the rare times. It's been years, really, since it really has been almost 3 years at this point, where we're thinking, damn, BDS might not actually make this event. It's incredible.
It's scary. The run they've been on is incredible. You look back at SI, I want to say it was 2020 when they finished third, was it?
Yeah. 20, yes.
Like, that's the highest they've ever got. And since then, although they've kept themselves at these events, it has been that slow, steady decline, even with many of the same members. So I'm just like, okay, well, what are you boys doing now to fix this? And it sounds quite scary to say it, but maybe the Dream Team French 5 that we've got here do need some changes coming in the off-season.
Yeah? Oh, he's worried. Do you want the hat?
No, I mean, it's curious. You kind of wonder whether missing out on a major would be the big shock that BDS need.
Yeah.
Because it's all right, and I talked about complacency with Heroic, I'm going to talk about it again, is that if they're complacent, you know, they went to Mexico, they went to the Sweden major, they've been to every SI since 2020. They went to the last Charlotte. My God, forgot
You
about
were there even.
I was there. So if they've been to every event and they're just happy being in that top four, you get stuck in that rut. We see it with APAC teams, we see it with a lot of teams. So missing out on Berlin, as much as they're not going to admit that they will, you know, it could be a good thing for them long term.
I mean, missing Charlotte wasn't a good thing for TSM. Yeah, here we are. Missing a couple events for SSG. Anyways, that's a topic that we can go deeper into, and of course we can theorycraft all day and night. So Des Fresh, thank you very much. But it is time to wrap up our match of the day. A banger of a game, I gotta say, between BDS and Rogue. BDS go up with 1.2 for Rogue. And now with 2 games left, it's time to close it off. Pons versus G2. That'll be a match. See you in a bit.
From Kanto secures the double for Rogue.
Welcome back, friends, to EU League. It's time for game number 4. Pons versus G2 Esports is about to begin. Penultimate match for Playday number 6. Welcome to Desk. I'm Medic. This is Fresh and Emmy.
Hey.
How are you today?
I'm all right.
It's good to have you back.
It's nice to be back.
Yeah, let's go.
We were both ill, and now we're not. Yeah, it's nice to be back and see everybody's happy face, apart from Fabian. I miss his sad face. I hope
that's his.
Well.
They call it a resting Fabian face. So.
I thought it was just because he was Swedish.
Swedish.
Yeah.
Hello, Jack.
Hello.
How are you handling the things on the other side of this desk?
I'm just enjoying the chaos that is the desk today. It's been excellent.
Yeah. I don't know where Des got that hat from. Nice hat.
I don't know where it came from. Silly, as you were saying, but we are in for Pons versus G2. We're going to talk about these two squads and what they have to offer. First up, G2. Emmy, what are your thoughts?
Well, they have to offer a lot. What they give us, not enough. And I think that's apparent for everybody. It's the struggle with G2 right now. If you built a super team and they're not very super, the problems that are coming together are actually ones on attack. So that works in two ways, that joke. It's the thing of them not really being able to thread things together. They lose the idea of the objective. They miss where the plant is. They miss where things are coming together. They can't quite find how to get it over the line and keep that five-pronged togetherness. On the defense, it's fine because you're having Doki, you're having Citizen, you're having Virtue, have these great moments, these great rounds. Alamau, a little bit hit and miss, and the same with Prano, unfortunately, at the minute. But come attack, things just fall apart.
Something happened on Skyscraper, didn't it, last week?
It did. Would you like me to show you?
Jack?
I'm ready.
You need the hat?
I've got I'm not putting
Is it a surprise?
I'm not putting
Go
the hat
ahead.
on. And I'm not surprised. I'm going to go back over to my favourite position, which is the telestrator position, and I'm going to go through G2's woes. Now, I'm actually going to start this round off. It's going to be a positive. Prano gets a really nice drone, a nice yellow ping, gets Doki to go on the drone, and Doki gets a lovely kill from the back of it. Now, G2 are doing a karaoke T attack. They've worked their way across from the office all the way across to the west side, and they managed to get into a really good man advantage. But what we're going to actually see is what I call the G2 paradox, is when they get into this late round of the attack, where's the communication? Where's the leadership? Where's the ownership of who's doing what? So Doki will eventually force his way into Geisha, get a kill, and set up a 4v2 scenario. Now, G2 managed to somehow lose this 4v2 scenario, and we'll go into it. You see there, Solotov's dropped off the hatch, Doki's got himself into Geisha down here, and then the fight will push through as the rest of the team are still pushing across the west side. Right, 4v2, Doki gets traded out. Now, this is the bit where I have the problem with, and the problem with G2 in general. The positions are now known. Solotov gets a kill below, and Nello just got a kill on the main stairs, which means you know that one player is below, one player is main stairs, and you have full control of both T and karaoke. What do I expect G2 to do? I expect them to plant, and I expect them to plant in this doorway here. The colour's not great on that, so I'm just going to change it. In this doorway here on the green box, into T. What do? Two players go and chase a kill. One player goes and just runs through towards the staircase, and suddenly the round is just given completely back to M&M. You can see the two players looking towards the main stairs here up the top of the screen, and you can see also Prano runs through to try and go for a plant in karaoke. Prano dies with the diffuser. Suddenly these players aren't talking to each other. Another player dies to main stairs, and then it's a 2v1 right back in the favour of M&M. And this is where I question G2. Who's taking the ownership in the late round to achieve the objective? Because for me, it's very simple. There was only one C4 below. Even if that C4 hits, you can replace the planter and get the plant down and play for the objective. But the communication, especially when I've watched the communication videos, seems very clustered, and there's not much ownership or direction at the minute.
I love where he does this. Jack. He's really showing off. But in this case, I'm really wondering, is there an objective? Because G2 have kind of forgotten what it is. You know, if you're on defense, you get into that defense mindset. It's like, well, we just have to kill everybody or kind of play for time. You don't do that on the attack, do you? And you definitely don't walk across into an open hallway when you can just plant on a door.
It's that sort of quandary. It's that problem.
What now?
Is a quandary, a conundrum. It's a tricky situation of the brain. Because how do you overcome that level of objectivity? Now, we all know at this point that obviously they're changing coaching staff. Shaz, who had the spot for a very long time, is gone. That's a change from the top. That's a big potential architectural change, which, let's be real, that's what they need. That's where the play sucks, is, as you pointed out, and as we all see, that execute side.
So now, what about Pones on the other side? Because they themselves have not had the best of time either, Jack.
No, they haven't. And actually, they really need to improve. And I don't like starting off talking negatively about a team. But with Secret's win last week, Pones are now dead rock bottom of the overall standings when you're talking about relegation. They're in that auto relegation spot. And Pones have been pretty poor, other than a game against Navi where Navi did some kind of off-meta stuff. They seem to want to go to Chalet a lot of the time, despite the fact that they don't appreciate the map. You know, we've seen Aspire talk about it a lot with the hatch on the wine cellar and the fact that they're not even opening it, they're just leaving it soft and not bringing anything to open it. They seem to have this fundamental, really small map pool. And then when they have to go to maps that they don't play, they really struggle on them.
Well, I think the thing about Pones and the fun statistic, obviously, both these teams have only beat Navi. They've not beat anyone else. Pones, out of the 26 defense rounds they've played, they've only won 9.
Yeah.
Out of the last 2 maps, the 11 they've played, they've won 2. They suck on defense.
Yeah. And G2 sucks on attack. So
I had more points, but you were rushing.
Yeah, I am rushing.
Now I know how Fabian feels.
We need to see what nobody knows how Fabian feels because he doesn't.
We do. He's
Which
angry.
map? Which map will it be, though, for the series? Let's get it up on the screen again. Best of 1 series, our 4th for today. And we're going to head over to Chalet, Oregon. Banned out by G2. They start off on defense, Pones on attack. So the thoughts?
As I feared, we're going back to a map that Pones don't like or seem to fundamentally understand when they play because they're limited by map pool. I expected G2 to see that, understand that, and therefore abuse that.
We haven't seen it from G2 this split. We've seen it twice from the side of Pones this split, and to be honest, it's technically gotten better. It was a 2-7 against Heroic, and then a 4-7 against Outsiders. Maybe they'll get 6.
I'm not betting on.
It's a coin toss of a game, is what you're saying.
There's going to be a really shaky half when G2 are on attack and Pones are on defense. They both suck on those 2 halves out of the comparison of their game. Whoever can do better that time, they're going to win the game.
All right, then let's see how it goes. Fresh, Emmy, thank you so very much. Let's toss it to Casters. It's Des and Ace. Enjoy.
Thanks, Milosh, with the finger guns. Pew, 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 pew. Chalet, we head into, Tim.
We do.
3rd time this stage for Pones, G2. Back at the major.
2nd time tonight for us.
2nd time tonight for us. Why the hell not? Well, what do you mean for us? The show?
The show.
I was going to say, not for us. We did border.
No, we did border.
This is our award.
For us, the show.
For enduring border.
Yeah, we get a Chalet.
Thank you. Now, I say we get rewarded. You get to have a good old rant about Pones and how they play downstairs.
No. I'm not.
Hang on, Fresh, have you got a fishing rod by any chance?
I'm not batting.
I've got to catch a big one.
I'm not batting.
I've heard about this massive fish in the EUL lake, and it's called Tim.
I'm not going to rant about the basement defence.
We'll see.
Unless
Unless
they close the hatch and they don't play West Main and Boiler Wall. Then I might have something to say about it, but we'll see what happens. Pones are going to kick us off on attack anyway, so that's a good start.
I'm going to need me a nice, thick fishing line here, aren't I?
To
reel in this big one.
G2 take out the first operator. It's going to be Thatcher that goes. I'd expect maybe a hard breacher to
If you were a fish,
Pones,
what
but
bait
it could
would
be
you
a
bite?
thinker. I don't know, maybe sweet corn.
Sweet corn?
Yeah. Quite like sweet corn. Some
Can't you treat some, I don't know, gravy on chips?
Some fishermen like sweet. Oh, I thought you meant like actual fishermen like.
We're sort of breaking out, like we're talking about fishing you out of a lake.
Right.
Like, this is not real. This is not reality anymore.
All right. Okay.
What would I have to put on the end of a fishing line to hook you in?
Maybe a nice fajita.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you know I eat a lot of chicken wraps.
Just chicken in a wrap and a bit of seasoning. Is that it? Do you want
bit of seasoning.
Do you want any lettuce with that?
Bit of rice. No, I'm not much one for the salad.
No. Salad dodger. Let's get into game.
No protein in salad.
Not a lot of anything, to be fair. Just a nice bit of crunch. Our bands of rivals.
Wasted space.
No idea.
Just wasted space.
That is not a waste of space. Right, bands. We'll get into a whole new debate there if you're not careful. We've had the 2 Intel operators taken away in the Nook and the Valkyrie. We've had the Wamai and the Thatcher. All pretty standard, it feels, for the most part. The Nook really starting to grow in popularity in Europe, not just in play, but also in ban. And I remember there was some people from NA talking about this and saying, hey, Europe really doesn't put as much focus on the Nook as they should.
And we've seen a lot more of it over the last couple of weeks. Tonight, we've seen quite a lot of knock play. And like you say, the band's drawing a little bit more attention as well. So, yeah, definitely more of a focus. It feels like we're catching up in that respect.
Would you have sweet corn inside a wrap, by the way, inside a fajita?
I mean, I think you could, I guess. To be fair, we've spoken about this before. The fact that particularly over the last few months, I was bulking up a bit. I've looked to put some weight on. So that's why I joke about that, because basically I'll have a wrap that's chicken and rice. Anything else that's in there is wasting me space. That's all I'm saying. If I put sweet corn in there, it's taking valuable rice space.
I was thinking about what you said about
if I stick some lettuce in there, it's taking valuable chicken space. Do you know what I mean?
I was thinking about the whole thing about what would you need to be caught up by a fisherman. You said sweet corn in the first place.
Well, I thought you meant genuine baits that fishermen use to fish.
Like sweet corn then?
Sweet corn's all right.
So put sweet corn in a wrap?
You know, it's all right. It's better than a maggot or something. I don't know. Whatever else fishermen use, I don't know.
Thank you, Tim. You entertain my bullshit so much, and I love it so
your one.
much. That's my one for the day.
Count it.
Exodus at the window is ready and waiting, as is Citizen, but he gets absolutely deleted by a mission who was ready and waiting, taking not a single shot in response, Tim.
Need to be doing better on the entry. G2 do not want to start getting behind in those stakes too soon. Citizen off the board, and he's one of those players that you just know can be very influential within a round. So that is a big start for Pawns here on the attack. Of course, we do expect the attackers to have a marginal advantage on Chalet, as we saw at the beginning of the night in the pre-show. Fresh's wonderful statistics. There's only a marginal advantage for either attack or defence on most of the maps in EUL at the minute, so it's not a given. That much is for sure. But G2, the problems are stacking up for them. They've lost Citizen. The shield has been cleared from top blue. We're only a minute in. There's going to be a lot of rearranging. There's going to be a lot of shifting that's going to be needed, especially if Dorky gets moved out of mezzanine.
Absolutely, yeah. That one first opening kill just kind of removes a lot of the threat on the north side as well. So now you start thinking about these air quotes default setups, right, around this mez area, around library, and getting that cleared out. And that's exactly where the focus is coming from for Pawns. Nade in hand, trying to burn through the ADSs. Having to catch a certain someone lurking out towards Mez, and Doki dip back inside a library. No pressure coming in, interestingly, from the window itself, so he's very happy to keep on playing things as he is here, dancing around a lot, forming himself a dynamic little bit of defense, being tagged out from the window as well, and there comes a kill back on the other way.
Doki's doing a great job here of wasting a lot of time and allowing his teammate to work around him and to start to pick up the numbers game, which is exactly what Virtue's done with that find onto Nico. But as I say that, Doki is going to be downed. He's not out at the minute, can be collected potentially, but on mezzanine it's highly unlikely. It's going to be very difficult for anybody to get to him safely, and Scyther is going to make that doubly difficult by starting to open up that wall through into library, give the long angle, and it's going to mean there is nowhere for Doki to hide here, and Exodus is likely to push forward and find that kill, but no, WTG does it first, styles it out with a Rotero, manages to get himself the kill onto the downed Doki, but with 38 seconds left to go, WTG finds Alamo, and G2 are holding on.
They've got to hold on for dear life at this point. Just the two of them remaining, both looking towards front door. Virtue. Oh! What a sweet, sexy shot that was. Love to see it down to a 2v2.
Absolute beauty from Virtue, spinning on the 180. Now then, that is not looking as good from Prano. Misses his shots there. We go from one extreme to the other. That leaves Virtue now in a 1v2. He's going to have to do something special, Des. But that's the first he needs. This could be an ace. There's 8 seconds left to go. It's all up to a mission. He doesn't have diffuser in hand. He's just going to play this out. There's no way he can get to him in time. Virtue's going to win the round.
Oh, behind him. He drops into connect at the last second, and I was like, oh, hang on a second, Virtue. You might just be looking the wrong way. But, well, that's one way to start things off. Not normally the play you attribute to pulling out a massive 4K in round one and winning it for your team single-handedly. You kind of got the duality of G2 there as well, between Virtue's play and then seeing Prano's with shots afterwards. It's just one of those. But a round is a round regardless, no matter which way you look at it. Pawns probably kicking themselves that they've let Virtue get away with that.
Next round going to be heading to Master and Office. Not too much of a surprise, usually the primary site, but they went to Bar and Gaming. To be honest, Chalet, its defensive sites are sort of much of a muchness, really. All very similar in terms of popularity.
Bam.
Absolute beauty. Look, it's this flick. Beautiful. Straight onto the head both times. Gets his man in main lobby. Just fantastically played by Virtue.
That's in half speed as well. That's slowed down. Yeah. I couldn't do that. Even at that speed.
I couldn't do it at half that speed.
You could give me about 30 seconds and I still wouldn't be able to land it that precise.
No.
Brilliant play. G2 need to be careful, though. They can't rely on a Virtue 4K and a 180 turn and burn every single round, as they cannot. And they need to make sure that they're getting themselves numbers advantage whilst they're on the defence particularly. They're going to be going up to the top floor this time. Interested to see whether Pawns choose to push Solarium or whether it will all be sort of library and office balcony push. We'll see as the round progresses. 10 seconds into the action phase, Citizen still laying out some utility, and then looks like he's going on a little roam.
This is not a bad thing. We spoke about this quite a lot already today and across previous play days. Getting out in the map and trying to be competitive in different entry points of the building to try and slow the attackers down is never going to be a bad thing. I see Exodus on Finker, though, and I think back to a few of the recent play days where he just goes on an absolute tear on this operator. We've seen the same on Finker a couple of times, but on Iana, sorry, but Finker is where we've really seen him be at home. And already here, 30 seconds in, he's got himself inside of gaming and is looking to challenge inside from below just to make sure they have some pressure they can put him back the other way. Trying to look for a shield, but Doki and Citizen pulling off the double team on it.
Quite an aggressive position being taken up by Doki and Citizen there, looking to hold on to Library Corridor. You don't always see defenders push that far forward. Doki does have a shield to play in behind, and of course there's the Kiba barricades as well. Just going to be one punch there from Citizen, just looking to potentially... Oh, he sees his man! Exodus takes a lot of damage there. He's going to juice himself back up with the nanobot. Citizen almost getting himself a beauty of an entry there, playing above the Kiba barricade, but time to dip away from there, he thinks, and that's just going to leave the alibi decoy to hold down the Library Corridor.
Yeah, Exodus a single bullet away from death there as well. Just one more from Citizen Spray would have seen him taken down inside of gaming quite early on. But with that pull away now, with the shield being taken out by the Flores, G2 are forced to back away. So with Library Hall now vacated, Pawns can start working their way forwards. It seems to be they've got this split going on between a little bit on the ground floor, especially from Exodus, 2 or 3 of them working through the top floor, and now looking to get their way inside of half wall here and look for the plants.
Virtue's playing a nasty little angle here. He's just waiting for anybody to poke their way around there, but no, the drone is going to force him back because he knows that utility will follow. The castle barricade keeps him safe from off his bulk, and there's a mute jammer as well there to potentially stop him getting spotted out, but he's going to go back to half wall. Des, he wants a bit more. He's not going to find it though. Emission and WTG find kills for themselves. Doki manages to trade one out. Citizen as well onto Exodus, finishing what he started. Now find themselves at a 3 versus 3. 45 seconds left to go.
Got the long angle hell. They've still got piano control as well. Most critically, you've got Doki up really close here. This is the danger for me, because in this position, you can spray them as they try and run in through the breach. You can swing around the corner nice and quick. You've got Alamau and Citizen on the longer angle. Alamau almost being taken out by the nade, but not quite enough damage. And there's Doki with the one swing. Now looking out towards Mez and waiting for another challenger to come up. And around comes Alamau. Doki into a second. Does Scyther know that he's coming in on the behind here? It's a 1v1 versus the bomb chassis. Scyther can't find it. Doki gets behind. A big 3k for the little man in the round. And Doki G2 go up 2-0.
Well played from G2. Better defence there, I thought, that time around. Like I say, it didn't come down to that Virtue 4K. It didn't come down to that hero play. They played quite well as a team. They were trading off each other. Citizen Doki playing well as a combination to hold down and burn time in Library Corridor. It was just all a little bit more polished.
Tim, you seen the site we're going to, mate? Are you ready?
I'm fine. I'm fine, Des. I'm fine.
You're fine for now?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
No, I'm fine.
I can just see that like vein pulsing on your forehead.
I'm absolutely fine.
You're ready? Well, let's see how G2 play this site. I know we're a bit worried about Pawns in the second half. For now, we'll see what the game plan is. We did see coming in fact, the fact that a rotation's being opened up and they've got a shield on the alibi, it just screams to you exactly what's going on. My only concern here, Tim, for G2, they want to play Boiler with the shield. They don't have any ADSs. They haven't got any magnets. They have no way of stopping these nades raining in for free.
Yep, that is going to be a problem. So basically what we're going to see here is likely the other problem that they've got, Des, is they've no denial really to speak of to stop the hatch getting opened up. That's another problem here. So basically what we're potentially going to see G2 do, I'm not sure if they're going to reinforce the hatch or not. I'm quite interested in this one, because if you reinforce the hatch, Citizen is going to do it now, yes. So this is usually my sticking point. This is, you know, where you joke about me getting wound up, is the hatch being reinforced off. It's fine to reinforce the hatch off if you're going to play it like this. So you're going to try to hold on to Boiler. Basically, you're not going to give them West Main Wall and Boiler Wall. If you allow teams to come and open them, just reinforce them and hope that they stay closed. Close the hatch. That's a big no-no. That's a big problem. We've seen why as teams lose it over and over again. If you're going to reinforce that hatch, you've got to play that Boiler Wall, which is what they're doing with Doki out there. But there's two things that they're missing. As you quite rightly said, no protection against throwables. That's a big problem as well. Exodus able to take down Citizen in a good entry. He's going to get himself a second here as he comes. He just sees the man as well, recognises it, comes back round, but no, Doki on a good trade. That makes me wonder though, with Doki up on top floor, who is playing down by Boiler? They have to hold on to Boiler Wall because at the minute there's a rotation in there. They've basically given up the route to the plant spot, so they need to be careful of that.
I'd imagine you want to stick Alamal there, given it there he is. Yep, with the shotgun in hand, with 3 smokes on back pocket. His whole goal is just to waste time. And I think it was Super, who I know is co-streaming this, by the way. He was speaking earlier on and saying when Sonics play this hold, they'll do a boiler hold, they'll leave the hatch open, interestingly, and play it a little bit differently, where other teams might reinforce it off to make sure you can't be challenged on your rotate back through the double wall in towards site after you've burnt time. So, for all intents and purposes, you are playing your life or really overextending yourself to have control of up here inside of dining and also the downstairs. Now, at this point, I imagine they're looking to try and get this thermite in. They've also got the ace on side. They can use that to open up walls if they need to, for example. I haven't got to worry so much about a thermite being the only one to do that. That's why you've got the 2 hard breaches being forced out here by Pones.
At the minute, we haven't really seen the defense tested. You know, the fights have all been off in the map, so we haven't seen the setup tested yet. As I said, really, then maybe G2 could have done with a little bit of denial on that hatch if they wanted to keep it closed. Get an electrical on there. We saw that from Navi, and it just prevents it being opened up because otherwise the thermite, the ace, can come in and do that. But instead of doing that, they've got players off in the map who are winning gunfights. Nico's going to find the trade on to Prano after he was able to take down WTG. So that now makes those exothermics a little bit more valuable, so they probably won't go for the hatch. But the difficulty that they're going to have now, Pawns, is getting themselves downstairs, getting Boiler cleared off. They haven't tried to touch Alamau yet, and this is the problem for them. They need to be getting nades in there. They need throwables, and they've only got 2.
And they've got 3 smokes to still face off against in Alamal's back pocket. So that's the big worry for me in these last 30 seconds, is you know one of these directions is going to be shut off to you. You best have an alternative. First smoke coming out here and raining on down. Alamal pushing around and gets to fly onto Nico in a 1 versus 1. That's the kind of play you want. And Pones here slipping up a little bit. Scyther almost going down to the smoke as it comes out towards Trench. Like I said, they're now starved. They're forcing their way down through West Main, trying to push their way in. Alamal's just better. He's ready and waiting for one more to come through. Scyther is nowhere to be seen. Still got a laser gate to push through that I'm pretty sure will kill him if he tries to step through it, and we'll be into a spot where this round is going to time out G2 into another round win.
Certainly looks that way. 3-0 it will be. G2 with a good defense there. Like I said, the setup was never really tested by Pawns, but to be fair, you can call that a win for the setup because it felt a little bit like Pawns didn't really know what to do with it. They didn't know where to push, where to prod and poke. You know, previously when we saw M&M break that down before we had the electrical bloater wrong on the following round by Navi, the first time that M&M attacked into that, they absolutely hammered Trench. They were down there with throwables, down there with nades. They got the kill onto Thunder, and they were able to get into sight and get that diffuser down, and that's just not something that Pawns even really tried to do. They never got themselves down to basement level. All the fighting was done off in the map with Citizen and Doki.
Looking at Pones, they're a team that I think Fresh would describe you as dependent on their map pool as well. I know they've analysed this a few times on the desk previously, but looking at maps like Oregon and towards something like Club as well, that is where they seem at their best. And I remember the first time this stage we saw them play on Chalet, we were like, this is just not their kind of map. They just looked very unsure of themselves, a little bit uncertain. They're the team, I'd argue, in Europe that you can see as the most map reliant to be able to have a really strong performance. I'm not at all trying to say clearly they're terrible on this map, because they're not. They are down 3-0. It's going to happen, especially when you've got Virtue dropping a 4K, Doki a 3K, Alamal clutching up big inside of Trench, for example. But you are seeing that kind of the sticking point where they get stuck and they're not 100% sure what to do, or they're leaving things down to time when there's still 3 smokes in the back pocket. Just feels like Pones are still trying to find the answer to a lot of problems brought forward by teams on this map. And so far, G2 have done well to keep them at bay.
Virtue, he's just stood on the inside of this. There's Citizen gets Exodus, and Virtue gets Nico. What a great start for G2. 17 seconds in, 2 kills, and a round looking like it could be heading in their direction. But WTG, he manages to slam the brakes on and sends Virtue straight through the windscreen as he gets himself a kill and brings things back to 4v3.
It's not the end of the world, admittedly, but you have lost 4 nades in the back pocket super early in the round, so there's a lot of security coming in for G2 here, who have the Jaeger on side. So you're looking arguably towards a mission and thinking, all right, then there's 2 nades left to threaten us here. There's a number of flashes they can still burn their way through, so keep an eye on those vertical nades coming out, watch them being thrown to chunk out utility, like the shield for Alamal. But for me, the damage has been done. You've killed off 2 members here. You've got rid of the Finker, most importantly. It's the dream start for G2.
Certainly is. WTG is going to be working the window into blue corridor, but there is going to be no moving Alamo from that position whilst his shield is still in play. Dorky just playing inside of the library box, and we see WTG silhouette hopping through piano window just to air jab off that rear side so him and Amision can start pushing across without worrying too much. Of course, Amision has nades in hand, so should be able to deal with the shield, but they just need to make sure that there's going to be no utility in the way. Prano is playing on the Jaeger, so there is the potential for ADSs there. I think there's a little bit of damage being done to Dorky as well, but G2 looking pretty good at the minute.
There you go, the shield now being taken out in exchange for about 30 HP being slowly chunked through on Amision's side. That Gon6 doing the work for them, but you can see members of G2, you have this from Doki when he stepped in towards box. They really want to challenge up here and just keep these Pones players at bay. All the aggression was early in the round. It still means there's a lot to play for, so you can't just get back to site here and call it a day. I think G2 are doing the right thing by trying to keep Pones even further away and just keep on chunking that time down.
You can see Alamo, he's just skirting with danger at the minute, trying to bounce his way back up to the top of blue stairs. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, just needs to make sure that he doesn't overcommit to it. A lot of damage going to be done there to WTG, not really looking through the vertical as Citizen managed to find him from below, and that's what I was talking about with Alamo, just pushing it a little bit too far, overcommitting to those stairs and finding himself the victim of an aid. He is going to be down, not finished off yet. Doki is going to go, and that is the fact that the shield's been cleared out. It's allowed them to push forward effectively now, a 2v2.
Do they know they've brought themselves down to this point is the big question. I don't know if they know they got Alamau down here. Whether there was a drone watching from lobby here, for example, down towards where Alamau hit the deck, then absolutely they've seen the blood trail now and they'll know that he's down. So they know they're in a spot where it's a 2 versus 2. They've got 15 seconds to play with. They know that one is inside a split. This is their time to make it happen.
They've got to. There's no choice at this point. Amision continues walking down these stairs, but he needs to be careful about his angles from sight. That is Alamau bleeding out, but Prano finds one. Prano finds two as G2 take their 4th consecutive round now. Pawns just cannot even get a toe hold in this game.
They can't, and it's kind of a shame because they're getting the right idea. I spoke about this after the Rogue game. You saw the little hints of good team play coming out. In fact, I was in the game before. It was in the Heroic game. You saw the way that Pones pushed forward down Library Hall there with playing for trades against Doki. Thankfully, the first man got the kill, so they hadn't have to worry about the trade, but they were just ready to play for that 2 versus 1 to make sure they at least got something from it. It's always hard when you're down in numbers. Even to play for trades, for example, you're going 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. You're going to run out before they do. But at least Pones are still playing like that team sort of base player. They're using information to make things happen. Sure, it fell apart towards the end, but when you've lost your Finker and your Sledge so early on, plus 2 nades, you've basically lost half your team at that point because of the value those 2 operators bring.
Master and Office will be site number 5, and G2 as of yet unbeaten on the defence, going fantastically well, especially when you consider this is Chalet, and we would be expecting the attackers to pick up probably at least 3 rounds here if they wanted to call it a good half. So we're going to have Alamo on the Oryx this time, which could be interesting. We'll see him no doubt getting in and around the map. There's the potential for those vertical jumps as well, just to mix things up. Virtue looking to open up and castle off Library. So again, this is going to be quite an aggressive hold from G2 here. We saw Doki playing advanced with Citizen in Library Corridor last time, and I think we're going to see a little bit more of the same.
The lineups are almost identical, except there is now an ace on side compared to the Flores that WTG was running the last time round on this site. And let's not forget the big difference maker back in round 2 when we last saw this site was Doki getting on the flank, being completely ignored by opponents as well. He got behind side without side, without having a clue he was even coming, I think. And that 3k that he collected, you chalk it down as a hero play. For me, it was identifying a really big gap in Pones' play and just exploiting that. So this time round, I've really got to see Pones be more mindful of potential flanks coming through, make sure Piano stays as clear as possible, and don't let G2 fall back into those empty pockets.
Exodus being very cautious this time on the same angle that he lost his life to in the previous attack. He might just find Citizen here. He sees the waggle of the ponytail of his army, but cannot find the kill, but the nade likely will as it goes sailing through. No, somehow Citizen manages to sneak underneath it. Doki finds a kill onto Nico while Citizen blocks off the Library Stairs window. Nade from underneath does find Doki though. 4v4.
Good stuff as well. I mean, we spoke about these up nades all the time, or the vertical nades, this time round coming in and actually being put to good use. Definitely makes a big change when they were all wasted last time round, although Nico has died with 2 in back pocket again, so all this soft flooring that you have on Chalet not able to be put to good use as G2 now rotating their way back down through basement, probably up towards Solar side to get themselves back towards site here. Glad with the early game they've had.
Yeah, that's it. They've burnt half of the round. They've got themselves a kill. It's pretty much job done. If Citizen and Alamo get safely back and have the numbers on site that they need, that is, about everything that they would have wanted from that roam, realistically. Virtue watching the breach once again. He got taken down on this angle last time around, so maybe just needs to apply a little bit more caution, maybe leave it a little bit later in the round if he can to make that challenge, give Pawns something else to be focusing on, which of course at that point would be the clock.
Being so patient here as well on Vision. They've got no nades left, so they're in that dicey spot where they can't really force the players of G2 to move anywhere. They've just got to try and make this work, going in, winning gunfights, for example, maybe making use of the flashes, but it's about the actual execute itself. And here we go to start thinking about it. WTG almost being braced for a run out as well. So he's watching on the window. You've got a couple of players focusing on trying to push in towards the site itself. Virtue for now at least is still safe, but has been pinged out. And that jammer that we saw earlier on coming into great effect, making sure that that castle barricade stays up.
It is. They're now having to choose what utility they take. And of course, they look at the bulletproof camera and get it removed. But once again, Virtue losing the fight with the UMP. 3v3 as Alamo manages to find Exodus. 24 seconds left to go. And this could be critical. Alamo needs to time this right, and he needs to find his shot. Scyther is putting that diffuser down, but that's the flank opened up. This is going to be very dangerous. Even with the diffuser down, it doesn't matter, as Alamo is able to move in from behind. He's going to get straight on to disabling that diffuser, and I don't think there's anything WTG can do about it. He's up on the roof. He's getting nowhere near this. It's 5-0.
I love how Citizen drops the question mark at the exact same time. You've got Alamada sat there chewing down on some snacks whilst he's holding down the F key to get that diffuse off. They know that they big brain that, and once again, the exact same thing I said that they needed to watch out for has happened in this round too, where you've got Doki in round 2 being the one getting off a big 3k flank. This time round, it's Alamo coming in behind them on the Oryx. And again, it's one of those that you look at and just think, you boys should know this is going to happen. It took a while for the call to come through that he got control of Mez anyway, but the first kill, you didn't even see a shot come back from Scyther. And realistically, he hasn't got to push that angle aggressively. They've got the diffuser down. They're already in a pretty commanding position. Why are you going looking for a gunfight? You can hold the longer angle from Library. You can hold at the top behind Pillar if you wish, or just hold outside the window itself on office balcony. You know you're not going to get swung on because there's a castle barricade there. So it's one of those where, again, I look at it and just think G2 were expecting there to be more resistance, and there just simply was not enough coming out of the side of Pawns.
I mean, at this point, I'm sort of strongly thinking that Pawns need to stop playing Chalet.
What gives you that impression, Tim?
The last 5 rounds?
Yeah, reasonable.
I don't... They've played it twice so far, and they just don't seem to be any closer to figuring it out. The reason that I say that at this point is because I've just looked and, right, we're going back down to wine again. And G2 are going to have a similar setup to the way that they set up last time, and Pawns got nowhere near it. They just didn't know how to attack it. They didn't know how to go down and challenge near trench or to get themselves established in anywhere that they needed to think about putting a diffuser down or playing for any sort of site execute. And then I just thought, this is now your 3rd attempt at Chalet inside of stage 2, and it's just not getting better. Doki taking Nico out for the opening kill once again. G2 are flying at the minute.
And when things aren't working, when you're losing players early on and dropping a lot of nades, what do you do, Tim? Do you focus on keeping those players alive, or do you throw more nades at the problem?
More nades.
More nades is absolutely the answer. They brought 8 in the round. They've already lost Nico. He's having a torrid time this game. 1 and 6 so far has been one of the early deaths in the vast majority of these rounds. The entry death in the last 2, it's not pretty.
Exodus manages to take down Doki in a late trade, so that's going to level things up 4v4. And that could be not fantastic for G2, because something that they did very well last time on this defence was to hold on to the map. It was to cause a nuisance around it for as long as possible, and it stopped Pawns focusing on that problem of how do we attack downstairs, how do we get control of trench, how do we get control of the bottom of West Main stairs. They never really had time to think about it because they were constantly being hassled around the map, whereas that might not quite be the case this time, although Virtue, he keeps the hassling going. He's going to find himself a kill with the ward, and it's going to be taking down Exodus. He heads straight back down blue stairs and into sight, and G2, they're just doing this fantastically well, this hit and move, hit and move, hit and move.
They're really testing the discipline of Pawns as well. Just popping up a stairway here, stairway there, trying to hit them on the flank here, hit them on the flank there. And where Pawns slip up, where they haven't got a drone watching it, where players are distracted by something else or all doing different things. For example, there you had WTG spraying his way through the floor whilst another man was sat halfway up blue stairs, I think it was, out towards lobby, kind of near each other. but not really working together and doing the same sort of thing, that is when G2 just keep on popping their heads up like little ferrets and just taking little chunks out of the opponent's attack.
Rather than going for that rear-sided push that I love so much, they're going to be heading towards Snowmobile instead, given the defensive setup that G2 have brought along. Now then, Alamau, he's going to get himself back inside of Wine. He's not playing Boiler anymore, and that is where everybody from G2 find themselves. WTG tries to make a move down blue, but it is too easy. It's too easy for Alamau with the shotgun, and then he sends out the smoke canister. A great game that he's having so far, really controlling those attacking pushers.
I just feel like really most of G2 is very much on the same page here, right? In terms of how they're playing. You know, Citizen's been quite aggressive in the early rounds a few times and got picked off. Prano's popped his head up here and there, but the other three, it feels, really are starting to fire on all cylinders in this game. Mission bringing down Alamau, the one who did so much work on this site last time around. They're now trying to find when they can go for the plant. They've got some control of site, but no, they need to find a couple of kills here because they're in a 3 versus 3. As soon as F is getting held, it becomes a temporary 1 versus 2. C4 over the top, not going to find the man as he swings to look for the kill, gets down the diffuser as well. That's exactly what you're looking for, a triple kill for Mission, but ultimately Citizen holds on.
Another good round from G2, 6-0 half, and I'm not saying that everything's been perfect from G2 on the defence there. Pawns have certainly missed steps on the attack as well, but credit where it's due to G2, certainly looking a lot better than they have in previous weeks for me.
It tells you a lot, I think, when 3 of the rounds have come down to time for them being won. It hasn't come down to kills, although necessarily it feels like it has come that way. You know, in 2 of those, rounds 1 and round 6, G2 had just 1 man left standing. And I'm looking at those and just thinking, okay, that's more a sign of Pwns leaving it too late. They aren't being wiped off the board when it comes round to gunfights. It's coming down to time on 3 of these rounds at least. They've been hit on the flank in a couple of the rounds as well in rounds 2 and 5. So it's either the clock or it's not drone watching on the flank and having someone properly covering those angles. 5 out of 6 rounds, very clear mistakes there being made by Pwns in my opinion, but that's all on G2 identifying those holes and either playing into the clock and stalling them out with smoke or hitting them on the flank when they see it.
Well, that's what I always say. You know, yes, mistakes are made, but if the other team doesn't punish them, guess what? You get away with those mistakes and it doesn't matter. And G2 have done that every single time. So, as I say, credit where it's due to them. A smooth first half from G2 and needing only 1 attack here. Your money would have to be on them to be able to close this out and take a full 3 points and at least move themselves ahead of Pawns. It will see them still in 8th place, but the gap will be widening at least.
Exactly that. I think it's on a bit of a hope and a prayer really of G2 to try and make the major as well. They've got to get
I think that race is run. You know, that race is run realistically.
Yeah. You'd really need to see someone like Rogue or Eminem just really start hard.
Lose every single
point, and it's just not going to happen.
That race is run. But for now, for G2, this is about building for stage 3. It's not about a major. It's about getting this roster firing. It's about getting this roster working together and improving the performances that they're having. And it's certainly been a little bit of a step forward. Like I say, certainly, you know, not necessarily perfect, but still much better than we've seen. Mission, he's going to take the drone out. He's going to be playing the tough spot inside of the corner of Library. Citizen might be looking to get some nades over the top, but he'll need some burn if he's going to do that because there will be ADSs for Mission as well. I've no doubt whatsoever. Nade goes in through the drone hole. Not going to quite reach as far as it needs to.
I mean, it reached Mission's feet. He's took like 5 damage from that through the floor, look.
There you go. That's going to be the first ADS cleared out. Mission knows now that it's time to go. It is. It's perfectly timed. The smoke canisters continue to go in, given the opportunity there. Virtue, that's not ideal. Going to take himself down with a nade. The bad bounce as well for Dork. He sees Exodus able to find the kill, and this is all going against G2.
You're probably asking questions there, and okay, Citizen's holding the longer angle as well. They're looking for something to come of that, with Doki being the one charging through, but simply nothing comes off the back of it. Maybe a stim from Citizen would have been the difference maker. Those are the kind of things that the Thinker really helps with, that extra HP stack you get, the heal that comes up afterwards as well. So maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Now, Eerie comes and looking for the man towards his right. No idea that he's there. He'll be standing up any second now and picking himself up a freebie. There he is. G2 kind of falling all over themselves in this round. I'll go as far as saying a self-nade coming in, 2 separate 1v1s coming in against Exodus that they've lost. It comes down to Prano and Alamau to try and win a 2 versus 4.
Plenty of time left to go. Alamau manages to find a second, taking the head of Scyther. They need to be aware that there's somebody up on the top floor that they need to deal with. Ooh, what a long angle from WTG, managing to find a beauty of a headshot straight through bar onto Alamau, leaving Prano now in a 1v3. This is not going to be easy. He's got plenty of time and he keeps working. He's going to take a chip of damage there as the man moves across piano door, but the best he can hope for is a little bit of verticality here to try and get things going as he opens the hatch, but with 40 seconds left to go, it's unlikely. They know exactly where he is.
They know exactly what's going on at this point, 100%. They've got information on him as well. Hope as much as he likes, but I think Pones know just hold the slightly longer angles here. He's got to play to the time. They're even rotating out of sight to say, come on, it's safe, drop in. Try and go for the plant. Make something happen. We dare you. But at this point, it feels too little too late with all of G2 off the board. The swing comes in from WTG. And finally, Pones get around on the board.
They're going to need another 5 if they want to keep themselves even in this competition today, though.
Imagine a swing. Imagine.
You wouldn't put it past them. G2 have had their wobbles, I think it's fair to say, over the past few weeks. And, it would be a surprise still, I'd have to say. G2 have played better tonight, and I'd be shocked if Pawns were able to completely run this back in. But we're a long way from discussing that just yet. Pawns, they need at least another 3 rounds for me before I start thinking that it's even possible. Right now, they're going to be moving on to their second defensive effort, and it's going to be Kitchen and Dining, a site that we didn't see G2 utilise.
Alrighty, down we go. And the thing is, for me, Pones have got to rotate their way through all these sites as well and somehow make this work on the whole way through. It is this Kitchen and Dining one on the setup. That has Army proving to be really popular, by the way, looking at it across the board. I think we've had 2 rounds so far where we haven't seen it in this game. So a number of games where she gets banned away. Arguably, again, because as we've seen so many times over, she just transforms the way that sites are played. Ubisoft call her an architect, the same way you have Castle, you have Mira, just fundamentally changes how a site looks, plays, and feels to attack into.
It was very much the same when Mira came in. You mentioned Mira there, and Year 2 Season 1, she came in and just started making sites viable that before were just not even a question of being a possibility to defend. And Azami much in the same way, not necessarily with specific sites. I don't think we've seen, new sites crop up that are now viable. But what I would say is areas of the map particularly. I think Cafe Piano, you'd rarely have a defender actively playing in there past the first 30-40 seconds. Maybe try a quick peek, maybe have a little look around, and then back to Pixel or deeper. Whereas Azami just makes that possible to play for minutes at a time, and it is much the same here on Chalet and other maps. So, no surprise to see her pick rate going through the roof.
I know Exodus doesn't often put up super huge numbers. Some games he'll go absolutely nuclear and drop 15 plus kills, and he looks fantastic. But even in games like this where he's not putting up big numbers, I just love watching him play. I think he's so mobile and so willing to backtrace his steps where he's already fell away from once, which keeps teams second guessing. Will he reappear there? Will he keep on pulling back? You're never really quite sure. And he always goes back in, he finds more drones, he keeps on stepping forwards. Looking here, for example, G2 have lost 6 drones here in the space of 60 seconds. So a really good job by Pones to chew through that information.
It's going to make it difficult for the attackers to be confident when going into this map. Now, Virtue just going to shoot out the bathroom window. Maybe a little bit of information to suggest there might be somebody inside of there. He's no doubt going to see on the drone, but no, he goes the wrong way. He's not going to pick up the man. It gets caught in a mute jammer. A little bit sloppy with the drone there. Too close to the wall, and Virtue finds himself punished for it as WTG finds the kill, but it's Alamai once again there for the trade to keep it 4v4.
Good little bit of team play here to make sure things are equalised out. G2 at this point have got this top floor control they're looking for, so now they can start thinking about the vertical. The issue is, Tim, their vertical player in the sledge is now dead. So they've got to turn towards things like, if they've got breaching charges, which they do a couple in the back pocket of Prano, they can make use of those. They can get the hatch opened up with him as well. But really for me, the damage is going to come from those nades in the back pocket of Doki and Citizen. So I really want to see them put them to good use, because we criticise Pones for poor nade usage. It would be unfair to not say to G2, look, you come into this round with 6, you need to achieve something with them.
Doki manages to find a kill onto Scyther. That's going to be the headshot taking him down. Emission's playing deep inside his sight, so that leaves Pawns with only 2 flex at the minute, but Emission managing to find a long angle onto Doki there, punishes him in a late trade, and we find ourselves now in a 3v3. Alamai's going to start sending the Rotero drones to try and clear out a bit of utility, maybe move these players around, but no, it's sort of heading up and down those trophy stairs before deciding what the ultimate target is, looking for a bit of information, I think, not really getting anything, and here comes the rear-sided push.
I think they know about this one. Oh, the ping comes in, but they're in the wrong spot as well. The yellow ping just half a metre away means they don't get the pre-fire, and instead the kill is found back on the other side. G2 starting to struggle a little bit on their attacks here in these last couple of rounds, and now they've got to make something happen inside the last 15. Prano, the man took just inside of red here. I think he has no idea. Citizen has dropped his way in. In comes the Juice, and now looking for players. Finds one more for himself. Have they won this between the two of them as well as Prano steps up and gets it? The spray comes in from Nico, but the clock hits 0. Holds it out in the 1v2, and Pones keep this game alive.
Unfortunate there as Pawns managed to keep a hold of that one. It was all a bit frantic at the end in a 2v2 as Citizen managed to get an unlikely kill after dropping directly into sight, but it was unable to be backed up. I think it was actually Prano, sorry, they both went for the Azami at the same time. It was Prano who actually managed to secure the kill, and then Citizen unable to find the other. Prano unable to get the diffuser down and secure it, and G2 taking the tactical timeout.
I mean, why not? You've got it to use. You're up 6-2. You need literally one round on the board, and you've done it. You've got over the finish line. And the thing is, you also know Pwns are going into one of their more less desired / unfavourable sites, right? They've won in bar and gaming, they've won in kitchen and dining. You're either going to master and office, or you're going down to snowmobile and wine cellar in the basement. Either way, both of those sites, I feel, are quite exploitable. Master and office, frowned upon a little bit around the world. It's a little bit too open. Double window is a real big threat point for it, for example. Downstairs, I know what you're like about this, Tim, so Pwns have definitely got to go to a less preferred site here. This is where G2 want to really put the nail in the coffin before it gets out of hand.
Well, the thing is, if Pawns try to use the basement site, my concern is, obviously we've seen G2 do it, and they defended it well. Pawns haven't shown us that before. So the first time we saw Pawns do it back in week 1, they reinforced the hatch, they just reinforced off the 2 walls that I've spoken about, and they allowed the attackers to push and open them up. It was a problem. It's no surprise to see them avoid it, because then they left the hatch soft last time. We saw them play it their second time of the year, of the stage, sorry. We saw them leave the hatch soft, but they didn't bring anything to physically open it with. So whilst it was soft, they could still do nothing through it. It was useless to them as defenders. It needs to be opened up or reinforced, depending which setup you're playing. So Pawns, they are going to sack that off. They're going to go up to the top floor. It's going to be Master and Office, and they're going to try to hold on for one more up here and just keep clawing their way back into this.
Looking like a pretty atypical setup as well. I want to see if Exodus was going to drop down a couple of those castle barricades around the double window in towards top piano. Normally that'll happen, so your defenders can quite happily move around this area. And I think now WTG has stepped through. There you go, out it comes. Some teams used to normally like double up that up, and you'll do one on double window and one on the single door. But the one on the single window, on the double window, sorry, is normally quite easily taken out. For example, as Ophir gets up there, breach and charge on it, it gets blown out. Away you go with the impact through, and it's like it was never there in the first place. So I think they got quite a smart decision here.
Exactly. I mean, you can even take the multiple hits on it safely enough. It's really not too much of a problem to clear that one out, like you say, instead opting for the bathroom and piano windows. Now then, Drone's going to be going in from Solarium. Either sees that, but he's not going to overextend. The temptation is always there, of course. He gets it just as it comes around the corner. Temptation always there to step forward and try and take those utility tools down, but the last thing you want to do is give away your life for it. Now then, I think we were just having a frost trap still applied there, so WTG maybe a little bit late in the setup, or maybe just a little bit of an alteration depending on what they are seeing. But Exodus is going to take some damage on the castle underneath, so he's going to scarper away, but heading into main lobby could be dangerous.
For sure. At least to start things off, there's been no craziness at windows or at doorways, though. G2 keeping things pretty sensible on the attack to start. They're very conscious about the threat of Cyther pushing back up here towards the half wall. It's why nades are coming in blind. Now, I'm glad they're using nades. They haven't really been used too much, very liberally, but now they have. They've had 3 come out in the round so far, but here comes the explosion they were looking for. 2 kills raining in very quickly here for G2, and they're pushing in towards piano. What a flick coming out from Alamar as well, as G2 have found all the kills they need. We knew it was destined to be a thing. It was more a matter of when and not if they find the kills they need in that final round. G2 taking the game 7-3.
Exodus, no option there other than to try and make a play, try and get something going. Goes out of the window, takes the Claymore, but that will be all he takes down as G2 found that final kill and managed to get themselves a very comfortable 7-2 victory on Chalet. The second set of 3 points in the bag for stage 2, and overall, not perfect, but a reasonable performance from G2.
Being dead real against one of the bottom teams in the competition, you'd hope to see a good show out of them, right? And I will give it to them.
Absolutely.
They played it very well. They wasted a lot of time from Pwns. They made good use of flanks, for example. Some of the team play we saw was brilliant. It's far from the star-studded team that we were really hoping to see G2 transform into, but I feel that's a really good step on the road towards greatness.
As I always say, you can only beat the team in front of you, and G2 did exactly that today. Like you say, they punished the mistakes. They just need to use that as a foundation. You know, it needs to be part of the building block. That's 2 wins in 3 play days, if I'm correct in my thinking. You know, that starts to put them on a little bit of a road to think, yeah, you know, things are starting to click a little bit at least.
It will, and no doubt it's going to take more time for them as well. I have zero doubt the off-season will be big for G2. For Pwns, we saw them start to shine at bits in a couple of weeks prior. They've started to get things together, but today they were bested by G2 in that 7-2 on Chalet. We'll go to a quick break. When we come back, Desk will break it down for you.
Welcome back, friends. G2 victorious. So let's have a chat with our winners. There it is, Doki. Hello, how you been doing? Congratulations on the win.
I'm good. Thank you very much. Can we get this interview a bit fast, man? It's too hot in the UK right now. I'm boiling. I'm sweating out my arse. I'm sweating. I'm sweating in my seat. That's what I'm doing.
It is a bad case of swamp ass, is it not?
That's something you can call it. Sorry for the children watching.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. At this point, it's flown out the window. But you were able to not only get a win, but a massive win today against Pones. I see that reaction from you, but I feel that it's hiding a bit more than what it lets on to. So what do you think there?
I mean, they played it on a good map for us for starts, and they've played it like 5 times in a row, so I don't know what they're doing, but that's the first point. And also, I think we've been putting a lot of work in behind the scenes. Like, we really have been trying, not only for, the fans and stuff, but for ourselves. Like, we know that we hold ourselves to high standards and we don't want to be sitting at the bottom of the table in EUL season, which, frankly, we should be doing pretty well in. So, we've had some rough times. It's very obvious. We're not in a great spot right now at all. But we are trying. Let that be known. We're not giving up. We're grinding every single day to push and make the changes that we need to make for it to happen. And today was a really good game. Colin was on point. Defenses were rejuvenated and really good, well thought out and stuff like that. We had our retakes planned, so that was a good game of Siege. And yeah, I enjoyed today.
Well, I want to talk about one thing, since you talked about decision making and how kind of the team is flowing so far. We know as of the past couple of weeks that Shas, he's just finishing up this stage with the team. How has that impacted all of you leading up to this, and what has been his role over those past couple of weeks until, the eventual decision?
I mean, the Shaz announcement came as a shock to all of us, including the players. So we're with you on that one, the community and stuff. The thing is with Shaz is he is a complete workaholic. Anyone who knows the guy is a complete workaholic. He does so much behind the scenes. So he is obviously a very integral part of how our team works. So having the news that he's going was obviously was a wake up call, to be honest, because I think we've not been using his work effectively. So I think what he's trying to do now is he's still there every single day, every single scrim. He's still, doing the ban analysis, map analysis, all this stuff that he used to do. But he's taken a step back to prepare the team for when he leaves, which is a sad thing. But I guess that's, kudos to him. He's really thinking about the team, and he's always putting the team first, even after receiving the news that he won't be with us anymore. He's still 100% focused on our goal. So props to the guy. You got to give it to him. So he's still been doing good work.
With that surprise, you talked about it. None of you, as players, at least from what you said, were expecting it. It came out of the blue. You heard the news. How do you kind of pull back and say, okay, we have to work with what we have. We can't be too sad about this. We can't let this impact us, because not all of you have the same level of experience in these situations.
I mean, at the end of the day, talking as a person now and not a G2 representative, it is our jobs, and everyone looks at it as us playing video games. It's not the case. We are being paid to play video games for our organization. So if the organization sees a change that they see fit, then that's how it works, and that's as simple as it's going to be. And the community need to realize that as well, that that we are just people. Obviously, we're very passionate about the game and we love playing the game, but at the end of the day, we are being employed to play it, and it is our job. So, just like in any situation, if someone is laid off or sacked off, you just got to work around it and move on. Difficult it may be for the first few weeks, a few days, but we're pushing on, and I think Shaz has also realised now his career isn't over or anything like that. Far from it. He has a bright future ahead of him. So. So yeah, I think everyone is it's fine. It's honestly fine. So yeah.
Fair enough. Well, today, if anything, is going to bring the team in its entirety a lot of solace with this big victory against Pones. You play Outsiders in our next Playday, then Secret, and then Heroic to close out this stage, which means that there's still the possibility of G2 in Berlin. I mean, the Berlin Major. So For outside. I mean, there's 9 more points that you can collect. You are currently at 6, so you can go up to maximum of 15. Now, like I said, you play outsiders, then secret, and then it might be where G2 Heroic decides the last team that actually qualifies to that major. But who knows? We're just putting, these sorts of ideas in people's heads. But for that next game against outsiders this Thursday, what do you expect to see?
Oh, boy.
Why? Oh,
Lots
boy.
of peaks. Lots of people peaking. Lots of people peaking, I'll tell you that in that game. We have a good history against outsiders or whatever, the Russian guys, so it's like, I'm looking forward to it. It's just another game. I think it's much like today's match. The teams played quite similar in terms of their play style and stuff. Like, it is just another game, and that is how we're honestly looking at it. We're just taking it game by game. We're not looking at the major as the end goal. We're not looking at 5th place finish, 6th place finish. We're not looking at that. We're just taking it game by game. And if we see improvement in our team and we are doing better, then we're happy. So that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, Doki, to the fans, you got anything to say?
Very sorry for being bad. I'll try to be good. Stay with us. Don't flame me too hard on Twitter. Yeah, that's it. And Fresh can calm it down a little bit with his tweets, man. Just a bit. He's starting just to he's starting to push me a wee bit, and you don't want to push me. You don't want to push me.
Okay.
Because once pushed, there's no going back. There's no going back.
Look,
so do not.
I'll be blunt about this. You know that shitting on G2 gets you impressions, so that's all you need to know, right?
All right. Okay. So he's impression from.
Quite literally,
quite literally, as it has been exposed. So there you go.
I wonder where you learned that from. Maybe his other analyst that's not on the desk today with us. He gets a lot of Twitter impressions farming. Mr. Fabian.
He's on holiday and he's still doing it.
I will let you go and check out what has been tweeted over the past matchup. But until then, take care, Doki. Congratulations on today. We'll see G2 playing against outsiders. That is this Thursday. Make sure you tune in for that. Till then, bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
Yeah. Caught red-handed, but Emmy?
Me caught red-handed?
No, I mean him.
Yeah, I don't know why you're coming to me.
I'm just telling the people the truth about
He's
G2.
the one that's been tweeting.
That's true.
Yeah, but
what did you tweet? What would you tweet after this game? Run the draft by us.
I had a joke, but I can't do it. I just can't. No, I would tweet that G2 put in a very good performance. And it was probably a performance dictated by the fact that they were against the poor opponent and they started on their most comfortable side. Obviously, we saw a 6-0 on their defense of Chalet.
Yeah.
And I think that's more or less, once they got to that half, they were always going to limp over the line.
I think, at that point, you've done the damage. At that point, you've sort of put yourself in the position. Alamau having a good game. We haven't seen that too often. We haven't been able to talk about his sort of praises, and here he's the top dog. Here he's the top moment. The fact that they're on a 6-0, Citizens on 4 kills, it's a stat that you don't always see from G2, and you especially haven't seen it from this G2, whereas here we saw a good performance. Okay, we cannot take away the fact that it was against Pones. It was against a team that is really struggling. G2 has a tough thing, which Doki seemed aware of in his interview.
True.
He knows it's going to be a tough game on Thursday against Outsiders. Outsiders is the team that's directly now ahead of G2 on the board. This was one of only 2 games where nothing changed on the board, but it has everything.
I want to talk about that for just a moment here to kind of wrap it all up. Outsiders versus G2. Looking at G2 today and what Outsiders have done today against Heroic, what they've done in the past. How does that pan out? How do we set up that next game?
I think the expectations for that game is like what Doki said. It's a very similar team that they're going up against. It will be very similar quality of opposition. A team that, as we saw today, makes a lot of mistakes. And if G2 start on the, I think genuinely it seems weird. If G2 start on the defense, it doesn't matter what map they play. If they can start on the defense against Outsiders, given how passive Outsiders are on the attack, G2 could go in again, get another 6 rounds, and we could see almost a repeat performance against a different team on a different map. But
we might even see the same map.
We might even see the same map.
We might even see another Shallow.
It's a confidence builder, this game. And, that's what you want from G2, because clearly they're down in the dumps. They've lost their coach. They're not in the best position. Like Doki said, we don't even know if we can qualify for the major. Obviously,
they could
statistical chance they can.
It's tricky.
They probably won't qualify for the major. So it's just about building that confidence back up and realistically looking to the next stage.
Final thoughts, Emmy?
It's good to see G2 performing.
Thank you for that.
It's it's nice that they've had a bit of a confidence shake, I think, from their perspective. I think I said it before, they needed an architectural change. They needed something major. They needed something...
Are you leaving?
...outside of the players. They needed something big. And I guess maybe we'll see that later on. But that's for them. Goodbye. Thank you.
On that note, thank you very much, Emmy and Fresh. That is it for our matchup here that we just saw. That was G2 versus Pwns. When we come back, our final matchup, Wolves still at the top of this entire stage. Does that continue, or will Secret bounce back?
Who knows? I don't.
Kills they need in that final round. G2 taking the game 7.
Fucking hole coming right up.
Welcome back, friends. Our final matchup of the day is about to begin. Wolves Esports versus Team Secret. Wolves, the eye of the wolf. Eye of the tiger. Can't use that in this game. Anyways, welcome to the Analyst Desk. I'm Medic. This is Dez and Fresh. Derry.
Yes.
What can you tell me about Team Secret?
First off, I'm surprised that they're back on this desk after that whole skit with the whole helmet earlier. It's still there.
You want to be on this desk. You've been a better analyst than me this week. You've created your whole analysis tool. You're looking into map bans. You're predicting maps, and you're like, I'm better than you.
Good artist copy, Fresh. Great artist steal. And I turn out to be better at weaponising your tools than you.
True.
For now.
We got to the same
It'll completely
conclusion.
car crash on the next Playday, but here we are. Team Secret, anyway, you did ask about them. Look.
Yeah, I did.
They beat Heroic. That was the surprise that I think no one really expected to see.
True.
And last week I said something along the lines of like, this is like playing Jenga, right? You're playing against a Jenga tower here, and at some point, someone's going to poke the wrong block out and Secret are going to knock them off. And that's exactly what they did last week. They still find themselves down at the very bottom. They did only win by 1 round. We could have been talking about an 8-7 to Heroic here. But for Secret, I think it's really good to see them getting on the board. For me, most importantly, seeing Savage show up was the big one. We've heard big things about him since he joined. Him and Skitty joining over to Navi with the 2 big talks of the stage. And I think Savage is really now starting to come into his own. Look at him. He looks terrifying, doesn't he?
Yeah, they're not his arms.
He looks like he dropped like 20,
need to preference they are not his arms. He's been photoshopped onto this. That's a little nugget of insider information. That was the mental coach's secret with
I thought he was
Savage's face on the top of it. So yeah. Sorry about that. But
if anyone wants to look good, just Photoshop them onto Cryan's body and yeah.
You just like anything that has to do with Cryan's body. On that note, Jack.
Look, Secret. I am happy that I can finally talk about them in a positive light, and I can go over to my telestration and show around that I thought was absolutely excellent. So I've scooted over, I've swiped across.
He loves that TV more than me.
Honestly. I do. I love anything more than that, to be honest.
Wow.
Sorry. Anyway, so set the scenario. 5-4, Team Secret. This is the round that takes them on to match point against Heroic. Secret, I've leveled big criticisms at them for doing too many off-meta attacks, not being able to actually execute a default play coming in. So they've got a minute 30 in the round gone, and they're going to they've cleared out all the top floor, all the mid floor. They're doing a full clear on the basement site of Bank. Now, Saves uses the fuse charge excellently well there to clear out the ADSs and to clear out the shield at the top main. And the next criticism I've had of Secret during the stage is they've not been able to refrag each other out. Now, look at this absolute cluster of players ready to refrag each other out when they're going on the stairs. Now, it's probably excessive, in all honesty. It's probably absolutely excessive. But they all send it down the server stairs together as the hatch comes in. Forces Heroic completely away from the objective. That's step 1. Step 2 of this attack done. They now need to know about server. Then they need to look to go in for the default plan. What's stopping them? Well, the first thing that's stopping them is 2 Goyo canisters over here. Again, another great use of fuse. Walks up, fuse charge, clears both canisters. 1 bit of utility from the attackers to 2 bits of utility from the defenders. Wait for that fire to come out. There's going to be a flurry of kills coming in from the hatch as well. But what I want to say for Secret is they've got themselves to the point of an actual execute. This is something they've completely failed on in a lot of their attacks. 2 breaches off, and they see an opportunity that basically Heroic are just defending the plant spot via smokes. They don't actually have eyes on it, which allows Kendrew to rotate deep in, and he's going to rotate into this position. He's just going to crouch in there, get the plant down, and you'll see the smoke canisters. They actually go deep in over there and completely miss him. So plant's going down, hatch is closed right above where Kendrew is, and he's able to get himself back out. So it's a default attack, like I say, once again. 4v4, post-plant. Obviously, the defenders have to make a decision to rotate up the main stairs. Who's ready? Now, Slebman didn't have a great game stats-wise, but I thought he played his role very well against Heroic. Goes and gets a double kill here, completely mitigates the flank coming out of Heroic. Does get taken out in the end by somebody dropping the hatch on him, but 20 seconds of the plant's been wasted. Secret are now just holding the post-plant, and they will just win it out from there. Nice and comfortable. Nice default take, and it proves to me that Secret are capable of just doing default takes and beating the best teams, and that's what really impressed me from their game against Heroic.
Mr. Fresh,
yes.
Be on the test.
Is it going to be on the test?
Is it going to be on the test? Emmy asks. I had a fan club watching me telestrate.
Were we a fan club?
Yeah, I think so. Temporarily fan club.
Is that our first gathering? You haven't paid your membership dues, by the way.
Again, I know the PayPal, you always send it.
I know, you should.
Literally post it every time.
Burned into your memory.
Yes, and I cannot say it in public because, but it is actually burned in my.
Because people will just send money to him. Des is a. Can't say that.
Anyways,
I like that, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much for that. Fresh about Team Secret. That was beautiful to watch. We were all so incredibly enamored. But
the Professor. Oh, that's it.
That's actually good.
Actually, his name from now on.
Holy hell!
If you just
he already
thought of
changed all his socials.
Yeah, no, all my socials have just changed, and now you give me that.
Oh, Professor.
The Professor.
That's
Anyways,
I'm in for that.
Wolves on the other side. They're number one right now.
Yeah.
Well, they will probably continue to be number one by the end of the day. But
yeah,
can they gather up all 3 points from this game?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Look, Wolves have been excellent. We talked about them. I talked about them in the pre-show, why they were the number one team. And I said it wasn't just the fact that they can shoot. They had all these soft skills going on that you would want out of building any team, not just a Rainbow Six team, a team in business, whatever. They've got communication. They've got teamwork. They've got trust. They have leadership. They have a vision on how they want to operate, and they all buy into that social contract, and you're seeing the results out of that.
The social contract. You were talking about
ideology.
The ideological differences between G2 and Rogue and we're like, man, this is some Mazovian socioeconomics. So we're going to shout out for all the Disco Elysium fans out there, but you'll know exactly what I mean.
It's amazing what 2 weeks in Bali can do for you, Milos. That's all I'm gonna say.
Honestly.
We are the new Bali, apparently. That's it.
Oh, the new Bali.
In the current temperature, yeah, sure.
Might as well be at that point. But what about our map for this series? Let's bring it up. We're almost ready to go, and our lobby is set. As you always realize by game number 5, things fly off the handle, and we're going to see Chalet yet again, this time with Wolves on the attack. How does things look like for Secret?
I mean, for both teams, it's their go-to map, right? Based on Magic Man's tool, it is their most preferred map for both teams. So we're not all surprised, but the notes we kind of put down were, it feels too obvious. Far too obvious for us to go here, right?
It felt far too obvious. Like I said, it's the number one preference map. It was kind of the one thing that was holding everybody back was the way that Secret had banned last week against Heroic, in that they pulled out. They pulled a map right out the backside and completely scared and went to a different map from Heroic. This time it's gone to the expected map. It's gone to Chalet. Number one preference map for both teams. I think Wolves will be way too strong on this map compared to Secret.
You're right there, Professor. Calm down.
Honestly, this game number 5 is always a wacky one. And speaking of which, thank you very much, Desk. Let's toss it to the wackos on the other side of the room.
Jacko.
It's happening. Enjoy.
See, I panicked when that throw came.
That was a quick throw. That was a quick throw. Milos trying to punish us today.
I thought we were still in class,
away.
you know. So back on the phone we go.
I was cheating on the Professor's test.
Hey, game 5, Emmy.
Hey, we're back to Chalet.
We're back to Chalet.
Oh, love it, don't you?
I do honestly love this.
I enjoy Chalet. I enjoy Chalet. I know that I talked a little bit about my woes with ranked this season. My friends, they're playing ranked. My non-siege friends are back in ranked. They're in a ranked thing once again. They're about silvers, you know, with a couple of plucky golds amongst them.
I think...
But I taught them how to do a West main take. I was inspired, like, I drilled it into them. Control of the hatch.
Okay, yes, good. Who's taking care of that?
Usually I take care of a lot of things.
You just do everything.
No, but they're getting there. I'm proud to say that they've gone from dying outside Snowmobile repeatedly to at least trying another side of the map.
Yeah.
This is just conversation whilst the bands come through.
No, I totally
worry,
get that.
Stream, we will talk about it.
Do you ever have that when you're in a clutch situation and you just stay calm and you ride that wave through? And then they're like, how do you stay so calm in these situations? Like, how do you still make proper decisions?
Well, I think
that's what I have with my silver people.
I think the thing about my silver friends, they don't really know what a proper decision is.
Oh, yes.
So explaining to them
what the right decision is.
Yeah, it's, you know, they're at the level where they're learning. They're doing the best they're learning. They're learning how that they shouldn't just be in really aggressive positions on the defense, unless there's a reason that they're doing the swing.
Yeah, sometimes doing nothing is better than doing something on the fence. That's true.
Yeah, and positioning and when to go aggressive and when not to. It's something they're learning. Okay, what are we learning? Well, I guess probably lessons. Team Secret at this moment in time. Wolves top of the board. Even with the results that have come through right now, they are still in first place. That distance can become even greater. They can stay unbeaten with a 6-0-0 record potentially on the cards here. Finker gone from the side of Secret, removed out of the hands of Wolves, who can play along that, but to be honest, that's not going to slow them down too much. The Nooks on the board. I was going to say in the hands of Mowgli, but hey, look at this. What about the Glaz, the Candelas, and the Amaru? What do we have cooking here, Wolves?
Candelas, what about the fuse charge that are on the board as well? So this is an interesting, for lack of a better word, line of going through. Not because I think it's bad, but just generally because I have no clue what they want to do. It seems like they want to go for a rush, but then you have a fuse there as well. So how are they going to implement the fuse into a rush? I have no clue. It's going to be good to see what Wolves have thought up. They're getting very close to qualifying, and let me actually get the specific stuff that they needed. Outsiders needed to beat Heroic, which of course didn't happen, but the other things did happen, and that means that if they win now, they might not even have to play anymore to be qualified.
They will probably still have to play more.
Yeah, they'll still have to play for rules, but I mean, they can just get 7-0 everywhere.
All right, Wolves, you've been unbeaten up to this point, and your last Playday was against the team in second. Now it's the team in last. Kendrew might be the first one that tries to find the fights. There's a Candela inside the site. The smokes cover the rotation. Hey, Amaru, you're up, you're in. You're going to see if you can stick it, but the Nitro comes through. Sleb in right place, right time. Entirely neutered that push. They're going to have to try and bite back. They lose Bibu on the windows on the opposite side of Solarium as well. Rise at least finds one. They also, well, I was going to say have some presence inside Piano, but Keenan slaps them back out. Wolves tried something. And Secret, they had the positioning to stop it. Savage now. He's going to at least find Rise on the split, leaving just Shinka alone with all the time in the world.
Just a cheeky 1v4. On the board, maybe. No diffuser has been caught due to the C4. Also, no real entry for him to work with.
That's the downside of the rush. There's that balance. There's things that work in your favor, like having time. There's things that don't, like this. All utility, still generally standing. All structure, still generally standing. Savage, still standing. Secret, they take the first. The surprise strike was an early introduction to a secret round.
Yeah, they wanted to go quick. Didn't dig in deep enough, maybe. Of course, you want to plant in the cover of that smoke, but with the Nitro coming through, that was always going to fail, unfortunately. So that first round is a throwaway, not being used into the right opportunities. But I mean, hey, they tried it. It didn't go right, and that means that as we head onto this next round now, we might see a more conventional Wolves to come out, because even though they are this close to qualifying, there is no reason yet to not play at your best capacity, because they aren't qualified yet. They still do need some points. I believe an overtime loss would also put them on 99%. So for those of you wondering at home, that's how close they are. They can end up between 99 and 99.9% today, based on how the other results went. So with that said, still something to play for. And for Secret, of course, it's not directly for the major anymore. I don't think that will happen. It is going to be for the relegation fight that's coming up after. They need to make sure to pick up as many points as they possibly can to either find themselves in a relegation game or outside of the range altogether.
Okay, this is going to be a real start here from Wolves. They went for something to try and set a pace, but they didn't quite have it. Secret, you know, if 1C4 had been in a different position in a pocket, if they hadn't quite had Slevin where he was, it might have been a round that went away from them. Now Wolves, they're going to see if they can try and reset themselves in the pace. They know the risks of those plays, and Secret knows how sharp they can be. Here's a bit of pressure that's about to come around. They're waiting for Saves to make this move. They have that pixel angle to spray themselves down. They're going to have to burn. The piston comes. Saves is probably going to drop and pre-fire in a moment as Shinka gets a drone round. Saves gets it almost instantly. A little bit more of a pressure, a little bit more of a swing. There's the reveal of the player. Mowgli's actually rotated himself. Another burning arrow is about to come over the top. That forces the motion, but they don't get the catch.
Not quick enough there. I mean, Mowgli was repelled up, was able to potentially go for the pickup, but unfortunately failed. Luckily, though, they did still get saves off that spot, and that means the Piano is now able to be taken under control by Wolves. As they start to slowly push in and take care of any utility that could still be placed there. I mean, you saw them pre-fire in case of any Frostmat, in case of someone being below. First, of course, on that board. Not connecting with anything, though. Keyword barriers are being set up, and we've seen this be a big issue, especially on this area near the library. Turns in quite a bit of a maze if you're not careful enough.
Now the pressure's going to come over the top with pretty much 2 minutes gone at this point. Wolves have started a structural take. They hope to get a catch on the player, but they're now inside. Savage, though, still on the top floor with Sleben on the swing support on that blue staircase. Means they might need to try and do some work, but it's actually Kendry they find first and then saves with a quick pick up. So maybe they're not going to try and find the fights inside because they're inside the site itself, covered in getting the plant. Keenan bites his way back over the top and tries to swing round, but with the kick going down and no way to stop it, the upside down repel keeps him at bay and then does better than that. P4 gets the drop on the door and they just swung themselves into sight. I was so distracted by the setup on the take, I didn't even notice that they'd hopped the double window, found the kill onto the supply line, found the other one inside the site, and got the kit down itself. Keenan, he's creeping his way down the stairs, pre-firing either side of the hards that he has, but it's the swing on the door that just gives Wolves it. I think that's when I got to roll it back. Did they enter from...
I'm not quite sure. I was a bit distracted myself at like the library take, how they wanted to take care of that one, and suddenly they're inside and the plan's going down and nothing seems to be going Secret's way anymore. So a one-on-one, good round from Wolves to come through. Managed to equalize that score, even though it didn't look too hot for the majority of that round. A lot of time wasted trying to get rid of one player. But now we head towards the kitchen in the dining area. Also, on that middle floor, there's a quick way in from that basement up towards the west main stairs. Hence, the Banshee is being placed in that position. Axe is opened up as well. Now, we just saw a rush, of course, in that very first round with the Amaro. Sometimes there is actually a rush opportunity here as well. It's up that hatch that you usually play with for the basement hole. Sometimes, if you have enough information, you might just go up there with the Amaro. Now, it's not on the board now, so we won't see it yet. But I'm not going to say we won't see any more rushes from Wolves to come out, because they're in quite of a comfortable spot in the league. 3 points ahead of anybody else and still playing their own game now. Could be up to 6. And that means that with 9 more points to be gained after this, you know, they could literally afford to lose 2 of them and still be on top.
Ooh. Oh, do they know?
They don't.
No. Savage gets out of there, but I don't think he knew how close he was to getting a very unwanted haircut from bullets pelting through a window just to get some clarity. Rise, he's going to try and hope that somebody swings around. He has a couple of grenades that he could try and long arm up towards that bathroom as the pressure comes round. A couple of preset claymores on the runouts, and here Bibu with the break on the big double window wants to pop it with some pace to see if they can try and catch out anyone in that position, because that's Chalet. It's the game of catch and cat and mouse. Can you get yourself stacked up on all the windows to mean their retreat is one that won't go so well? The double bounce on the grenades, the pressure round, but no player is home. Saves tucked in the bathroom, and one by Piano window. Are they going to go for a jump out onto Rise is the question.
Well, they need to get rid of that bathroom first, but I don't think they've actually droned that position because no one is really putting any pressure towards it. Mowgli now coming around the corner as well. P4 will find saves. Player behind the Piano there. P4 and Rise both engaging at the same time. Will eventually come out on top here. Luckily for Wolves, that could have ended badly there for Mowgli.
It was clean. They knew about the player in the bath. They were able to take care of them pretty quickly. Maybe they want engagement on the hot, but either way, it's still a blow that goes against Secret. Now, Wolves have this. Oh, and they have a freebie. Keenan caught sleeping. The spray over the top. Savage at least stops Mowgli there and puts them into the 2 versus 4. Savage seems like he wants to set up for an aggressive retake. P4's going to restart. And, well, we'll see if this is something that, I guess, rights itself before the end. But it does make it a 3 versus 2.
Yeah, indeed. They're man down now. Bit of unfortunate timing, but with Savage trying to retake that top floor control, he might be able to bring this back to a 2-on-2. Now, there is a drone out there, so there should be information on the fact if Savage comes in for a roam. They should be able to deal with that. The other player, Kangaroo, is going to be sitting inside a trophy, so not directly onto the side, which means that a bit of a passive game is looking to be eyed upon here by Wolves. They want to, by Secret, sorry. Wolves, they need to go for the side at some point, and then Secret are looking to retake it.
Trying to find these last bodies with 30 seconds. Savage is just trying to give himself an angle back on.
Oh, Kendrew. He's in the perfect position here.
My God, Kendrew holds this time.
Don't move.
Waits. Here's the call. You can see him communicating. Just hopes he doesn't get seen. There's 2 players. Kendrew's hiding their visions based on movement. The plant's being done. And he times it perfectly. He swings for the second fight. He finds it. Kendrew, with the patience of a saint and the aim of a sinner, is able to get that a quick pick back up round. The 2 versus 1. They just have to find him, and he's cooking a problem in a kitchen.
What a play from Kendrew that was. He's just laying prone. He's not moving anything. He's looking like towards the side of his screen because he didn't want to move his mouse because then the legs move and then the sound gets given away and you get flicked on as soon as you do that. We head towards a quick rehost, of course, due to the connection drop we had on the side of Wolves, but Kendrew, trigger discipline. It's important. You see it every so often coming forward. This is one of those examples that you have to show. Like, sometimes it's better to do nothing than it is to go aggressive and take the gunfight on the first opportunity you get.
I mean, it takes a lot of discipline. It takes discipline. It takes being in the right headspace. It takes trust in your teammate.
Yeah.
And because if they get a whiff of you, you're done. If they get a notion, if they get an audio, if they get a visual, you're done. But Kenny gets away with it. Kenny is able to lift that round out of danger and into certainty. Savage as well, obviously, doing bits on the other side. You could see they were still communicating. You could see that they were keeping control of what each other was doing. Kendrew was feeding everything. And sure, you know, it's the unfortunate disconnect that plagued the round there. It was a 4 versus 2, and you lose P4, who's a huge fragger. He's often the other one that steps up with a name alongside Mowgli, and he is an IGL. He calls a lot of the big plays. It's kind of... There isn't somebody that is rougher to lose in that situation.
Yeah, he'd have to call from based on what he's hearing rather than from what he can see and hear at the same time. And that's quite difficult. So someone else has to take over. Pretty sure Rise, of course, with the experience, would be more than happy to make those calls at that moment in time. Either way, a good push, or no, rather a good trigger discipline coming out from Kendrew there, but that's not going to work twice. They're definitely going to be droning you the next time around, or at least check those corners. And that surely will be ending up on our 6 events, I think. Kendrew getting that double kill there. Now, as we're getting everybody back into the lobby, let me just cite the statistics, the percentages posted by Sprbuni before. If they lose within overtime, that is, for Wolves, they are on a 99% chance of making it. If they win, doesn't matter how they win, I believe, it was 99.9. So
it's pretty good odds.
It's pretty good odds, which means that the stakes of games are getting less and less, but you don't want to start slacking now. Because if you start, you know, like throwing your games, not really, but like start relaxing a bit, like preparing for the major, and you lose all your games suddenly, that 1% could just happen. It's not the first time, or last time, first and last time, we would see it happen. So Wolves definitely have a lot to play for still. And they need to make sure that they do that. And, you know, rehost coming in just to get everybody back into the lobby, making sure that they can get at least 3 rounds here on the attack. That's their goal.
I mean, yeah, that's it. 3 is a really good drive for them. Wolves can be a good attacking team. You know, Wolves, okay, they are 5-0, but it's not that they haven't been pushed to the brink, and they've been pushed to the brink by teams that you wouldn't have sort of expected. They obviously had a big fight against, I think it was Pones on Oregon, where it was a 7-5. It came down to a rush round as their final one on attack. They have been stressed, and sometimes it's by those teams that they wouldn't have expected for it, whether it's the sort of difference of the importance of the way that they put in their games. Later on this week, they've got Navi, who were, you know, arguably more of a contender than Secret were, and it's a quick turnaround. So when you've got that extra 5 days difference rather than 2, you might want to focus some of that towards your other potential game. I'm just throwing hypotheticals out there.
Now, P4 crushed again, and if I am correct, you only get 1 technical rehost.
I believe they can make exceptions
They
for
can,
it,
however,
but that is outside of our hands.
Of course, but it's also not the prep phase, which makes it even
trickier.
More tricky. Now, either way, it's going to be 4-on-5 for now until any decision gets made. Wolves are keeping it kind of patient here. They're not going for any quick push yet. A minute has passed, and they're still getting some drones out here and there as they go on. Not able to find anything just yet. Mowgli steps into that goo mine, but is working on getting that top floor cleared out. I mean, Secret probably got a win at this as well, and they're like, all right, we got to treat this as an entry kill, right? We got one less person to deal with. Let's just fall back towards the site. Let's just deal with it on site and let them waste time.
That's the thing right now. In a mentality's sake, you have to play towards the whistle as well. It's obviously more frustrating for Wolves. They're going to have to keep pushing on. But Secret, they can't get lost to this. They can't get blindsided to this. Things have happened outside anyone's control that's in their favor, and they're just going to make sure that that plays into their game. But at the same time, you still have to keep that pressure on. You still have to keep that play. And now, unfortunately, Wolves, they're in that tricky situation where, once again, they found themselves at the man deficit. And once again, they're going to have to see if they can try and work that in. To be honest, last time it was a 4 versus 2 that became a 3 versus 2. Now, it gives Secret that man advantage on a site down that can be quite a big lock-in. It means they are at a disadvantage on the fight and the lead-in towards that roam clear.
Now, nothing really being done so far. 45 seconds left on the clock, Emmy. And Sheikah's just moving up to open up that first wall. They still need to open up the side one. The EMP gets tossed in to at least clear the mute gemmer and also allow their grenade to come through, but no damage done. Kendra's already gone. Opening gets made onto the side as well as Mowgli finds an entry into saves.
They find the lock in there onto blue. Keenan and Savage going for a rotate over the top as they try and hold the back line itself. There's eyes on the hatch. It's a big opener, and there goes the close. Bibu and Mowgli both taken off the board. Rise gets one back. Shinka's going to try and offer some cover, but they went very aggressive with the kit, leaving just Shinka alive. He's trying to find himself in between the two players. He knows where one is. The Malusi swings round, swings the body itself. They've just got to hot tail it out of there. They're up the stairs. They're off around the corner. Shinka's out of time.
And Wolves, with a very unfortunate loss of P4 there early on in the round, ran out of time. They weren't able to get anything done. They weren't able to go for an execute finally. And they just get beaten up by Secret there. And P4 keeps crashing. He just joined back, but he's instantly gone again. So, makes it a bit tricky.
I think a bit tricky is an understatement.
It's a pretty big understatement. Do you think this has to do with the heat wave? Maybe PC is just overheating.
Maybe. I mean, it is very hot out there. Everybody stay hydrated. Take a drink right now.
Yeah, make sure you drink. This is your hydrate moment.
This is your hydrate moment. Please, everybody. In the studio as well.
Yes.
Team, I want you
let me just get a sip as well.
You get a sip.
Yeah.
I'll take a sip afterwards because we can't both be sipping at the same time, so one of us can keep talking. It is technically our profession.
There we go. I took a little sip.
Good sip.
Yeah. Stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated. Yeah, it's important, and it's frustrating because P4, I mean, we know how big he is for the team.
Yeah, he is big for the team, and even if you do not have a big impact if you're alive, which P4 normally does, he does usually have a pretty okay impact. Being alive is always still more valuable than not being in a server. Like, you cannot watch cams. You cannot put any utility down. You cannot work towards the objective. You cannot put your drones into flanking positions. It's just not there at all. And that makes it even more frustrating. I mean, you see P4 as well. He's gesturing. It seems like it's not working. It's just frustrating. Because you want to play. You want to play this game. You want to qualify for the major, and it's just not working out. And even if he managed to get back in, there might be a bit of frustration hiding underneath that he needs to deal with after. And of course, we don't know. We're not in the comms. Even if we were, we don't speak French. So you don't know what's going on there, but I can only imagine that it's a bit of frustration coming out from that side. And they're back in. Let's see if he lasts more than 30 seconds this time. Definitely hope so. Now, back towards the top floor we go. Secret currently 1-3 lead. Not all hope is lost yet for Wolves, though. They need to get 3 rounds, or look for 3 rounds. And of course, they can make the difference on the defense as well. I'm not saying if they end this 2-4 or 1-5, the game is over, because they're a very incredible team.
They
can definitely make the comeback happen. It's just a little bit easier if you have the 3-3 now. It just allows you
to have a bit more of a slip-up margin when you're on the defense yourself.
It's the all well and good about this is there's at least 2 rounds now that have a little asterisk on them.
Yeah.
But they still have a scratch in the secret column. The asterisk means, you know, things to both these teams, and that secret, you know, sure, they know those rounds might have not gone their way, they did, but there's things that they can work on. Wolves know those rounds could have gone their way, but they didn't, and there's things that, you know, that will frustrate them about that, but they can still grow from it. There's still a team that will take that in. Yeah. Outside of that, it's still the score of the game, and you can only play the game that's in front of you. That's just what it is.
It definitely is. Either way, flank watch is being set up. They want to make sure Secret is not allowed to go for any runouts from that garage. Stop them as they're repelled up onto the solarium. Jammer's not doing a very good job at stopping the drones there. Probably not meant to, because they're placed on that wall. As the balcony pressure is starting to arise, Saves will hear that repel in. Might actually call for a bit of help there onto the long window that is near the library hallway. Entry coming through, double one.
Gonna say, there it is. Both swing in. They're seeing if they can try and lean straight into this fight. Looks away at the worst possible time. Saves, finds Rise. And P4 finds Kendrew back in the server and instantly making an impact. Sleben with the C4 is able to find his second kill with the utility of that over the 2 times we've been in this site. But here, Mowgli with the creep round, looking to try and find his way into Piano. There's an angle being held over the top. They have no more grenades to try and do the same, but the shield is just being played, and there's the catch for anyone else that might try and step in. Savage still has a bit of a lockdown underneath, and Shinka on the double window means that they've got at least a window to try and get this kit down. It's P4's pockets, but where does he feel confident?
There's also some verticality they need to be careful of. Keenan just removes Shinka with a run out. Saves will find Mowgli. And then it's only up to P4, the man who has been crashing constantly. Unfortunately, will find the very first in that 1v4. Hopes to go for the second, but misses the first opportunity. They're not too quick on rotating back up, and as an impact pops up from underneath, he's aware of the fact that he has to deal with some of these players still coming back up. However, they're not coming his way. They're rotating a long way around, headed towards the library, making sure there's absolutely no way that he can pick them up without anybody being there to respond to it. A grenade gets tossed in, but will it find anybody? Might actually. Onto Keenan there, but Keenan's long gone. Yeah. Oh, we might as well.
Caught by the Wamai disc on the swing round. Otherwise, it would have likely got the kill on Keenan. He rotates himself to an aggressive place. It wasn't untenable for him to get that round. I think the way Secret rotated, we actually saw, I think it was Savage, go up the stairs, the pings came through, and then he pulled back, hit the impact on the way past, did enough to distract them, did enough to waste another 20 seconds. Even in the 4 versus 1, Secret knew that they couldn't overplay their hand. You know, 4 rounds on their defense here on Chalet. It's impressive. Wolves can still turn this around. As I said, it's tricky with the things that have gone on, but they're a team that is top of the board. They're a team. This was one of the 2 games where it didn't matter the result. The board wasn't going to shift between this game and the last game. But with the fact now that Rogue is on 12 points, Heroic's 12 points, M&M's 12 points, the difference of 5 becoming a difference of 2 to 3 teams is sort of dangerous to Wolves.
Yeah, of course. Like, they're just a single win ahead of 3 of these teams, which means they can still lose this one and they can still lose another game up ahead before any of these teams will be able to catch up fully and equalize that score. You kind of don't want that still, though. You want to go for that flawless. You want to get that 6 win in, put yourself on 18 points. Make sure you basically qualify for the 6 major in Berlin. But it might not be today. Oh, that's the head being spotted out, and Savage opens fire, but P4 is ready to respond. We'll find the head instead. That's the entry kill for Wolves. And again, P4, the man who we said, like, always basically has an impact, hasn't been able to have too much yet because he crashed twice. He's proved himself useful twice now.
Well, suddenly it sprays all across the board, but it saves in Sleben that find themselves 3 between the 2, and suddenly Wolves went from having the 2 lead-in bodies to being pushed back once again. Bibu, he does have a connection with this game alongside Shinka, who's been able to have a couple of bites out of it. They still have the structure of doing some damage to the hard, but there's still 3 players, 3 active players. Keenan has himself pockets full of smoke canisters as well, and still a resilience of death since this game sort of got itself into a swing in terms of a rehosting. So it's from this position now. Well, there's one. No!
Bibu, come on!
Bibu can't quite get the connection. There's a Bibu no from Tim. If I've ever heard one, should have been a freebie. And his army's allowed to get out of jail.
For free, somehow survives. People missing the shots of the farmers there. Again, it's a bit of a tricky gun, but that should have been a kill. Could have actually seen him as he dropped down from the roof already. I'm not quite sure how Slemmer didn't realize, but well, we're here now. Shinka wasting the last Iruni Surya laser gate as well. Bibu droning out the top floor, but it's of course not the site they need to go to. They still need to go downstairs. Secret aware of this as well. Just holding tight. And this, okay, first of all, I'm going to go back to this one. 2 people jumped in from the bathroom window, didn't bother to check the bathtub itself. And you know what? One of them was Yana. As Bibu finds the kill onto Slemmer somehow.
Fight.
Yeah, it took a bit. But the Yana didn't even use the Gemini replicator dares. They just both jumped in and both got taken out by the Jaeger.
Well, here's a drop round, a ping on a player. They think they're on the opposite side. They're still roughly in that territory. It's a spray that's about to come through from Bibu, but Keenan fires back. Unlike the flight of Sleben, this time there's a response, and this time it's one that removes the Frenchman. The drop down, right into Keenan. 5-1.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not to be worried now. Secret definitely doing well here. They're able to pick apart Wolves wherever they go. But we also have to acknowledge the fact that Wolves had some struggles during the early rounds, and now we're starting to make some mistakes. Like they're not droning it out properly, they're not using their information properly, but Secret is there to punish them for it. And that started off with Kendra having a trigger discipline to now Saves being in the bathtub, being able to take down 2 players just jumping in. They're in the positions they need to be in to punish the mistakes
we don't need to watch this again.
Sees him here, then unfortunate.
Yeah.
This happens to the best of us, you know? And then he hits this shot, though. So
yeah,
he misses everything, and then he hits the toes.
There's revenge. There's vengeance.
It's crazy how that goes. A clean headshot,
I think, okay, the thing about this Wolves play is it's a shame because this is by far, this is the most disconnected we've seen them. They come off the back of a hotly contested and very hotly played game on the last Playday against high competitors, and it was what you wanted, and it was intense, and it was fantastically put together. And here, okay, there's stuff that's out of their element and stuff that they haven't been able to play against, but it's still something you can see that frustration, and that's tough to wing past. Here's a quick swing round. There's a freebie inside the site. They took the rush. They found themselves through on the plant. They're pushing towards it. There's a second. Savage with that energy is going. They hit their own team, but the kit should get planted. The cover is going to come around from underneath. Saves. Gets it locked to the ground, and Mowgli and Saves trade one apiece. There's a spray through. They know P4's inside the door now, and there's pressure coming over the top. The kit's in the middle of the room. It's dangerous to try and get some control, but from the door, it's locked down. Keenan wide for 2. And Secret, well, they had a rush against them fail, and then they demonstrated their own. 6-1.
I was going to say it. Like, Wolves trying to go for a rush that failed. Secret is here to show them how you rush. Properly done there through that basement, up the staircase. And that is something we do often see from NA teams against European teams.
We do.
Works most of the time. Normally they're not this quick pace. Normally they're a bit slower. They put some pressure elsewhere before they start heading up that staircase. But you know, Team Secret, they're not too shy of a little quick round there. So put themselves. Let me check. Is that? Oh, what? Is that a match point against the leading team?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
it is.
Who would have guessed?
But that's the thing, is Secret are playing well. There's no two ways about that. The man, the myth, the mogul, the professor was saying on the desk and highlighting that Secret's learnt. They've grown. And to be honest, okay, they were rock bottom. The only way is up from that position and that perspective. But they started to have some control. And it's almost that thing of, well, when you know, you're sort of walking that death knell, when you know that a major's out of question, there's a relaxed attitude that can come about your play where you start to try and test things, start to try and push things. Calmness leads to clarity, leads to comms, leads to success.
Still wondering, Bibu was watching the right door. He's like, sure, he's gonna shut this
at the
down.
Worst possible time.
And then he looks away at the moment the sound comes through.
But if anything, that's Wolves' day, and it's a day that those frustrations build, and it becomes clear they've taken their tag time out. They, you know, sort of risked and gambled and said, well, we'll try and take it, because you know your defense on this map is always going to be tougher anyway. But it's that thing about Wolves' play right now is we also know from watching them, from listening to them, they are a very energy-driven team. They're a team that when they are... I mean, look at any of their match comms from any of the previous days. It doesn't matter who they're up against. There is energy. There is hype. There is standing up at the end and getting aggressive and getting happy and victorious. And this is...
This doesn't look like Wolves.
It's downtrodden. Yeah, it looks like dogs. It looks like puppies. This is what Wolves became thanks to humanity.
Oh, well, let's see if they can still try and fight back into it. Secret currently having a point already. I mean, they are doing very well so far. They're completely able to shut down any single mistake that's being made by Wolves. So you got to give them that. You cannot take that away from them by saying, well, Wolves just play badly. No. Secret plays well. Wolves play bad at the same time. It makes for this 6-1 to be on the board. And just a single round away from getting 3 points against the leading team, the by far best team in Europe so far.
Well, that was a very well-practiced and bounced drone. Drives itself along there, and they're just seeing if they can get a catch on anyone that might swing round. There is, obviously, that heavy-hitting rifle and the heavier-hitting hands of Mowgli on the back line of box, hoping to get anyone that swings. They cannot make another mistake. That's that big risk, because that's how things have gone for them before, and Sleben leads in. A perfectly played nade there, is able to get the catch onto P4. They put a little bit of damage down towards the site. The Sense as well. They're on the board. They're not the most common operator seen, but there's the cover that goes almost all the way across. Doesn't quite lock in the backside of the piano, but look at this. It allows them to get that breach off. And now they have a route through. The box is opened over the top, forces the player back. Good use of utility. A minute left, and they can try and focus down on the site wall itself.
Now, they don't need to be inside the box, and that's why they opened up the way they did, just so they have some angles to work with here to stop them from using any verticality. They want to open up further, though. There is currently nothing stopping that exothermic from going off. But actually, Kendrew pressing that trigger. So they're waiting for something here. They're waiting for everybody to be in position so they can actually start executing onto the side. They have a sense through the dronal. It's going to block everything off. Kendrew digs in really deep, right next to the hatch. There's no way they guess that this is where the plant is going down. They need to push through. They are not in time. Actually, Mowgli is. The plant did not go down, and Saves was not there for the cover.
30 seconds. They're inside the site. Savage on the back line is looking for the kill there onto Shinka. Gets out of the way of the Razor Bloom, but Vertical has gone away from them once again. They're aware, though. The Melusi stops just a second and a sliver too short. The 3 versus 2 almost perfectly played, but Bibu from the top rope gets the lockdown. The player is down. And there's now a backline fight towards the big opening. They have 15 seconds, and this is going to make it tricky. They might not know that the Maestro is down, but they sure do now. Keenan creeps his way inside. He's looking for the kit. He's looking for anything, but he won't get it. It's Wolves with their second.
It almost worked out there. They almost managed to end the game there on the side of Team Secret. A good use of Sens and their gadget there to lock up the entire line aside. Unfortunately, though, the cover not there. Saves unable to find Mowgli running through with the DMR, hoping to stop that plan from happening. And Mowgli just in time as well. Just a couple like a millisecond later. Could have been the difference there. Now, 2-on-6 will still need 4 rounds before they are able to bring this to OT, before they're able to potentially find themselves fighting for OT, for a win, and put themselves on that 99%. But Team Secret, they look sharp, they look activated, they look on. Just aside of that one whiff that I saw from Saves just now onto that cover, everything else looked to be completely on point, completely accurate, nothing to worry about. Just that one missed gunfight, though, is allowing Wolves to stay in the game.
One mistake, and it's still that wire, that sort of cost here. Secret, they're sitting with guaranteed points from this. They've wounded the wolf that's limping its way back to its cave to see if it can try and lick its wounds and find 2 points. But it's a long road to go. Secret are still hunting for that final round. They have some ideas, some control. The Nook in the pockets of Sleben was successful before on the lead-in. They're not going to go for the same rush. Makes sense. Not going to happen twice. There's also a little bit more width here that we're seeing from the side of P4 underneath. In a readier, quicker pace position to get a bit of fire back on. The play on the Claymore, the door, and some approach and focus elsewhere.
For sure. 2 minutes 30 left. Let's do some prep work here. A lot of ADSs actually down there, this time magnets as well. So they're not trying to be caught off by the same trick they wanted to use themselves, because any incendiary bolts will be caught off by those magnets and will take a little bit longer to detonate. P4 will find a Claymore, however, is going to be unable to run out as he wanted to. We'll have to use an extra impact a little bit later on. But Mowgli, with that first kill, that's crucial.
That's it. That's something where they haven't really been able to get that control before. They've not had that first foot forward, whether in their own control or not. But here's a moment. Can they turn it into something a little sturdier? The back line is coming together towards that push and fight onto the side of Pillar. There's pings on that Azami, but not quite a true catch as of yet. It's consistent and it's explosive and it's just a drive through here. Savage, what are you looking to find? Is it a fight? Well, Keenan finds one first and now you're a bit lost. The swing on the Azami, they go down and suddenly Secret have their response. They've taken a bit and C4 tries to find one back, but they might swing up the staircase itself. P4 hot-foots it, got to make some motions and movement. Could come up behind one of the players if they're able to get a bit of a surprise strike here, but Secret, they're still holding themselves locked in until Bibu gets locked out vertical and one back. Shinka. Now then, 3 versus 2, a minute on the clock. Shinka and P4, barely utility between them with just an impact, but they can have a big impact themselves on the round. They just need to try and find the moment. A little breath of the site itself. P4 still loose. There's the hop, there's the cover, there's the plant tucked in round in the corner. Savage is watching for any rotate. Where are you, Wolves? Where are you is the big question mark. Well, there's a missed fight on the top floor and a post plant inside the site itself. They can hop out the window. And they almost make it all the way unscathed, but Kendrew does get down. Will pull himself back. P4 is going to dance around. The fight has now dropped down inside the site. P4 wins that one. It's a 1 versus 2 technically. And they're ready to hop and swing. They're going to go for the plant and have the cover itself. No, it's 2 stories from the top and the bottom rope. There's saves either side. Shinka wins it out and Wolves keep going.
They somehow just survive here. It was a 3v2 post plan there. Not being out quick enough there after that plant actually could have costed them there. That could have been a 2-on-2 in the end there after the top floor was lost. And they made the right decision going for that jump out. You knew you were going to blow up by that Claymore. Might have actually not even know because they didn't check. They just jumped out for secure onto the player that was down. But that was the reason they could not go for a pickup. And now a tactical timeout called by Team Secret. Because slowly but steadily, Wolves are starting to get back into it. And there is hope. There is an opportunity. They're starting to get energetic again. And that means it's a dangerous Wolves. That means Wolves might be coming back here to still take a point, maybe points away.
I think that's always the important part to take away from this is, okay, we can, for all our money, look at the top of the board, look at Wolves being unbeaten, look at Secret being pretty heavily beaten, and not say this was a pointless game, but say it probably had the least meaning today, on today's Playday. But this isn't just a run of today's Playday. This is a run of the remaining 4, technically including today's Playday, which is still 12 points total up for grabs, which is still so many teams not that far behind where Wolves were.
I mean, Secret can still even make it. I mean, if they get 3 now, they're beyond 5 points. They can get just inside that top 4. They're not completely out.
There's a lot of other little clicky balls that have to back into place.
There's definitely a lot, but they're doing everything they need to do now.
They are.
You know what? Actually, I had a talk right before the game with Milosh, and I asked him, what score do you think it will be? And he said 7-3, but he didn't specify what team it was.
But he also predicted Wolves, like...
Well, that's true, but...
Well, Milosh always predicts the French team.
Sometimes I predict different on CGG than I do on the show. So
I think it's to do with his visa. I think he has to predict French teams.
It's contractual with the French government.
Oh no, I have a visa as well now.
Have you predicted Wolves?
I did, but I didn't predict TDS.
We're on to something. Oh,
so
okay,
I think I might get kicked out.
Unfortunate.
Oh dear.
Just went through all that trouble just to go through it again.
Oh well. I mean, we could all be wrong about this, though. Secret, they're taking their time out now. There's no more stops in play, barring anything extreme. So it's just the route and the road they have ahead of them. Wolves, 3 rounds, technically, but 2 in a row, and they can keep building. They still have to be flawless if they want to have any hope of a point out of this game. They've been able to bite themselves back from the brink from death's door, and to be honest, it was almost over on the previous round, barring one fight. That second time, it was a great retake. It's looking sharper and sharper, but it's still not entirely clean. Secret is still knocking on the door. Keenan 10-2 is having a big impact. Kendrew is obviously driving the plant and the utility here, but it's a little bit more spread out on the side of Wolves.
Yeah. C5-5, 4-3-2 on the side of Wolves. In terms of kills, of course, they only have 3 rounds. Now, it's a Twitch drone taken out early. Will not be taking care of any of that utility, so that's something good for the side of Wolves here. That's unfortunate. Just after they find a Twitch drone, they lose one of those yokai drones. Now, which one will be more important? I guess we'll have to wait until time will tell. It's the second Twitch drone about to be taken out, but they did take care of that one ADS, and that means that shield is now vulnerable.
That's it. They can try and drive themselves in. They don't want to risk going for the side on the wall itself, as that's going to get battered down anyway from the angles they can do. They just ran themselves in. The Nook's going to see if they can stick it under the surprise. Kendrew finds a kill, and the swing comes around from Mowgli, but the smoke pushes them off, and Saves gets dropped in the meantime. A big push back from Wolves there was absolutely perfectly played. The smart canisters bought them that moment, and Mowgli as well driving in. They want to go for the pickup, but it's a bit of no man's land. P4 gets caught out on the far side. Saves is still down. Keenan's underneath. Not sure if he's waiting for a player to come round or not, but Kendrew takes the safe rotate to get the pick back up here.
2 grenades still in pocket for Keenan, so can toss these in from below as soon as they realize where these players are. And Kendrick choosing the safe route indeed to go below, then outside. Savage gets down though, and Impact will find Mowgli, so he trades out himself. Indeed, a grenade was still tossed in. The smoke canister unable to confirm that kill. And that means that they are going to be able to bring this into a 4-2 situation with, however, Saves and Savage low on HP.
Dr. Kendrew's still in. He's going to maybe see if he can get the pick back up, and it comes through from Keenan, who's found his way back round. Shinka gets the drop onto the diffuser player, and that's 2 players massively injured. Bibu's a backline. Shinka still has his last smoke now thrown. The last 10 seconds, Saves drive over the grenade, and Shrapnel does the damage. Bibu, he's got to swing and take the fight. Doesn't find it. Secret take 3 points. The Wolves can bleed, and Secret can breathe. But it's other things that have come into today's Playday. They'll all know. However, I think pretty much everybody's losing points.
I was going to
say chat
today. I was actually going to say there's a couple people in Twitch chat now. Very excited.
People who have
with what just happened.
Up.
They became millionaires in Twitch chat, I think, because they just managed to predict the upset of the evening, maybe even an upset of the stage. And of course, Secret, like, it was bound to happen that they started winning some games at some point, because they're a team with incredible talent, and at some point it just starts clicking. But I don't think people would have expected this clean of a victory against Wolves.
I mean, no, and the thing is now, as strange as it is to say, Secret's game in hand is a team underneath them on the leaderboard, and that is a first for quite a long time. But that's next Playday. First up, a quick break, and then back with the desk.
it has happened. Team Secret victorious against the Wolves. We were just talking about it, you and I, Des. This has happened before for Wolves and the previous existences of them. But I don't want to talk about the Wolves much for now because Team Secret, they've done it.
Yeah. Me and Fresh were talking when we were sat watching the game and saying the one thing everyone's going to take from this is, Wolves top team, unfortunate DCs clearly got thrown off. Like, Secret have got a real free win here. Like, we were saying, some of the rounds they played were really quite smart. Like, round 1 before anything had gone wrong, their rush prevention was really good. Round 7, fantastic rush themselves. It's not like Secret have just gone into this and been given a free win. They've battled for that win.
Yeah, and I guess they've battled for it, but they were ready for Wolves. They were ready, you know, when they were jumping in, they were meeting that fire with fire, meeting that aggression with the aggression. So we've said it a few times tonight, you've got to beat what's in front of you. If you're beating 4 players, that's fine, but the rest of the rounds are against 5, and Secret did an excellent job. You know, they should have realistically 7-1'd it, but they threw a couple on the attack, but then they did get over the line. It was a really good performance from them.
Well, friends, I'll be back to you in just a moment. Let's have a chat with our victors, Team Secret. Hello, Kendrew. Good to have you back on here. How are you feeling today?
Very good after that. Very warm, but happy.
I mean, you know, between I can see the impact of the warmth on you, but also of the workout and the diet ethic, I guess, you've been going through over the past year. So looking great, and not just you, but the entire team looked great in this matchup. Des and Jack were just talking about it here, that this was Secret really showing up. How prepared were you, and how did you prepare for this game?
Well, we had a full week to prepare. And conveniently enough, we actually scrimmed them not so long ago on Chalet.
Okay.
And it didn't really go well for us. I think we got like 10-2'd or 9-3'd in scrims. They dished us a beating. So I don't know whether they were not expecting us to just, ego chow and take them to Chalet. But they do these rushes like all the time. And I think I heard you guys talking about it just now. Like the rush prevention is like, I was sat in a random corner just waiting for them to go in with C4s below, and they did the exact same rushes that they did in the scrims. I mean, they obviously trust their game style, but when you do it over and over again, it kind of comes a bit predictable.
How is it that every game you're playing in, you come up with, the wording, I guess, cannot be any better than this, but the rattiest positions to kind of lurk into and just wait for the moment to pounce? We've seen it last week. We've seen it this week. How does that happen?
I don't really know. Maybe it's a bit of luck. Maybe it's a bit of game sense. I don't really know. I knew in that position that if I just not get spotted by the ace, that I would be fine, and he tried to go for the bomb. And luckily, that's I held my nerve and managed to do it. But I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little rat. I don't know.
Well, it's unusual to see a Chalet defense end up being so effective. Was it only because you mentioned this specific piece is, well, you've played against their rushes before, you know how to deal with them? Because for us, it seemed like there was just more than that. We don't usually expect to have such a successful defense half.
I mean, a lot of it was the prep. So shout out Titan. We've been prepping for them like the entire week on either Chalet or other maps. But I mean, it is as well. Like, I just want to say that it is unfortunate that they had 2 disconnects. I feel like we still played really, really well, but obviously 2 disconnects isn't very ideal, especially when they're trying to qualify for the majors. So it is a shame that's the way that we have to win, but the game is the game, unfortunately.
Happens the way that it did. And of course, next Playday, you guys are going up against Pones. That is game number 1 for the day. Again, an opportunity for you to pick up more points, all 3 points. You think that'll happen? And how do you think that would be the case?
I mean, I hope it'll happen.
Yeah.
We're going to try our best to make it happen. But every team, yeah, true. Every team is in here for a reason. That's what I always say. So it's going to be another day, another game, and we'll see what happens, I guess.
And anything you want to say to the fans out there, Kenny?
No. Apart from thanks for supporting us, I guess. I don't know.
I mean,
that's it.
A very positive note indeed. Kendrew, thank you very much. And for all the fans out there, I remind you, Kendrew and Team Secret will be playing a second time this week. It is the second and last Super Week of Stage 2 of EU League. Make sure you're tuning in for Secret versus Pones on Thursday, same starting time as always for EUL. Till then, Kendrew, take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks, man. See you later.
There you go. Nothing to take away from Team Secret other than they played well despite disconnects, but it's not an excuse to call it here.
I know you were quite excited about how Secret played last week, actually. You've been mildly impressed with them more as time has gone by because, let's not beat about the bush. The start of the stage was an absolute car crash, and it's not to say they're now suddenly a major deserving team, but they are on the up and up.
The way that I like Secret against Heroic and the way that I like Secret against Wolves today is it's balls to the wall, it's take the gunfights, it's not give them the respect that they probably deserve, but not give them that respect, not show them that respect and just roll over for them because they're the quote-unquote better teams. It's really taking the fight to them. You can talk about the two disconnects and the mentality all you want, but even if they didn't happen, I think Secret genuinely probably still win this game. It's maybe a little bit closer, don't get me wrong, but the way that they were playing, the way that they had the read on Wolves and how they would play, they were punishing them all over the place.
You got to be careful, you disturb the Horde making statements like that. I do want to shout out Keenan as well. 14-5 in this game, by the way. Keenan, for me, I don't mean to really take a big dump on the rest of Secret here, but for the longest time, they've really struggled, right? And I feel Keenan has been a bit of a diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
Looking back to when he was on Matchco, the kind of work he was doing there, he joined Secret and he got his role changed 2 or 3 times. I feel now that he's in that more powerful position where he's playing entry, like the sort of things you see Shaiko doing, he is really starting to fly. I think back to last stage, they played this map. He was on hard support.
Yep.
Again, keeps on getting rotated through what is being played, but I think now he's really getting to show what he can do. And with the team around him that's starting to level up, he could be a real force and one of the key players that we have to watch out for in this league.
All right, I think it's a perfect time for us to start wrapping up our day.
Yes.
So, what did it look like? We have 5 best-of-1 series in Playday number 6. Playday 7 is this Thursday. Keep reminding you, call up everybody. It's time to come back and watch on Thursday. 7-5, M&M versus Navi. 7-4, Heroic versus Outsiders. 8-6, Rogue versus BDS. A banger of a match of the day. 100% should go and rewatch it in our VODs. And then 7-2 G2 victorious against Pones. Finally, big surprise, Team Secret taking down Wolves 7-3 against the top team in EU League, which leaves us with these rankings at the end of day 6. 3 more days left, which means a total of 9 points maximum that any team can collect, and that means that there would be winning entire matches for it in regulation time. 15 points for Wolves, but look at that. 3 teams are tied at 12 points. Rogue, Heroic, and M&M Gaming. Not far behind them are BDS and Navi at 9 points apiece. And then once you hit Outsiders, you're starting to get on the outskirts of who could actually make it to the major. Reminder, only the top 4 can. And then G2 right behind it. 6 points, 5 for Team Secret, and 3 for Pones. G2 and Secret can technically make it to the major, but it's more of a G2 technically can make it if the stars align. They can make it up to 15 points.
Living on a prayer, I think. For me,
True.
Navi and BDS, the 2 teams on the outside here with a chance, because they've kind of got that extra 3 points stacked on top to give them a chance to fight for it. But even then, it's going to be a real battle. You're relying on one of those top 4 teams. Well, Wolves, I think, are already too far ahead at 15.
Heroic.
For the teams in 2nd to 4th on 12 points, that's where I'm looking and thinking they're the ones that really are under threat here. 1 extra win, and suddenly Navi and BDS are both tied up, and it's like, oh, okay, now we're in trouble.
It's going to be curious. I thought we might have Wolves confirmed today, but they've not confirmed themselves. You're hanging off my every word.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I
just love hearing your dulcet tones through my eardrums. Carry on,
Fresh
please.
thoughts is how it goes.
Professor with the fresh thoughts. Carry on.
Do you want Fabian back, Jack? Okay. Oh, damn. All right, Trouble in Heaven. Our next play day. What does it look like? Let's get through with it.
Des is doing the rest of this.
Am I?
No, we're going to open up to our casters in a moment. Just a heads up.
Don't leave me alone.
There it is.
Bring more chaos in.
Great dolphin impression.
I'm just wondering.
Hey, let me go through them at least. Pones versus Secret, BDS versus M&M, Navi versus Wolves, our match of the day, Heroic versus Rogue, and finally G2 versus Outsiders. Is that my theme song?
Yes. 100%.
You know, you want to know what games we're looking forward to, Milos?
Oh, that is normally a question you ask.
Because
no
I'm looking forward
on the screen either, and you have to try and remember what's actually.
I don't remember what they were at most
I
of
am
the
looking
games.
forward to the games that will bring us to a 7-way 15-point tiebreak.
Oh, production's so good to us. Oh,
Do you know what the most
thank
exciting
you.
game about this is? Because it tells a story.
What?
All of them.
For me, all of them are great, but BDS versus Eminem. Eminem's fate is entirely in their hands, which it isn't often. Usually at this point, Eminem is trying to claw their way back up. BDS, they are 5th. Eminem are in 4th. There's a 3-point difference between them. Eminem only have teams that are fighting to break into the top 4 ahead of them. Everything is in their hands, and it's decided by that game.
So right, say the same for BDS then. 'cause if
I've got a
BDS
different
wins,
Really?
Equal points.
Let him speak.
Sorry.
Can't hear Hap.
He just spoke for like an
You
hour.
speak too quiet.
Hello.
I can't hear you. I've
Hello?
got no headset in, so I'm just like, oh.
Stein, what are you excited for?
Every game.
See,
Listen. I just want the 6-way or 7-way 15-point tiebreak. What are you throwing pens at me?
I was going to slap him around the head, but throwing a pen also.
How can that happen? Let's entertain the thought for a moment.
I haven't checked yet, but I know it's possible.
Well, shame on you.
At least a 5-way tiebreak.
Okay.
I need to check if 6 and 7 are possible, but this
Let's talk about it on Thursday.
Leave it to the crunch the numbers.
Yeah.
It's probably need.
I'm not here for a live mathematics.
No, the way it would work is if Navi beat Wolves and BDS beat Eminem, then it's Rogue and Heroic lose. No, it's impossible.
Everyone wants to
Heroic
be
and Rogue are
honest.
playing each other, you idiot.
Honestly.
It's impossible.
They can come over
Yes,
if they want.
but both
Who
are
wants to be on
12
the
points.
desks?
Yeah, so someone has to
I'm
get
not saying
points.
after next week. After next Playday. After just in general, 15-point
Listen,
tiebreak.
you've gone
Can I
crazy.
get my game yet, Milos?
What?
Is it my turn now?
I tried putting my head into it.
Why would you try and head something sharp and pointy flying in your face?
I always thought if I was at the football.
You really are
That
from
sounds
Hull.
like
I
a natural
always
selection, not
thought
a
if I was
play.
at the football and the ball came to me, I would just.
Does no one?
He is
no one
from
think that
Hull.
was a really good throw.
It was great for
I
it.
was
Do you want it
gonna say,
back?
it's a really
Yeah.
accurate throw.
Not bad.
Not a good catch.
Well,
not too bad.
anyways, throwing things away.
Still don't get a chance to say.
Don't know where that one went.
Jack,
Can I say, right?
Rogue
Pones against Secret is actually a massive game next week in the context of relegation.
Secret will win.
Secret have now just got 5 points clear of Pones in the overall tables. If they win that, they go 8 points clear.
man, imagine that Pones going from world champion, well, second to world championship,
Almost world champions.
almost world champions to this, man.
Yikes.
I
Team
wonder
Sunlight to have a
what
word.
happened.
Sorry.
Hey, they went from
We know
8th to
NA.
7th, okay?
I'm sorry, that's improvement.
Hey,
I'm sorry.
I
Yes,
checked
no,
Twitter.
I
checked Twitter.
Sorry.
I saw the subreddit. This is how it is.
It's improvement.
You're out of
There.
line, Caliber Jacob.
No.
Nice.
No.
Would you say
no
that
Oregon was
Secret
played
were
today?
just
Not
lucky
anymore.
that- No, it doesn't matter.
What are you saying?
Balls,
Doesn't matter.
balls just running to their bullets today is what you were going to say, wasn't it?
No. That's not what I was going to say.
Oh, no.
I'm leaving.
Derry Hall.
Bye.
Love you, Jacob. But it was funny.
Anyways, speaking of funny,
Emmy's gone.
Yeah,
Rogue
she's
BDS.
gone.
Why Rogue BDS?
Right, because Rogue BDS is just one of those games that I look at, like, Heroic came up against Wolves and got slapped about in Oregon. Like, Rogue might just be, like, a slightly harder level below. It's like trying to fight a
Des,
very hard
no,
boss
no,
versus
wait.
a hard boss. So I feel like, actually, Heroic could take a good challenge to them.
Because you said Rogue
You
BDS.
said Rogue BDS, which happened.
It's time to close the show. Everybody,
Anybody-
good night.
Yeah, let's go home.
At this point, anybody
I lost
can
one
be
of
an
my
analyst.
pens.
So if you're
No.
watching in chat right now,
Heroic and Rogue, sorry, not BDS.
if you're watching in chat right now and you would at least be able to play in Luke's Silver Stack, then hit us up. We would like a replacement on the desk in the
I
meantime.
meant Heroic and Rogue, sorry.
Anyways, thank you.
Scrap.
Thank you all so very much for watching today. Fresh. This is time to play the music, by the way, production.
I can't hear him.
There you go.
Fine.
Fresh.
Okay.
Thank
Des,
you.
thank you very much. Fabian, I hope you're doing well on vacation.
No, he doesn't.
Days. Vacation is in Twitch chat, apparently. Just like for many
And
of
Twitter.
us here. Yes.
Yeah.
Happen,
Did you
Amy.
miss us?
He wishes he was here because of the aircon.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, that
only
makes
reason, yeah.
sense.
Regret.
That's true. Oh well, he chose to go to the UK. What a terrible decision. Honestly, like as if there's a better time. Anyways, thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Emmy,
It's my job.
It's great to have you back.
Thanks.
It's great to have me back too.
Yeah, you were also back. It's not just me. Congratulations.
It was fun casting with you last week.
Nobody said they're happy to have me back.
No, well, we didn't
No
know
one is
you
happy to have
left. You didn't have COVID. You were just missing.
Just gallivanting around Europe.
That's true.
Co-streaming.
Well, the other side of Europe. Anyways, thank you very much for production team, Medics and Easy that make our observing all possible. For Ace, of course, who has luckily escaped the clutches of this. Yeah, true. At that point, thank you so much. We will be back on Thursday for more EU League, but on Wednesday, we continue with APAC, our penultimate APAC.
APAC North, by the way.
Yes, there are two of those. You have to specify which one you mean.
Oh, come on. APAC North is always bad.
Odd.
Anyway.
Oh. Dev Marta.
He is very much asleep.
Gus is already in your mentions.
He's worked this.
Calling you.
He's been awake at these times.
Call me what?
Wrong.
Kangaroo's going to kick your door in later for that.
They'll bring the kangaroo
team.
I'll give you a ring when I give a damn. At that point, guys, thanks so much for watching today. Again, we'll be back on Wednesday for APAC and on Thursday for EUL. Till then, take care, stay hydrated, and take care. Maybe touch some grass.
Bye.
Till then, we love you very much. Bye-bye.
Peace, nerds.
What's the song again?
Me and Des just touched
softball, finds his kill and had the information that he needed.
taking the game 7.
Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better. Why do it yourself when robots do it better? Robots do it better. Robots do it better.